Chapter 287, Thousand Waves performs maximum level bootlicking skills major chapter. The end of the previous passage has a slight amendment. Memory sharing has been cancelled. Servant binding successful. Congratulations to the host, she is now your person. Cough cough, let's use a more serious term, they are called servants. Lin Yi is a person who is never tired of having more servants. Once the puppet's time limit is up, after having fun with the puppet, one can then tease the real person. This indeed is a kind of high-end enjoyment. Nobody noticed Lin Yi's recent move on Posisi, and this is also why Lin Yi wanted her to come up on stage for a face-to-face talk. It was more conveniently done out of sight, fiddling with her out of the line of vision. Withdrawing his fingers without leaving a trace, Lin Yi looked at the woman before him, a light smile on his face. By this time, Posisi was still not quite herself, standing on the spot with a slightly distracted look. Lin Yi spoke out.
Posisi!
Present.
After speaking, Posisi froze for a moment, her hand instinctively covering her mouth, her beautiful eyes filled with shock, unbelieving. My God, what just happened to her? Before her mind could react, her body had instinctively responded with a
Present!
The crowd was also puzzled, looking at the stage, especially Tang Chen and Sea Dragon Douluo. They were all stunned. Why did Posisi suddenly become so obedient in front of Lin Yi? And she had only just met Lin Yi too. Lin Yi also had just found out he could load servitude into Posisi. But this didn't mean he could load servitude into everyone. This was only because of the layer of relationship with the tangible, real person Posisi. He could only load servitude into the characters that have corresponding real person dolls, a privilege attached to the system. For now, Lin Yi was quite satisfied with the effect. He said to Posisi,
Do you have anything else you'd like to ask?
Posisi bit her red lips, confused about what was happening to her. She seemed to fear Lin Yi greatly and even nearly blurted out.
Master.
She instinctively scrutinized Lin Yi's expressions, considering his feelings. What's more important, she realized she seemed to be unconditionally obeying Lin Yi's words.
No need to ask any more, right? I think you've asked enough.
Yes, then I don't have anything else to ask.
Posisi spoke against her will again. She clearly hadn't figured out where Lin Yi's ocean affinity came from. She hadn't asked anything, so how was it that she'd almost asked enough? But because she dared not contradict Lin Yi, she could only respond like that.
Then may I?
Posisi asked Lin Yi tentatively. After speaking, Posisi froze for a moment, her hand instinctively covering her mouth, her beautiful eyes filled with shock, unbelieving. My God, what just happened to her? Before her mind could react, her body had instinctively responded with a present. The crowd was also puzzled, looking at the stage, especially Tang Chen and Sea Dragon Douluo. They were all stunned. Why did Posisi suddenly become so obedient in front of Lin Yi? And she had only just met Lin Yi too. Lin Yi also had just found out he could load servitude into Posisi. But this didn't mean he could load servitude into everyone. This was only because of the layer of relationship with the tangible, real person Posisi. He could only load servitude into the characters that have corresponding real person dolls, a privilege attached to the system. For now, Lin Yi was quite satisfied with the effect. He said to Posisi, Do you have anything else you'd like to ask?
Are you leaving then?
Lin Yi cleared his throat and continued.
Attacking me can obtain rewards of varying sizes, and I think you should stay. This is also a rare opportunity for you.
Hearing Lin Yi say this, Thousand Waves anxiously looked towards Posisi. As long as Zai Zai could stay, they would indeed be the happiest duo on the continent. It's just a shame that Thousand Waves doesn't know about the private relationship between Posisi and Lin Yi at this moment. If they did, they would be devastated.
So should I stay then?
Posisi asked, somewhat troubled. She felt out of sorts today, with a deep subconscious desire to leave. Lin Yi stared at her.
Stay! As you command.
Posisi bowed once more. Lin Yi waved his hand, and she obediently returned to the side of Sea Dragon Douluo, completely ignoring the concerned looks from Thousand Waves.
High Priest, what was that just now?
Sea Dragon Douluo asked beside Po Sissy.
I don't know what came over me.
Hearing this, Sea Dragon Douluo suddenly furrowed his brows.
Is there something odd about Lin Yi? High Priest, just give the word, shall we take any action against him? I haven't detected any soul power on him.
As he finished speaking, a chill suddenly enveloped Sea Dragon Douluo's body. This wasn't from Lin Yi, but from Po Sissy standing beside him. Po Sissy glared coldly at Sea Dragon Douluo, the pressure of an ultimate Douluo fully applied to him alone.
If I hear any more defamatory words about Lin Yi from you, it would mean you are challenging me, understand?
Sea Dragon Douluo broke out in a cold sweat, trembling uncontrollably. He had never seen Po Sissy this angry before. Little White beside them was astonished.
Number 5.
Chapter 287, Part 2, Thousand Waves performs maximum level bootlicking skills major chapter. He glanced again at Little White behind Po Sissy. Could it be?
Second.
It's a god.
1.
It's a god.
Number 4.
It's a god.
3.
It's a god just following the group. Lin Yi is a noob.
6.
Che.
Thousand Waves, as the host, don't you need to properly demonstrate the process of attacking and obtaining treasure to Po Sissy? Otherwise, on what grounds would she have to stay?
Thousand Waves looked at Lin Yi with a sudden moment of clarity, as if he had been enlightened. Yes, at the end of the day, as long as he could make Po Sissy willing to stay, that's what mattered. There would be plenty of time to interact in the future. Lin Yi was definitely the only way to attract Po Sissy to stay. What Thousand Waves didn't know was that just a word from Lin Yi could make Po Sissy stay here forever. Thousand Waves recollected his previous damage situation. After some consideration, he prepared to go for a bang right from the start to impress Po Sissy and Ultraman transformation. HMPH Zai Zai O Zai Zai, watch how your brother Thousand Waves transforms into Ultraman. You'll be so mesmerized. However, using the Stream Ray again would definitely result in lower damage than the previous attack's damage. After weighing his options for a moment, Thousand Waves decided not to care. Damn it, if the reward quality drops, it drops. It's no big deal to just get a red advanced reward. The visual effect of the Ultraman transformation was sure to be explosive. As long as it attracted Zai Zai to continue staying, any approach would be worthwhile. The above was the genuine inner thoughts of a top-level bootlicker, Thousand Waves.
Senior, I'm going to start the first attack now.
Po Sissy below the stage watched the scene attentively. Since Lin Yi had just mentioned,
Attack for treasure.
but she hadn't quite understood, she had to watch closely to avoid being blamed by Lin Yi. Thousand Waves curled his lips, like the Dragon King returning. Everyone step back, I'm about to show off. Zai Zai watched closely. He took out the metal-shaped transformer, lifted it high and shouted,
Taro!
At that moment, Thousand Waves was covered in blinding white light, as dazzling as the stars.
What's happening to him?
Po Sissy murmured, but before she could finish speaking, Thousand Waves' body instantly swelled up, soaring into the clouds. In an instant, he had transformed into a giant with red and silver colors and 2 horns on his head. This spectacle stunned Po Sissy. The others were prepared, but the 3 people from Sea God's Island, including Wang Qier who arrived later, were shocked by what unfolded before them. They stumbled backward, almost falling to the ground.
What?
Sea Dragon Douluo stammered in fright. Little White shook her head in terror.
I have no idea either.
At that moment,
Ultraman Taro!
even Smugly glanced back at Po Sissy's reaction. Seeing the look of astonishment on her face, he was quite pleased and let out a. The Soul Land group chat is also full of repeaters. It seems humanity can't change the nature of being repeaters. Number 5 could possibly be the Devil Soul Great White Shark Little White. Lin Yi remembered that the background of number 5 was the ocean, and the word ocean often showed up in number 5's speech. Hey, wait a sec. Number 7. He suddenly noticed that there was an additional number 7 in the chat group. Lin Yi had fallen asleep in Po Sissy's cleavage the previous night, and hadn't even noticed that the seventh woman had entered the chat. Damn, I haven't even checked out number 7's legs. Forget it, I'll check them out tonight along with number 8. Lin Yi waved over to Thousand Waves, who was still casting lingering looks at Po Sissy's side. Reminded by Tang Chen, he immediately ran up to the stage. Tang Chen snickered, now he was the only one who could quietly appreciate Zai Zai. Awesome. But Po Sissy didn't even give him a glance. Upon reaching the stage, Thousand Waves, as usual, bowed to Lin Yi, but his attention was still on Po Sissy. After all, they had not had a proper conversation to this day. Decades had passed, no one could stand this. Thousand Waves, as the host, don't you need to properly demonstrate the process of attacking and obtaining treasure to Po Sissy? Otherwise, on what grounds would she have to stay? Thousand Waves looked at Lin Yi with a sudden moment of clarity, as if he had been enlightened. Yes, at the end of the day, as long as he could make Po Sissy willing to stay, that's what mattered. There would be plenty of time to interact in the future. Lin Yi was definitely the only way to attract Po Sissy to stay. What Thousand Waves didn't know was that just a word from Lin Yi could make Po Sissy stay here forever. Thousand Waves recollected his previous damage situation. After some consideration, he prepared to go for a bang right from the start to impress Po Sissy and Ultraman transformation. HMPH Zai Zai O Zai Zai, watch how your brother Thousand Waves transforms into Ultraman. You'll be so mesmerized. However, using the Stream Ray again would definitely result in lower damage than the previous attack's damage. After weighing his options for a moment, Thousand Waves decided not to care. Damn it, if the reward quality drops, it drops. It's no big deal to just get a red advanced reward. The visual effect of the Ultraman transformation was sure to be explosive. As long as it attracted Zai Zai to continue staying, any approach would be worthwhile. The above was the genuine inner thoughts of a top-level bootlicker, Thousand Waves. Senior, I'm going to start the first attack now. Po Sissy below the stage watched the scene attentively. Since Lin Yi had just mentioned attack for treasure, but she hadn't quite understood, she had to watch closely to avoid being blamed by Lin Yi. Thousand Waves curled his lips, like the Dragon King returning. Everyone step back, I'm about to show off. Zai Zai watched closely. He took out the metal-shaped transformer, lifted it high and shouted. Taro! At that moment, Thousand Waves was covered in blinding white light, as dazzling as the stars. What's happening to him?
Zai Zai, don't be scared, there's no mistake in standing behind me. I'll deal with the damage rebound.
Po Sissy, wasn't it you who insisted on running in front of me? A layer of expanding gold light quickly emerged from Lin Yi's body, with gold light radiating from Thousand Waves, and the forward battle armor swiftly covered his right half. He wielded a divine artifact and with a loud shout, slashed at the damage rebound. Po Sissy's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment, her dress fluttering due to the strong shockwaves, as a powerful wave of energy swept past her. What is this golden light?
Zai Zai, are you all right?
Thousand Waves asked earnestly. Po Sissy didn't respond. Instead, her gaze first settled on the angel holy sword in Thousand Waves' hand. This holy sword, something's off about it. It doesn't seem like an ephemeral weapon, but more like a real object. Seeing Po Sissy staring blankly at his divine artifact, Thousand Waves proudly straightened up.
Ah, this is my divine angelic holy sword. It's a divine artifact, you know. A divine artifact? Yes.
From where did it come?
It was acquired through my attack, a gift from Senior Lin Yi.
Thousand Waves said quite proudly, leaving Po Sissy utterly dumbfounded. As someone who was said to be the closest to a god, Po Sissy could naturally feel the divine aura emanating from the sword. No, still a bit incredulous. If she had to speak, anything related to Lin Yi would prompt her to say she believed, but in her heart, she would still hold on to her own thoughts. Thousand Waves was thrilled by Po Sissy's reaction and jauntily walked back to the stage. Lin Yi looked at the panel. HP loss, 576,894. Remaining HP, 899,916,273,684. Damage level, red high tier downgraded. Random reward, Eternal Weapon Roulette * 1. Host reward, Eternal Weapon Roulette * 3. The Eternal Weapon Roulette is a regular at the red high-tier rewards. He said to Thousand Waves,
Damage 576,894, lower than your historical highest damage. Reward quality downgraded to red high tier. Your reward is the Eternal Weapon Roulette.
Thousand Waves' expression changed. The big wheel, of course his reward would include the big wheel. That won't do. With his luck, he's sure to draw some trash weapon. Wouldn't that mean making a fool of himself in front of Zai Zai? The expectation Zai Zai had would definitely decrease because of this. If that were the case, everything he set up before would have been wasted in vain. Thinking quickly, Thousand Waves gestured to his granddaughter below the stage.
Prince Kinghe, it's your turn to shine.
Kayan Rengsu was taken aback, tugged at the corner of her mouth and said,
Okay, I'm coming.
Lin Yi tossed the red orb of light into the air, and Po Sissy was amazed to find that in the blink of an eye, it turned into a huge disc hovering midair. The others appeared indifferent, seemingly used to it already. Kayan Rengsu went up the stage while Thousand Waves made way for her. She approached the wheel, gripped the edge with her fingers and spun it hard. Clang, clang, clang. 1 minute later, the wheel stopped. Kayan Rengsu bowed to Lin Yi and Thousand Waves respectively, then stepped down from the stage. Well, she was just a tool person. At this moment, Thousand Waves stepped forward to check, and his pupils shrank in shock. He exclaimed ecstatically,
The Golden Trident, it's the Golden Trident, a divine artifact, an eternal divine artifact.
Thousand Waves was overwhelmed with excitement. He turned to Po Sissy, who looked completely dumbfounded, and said,
Zai Zai, I want to give you the Golden Trident as a meeting gift.
Po Sissy looked at him as if he was an idiot. Frowning slightly, she was somewhat angry.
Thousand Waves.
Chapter 288, Lin Yi, do you want to obtain the qualification to wield the trident? Big chapter.
Oh!
Thousand Waves was somewhat dumbfounded. What am I talking about?
Thousand Waves.
Po Sissy called out somewhat angrily. Thousand Waves was completely dumbfounded by this shout, and he looked at Po Sissy with a cautious and careful expression.
Why?
Po Sissy's pretty face darkened.
Making other jokes is fine, but don't make jokes about the sea god. There's only one golden trident in the world, and it's on Sea God's Island. How could you possibly own it? Do you think guarding the golden trident on Sea God's Island is a job anyone can enter and leave at will? Or are you saying I, Po Sissy, have been negligent?
Thousand Waves felt stupid. He was suddenly full of grievances. Zai Zai, how could you think of me like that? I never saw you that way at all. Thousand Waves immediately turned around, pointed at the big wheel and said,
It's not me who owns the golden trident. It's the prize from Senior Lin Yi's big wheel that resulted in getting the golden trident.
He stuttered as he spoke, then stood up straight on the stage and formally declared,
But now, I am willing to give this golden trident to you. Scram!
Po Sissy angrily snatched a scale from Sea Dragon Douluo's face and threw it at Thousand Waves' head.
Isn't this just saying I've been negligent? I've told you, there is only one golden trident, and it's on Sea God's Island.
Lin Yi watched this unfold with a slight smile. With the one he possessed, there were actually 3 golden tridents in the world now. Thousand Waves' head was hit with a large lump. Sea Dragon Douluo silently moved to a corner to cry, while Kayan Rengsu couldn't help but sigh.
Loyal dogs really get no good ending.
The odds of drawing a divine artifact really weren't high. It's something countless people envy, and yet grandfather is so love-struck.
Can you even do it?
Both of them wanted to show off in front of Po Sissy, but instead became clowns on stage. This was a real public embarrassment. Tang Chen, gritting his teeth, exerted his strength to lift. His feet even cracked the platform. Without the acknowledgement of the golden trident, its weight in the hands of an ordinary person was 108,000 caddies, more than triple that of the holy sword. In the original story, even Po Sissy had to struggle to lift it with the help of Ning Rongrong's support. Just as he had barely raised it a bit, Thousand Waves' hopeful smile emerged, and then the entire trident suddenly plummeted down again.
Ah, Tang Chen, you motherfucker, I'll curse your grandma.
Thousand Waves' forearms were almost crushed.
No way, I'll try again. I don't believe this.
Tang Chen wiped the sweat from his forehead and grabbed the trident again.
You try your mom, get the hell off me. Better to rely on myself than others.
Chapter 288, Part 2. Lin Yi, do you want to obtain the qualification to wield the trident? Big chapter. Tang Chen looked at the rising trident with surprise and delight. He had succeeded. Wait,
This reward, you can't lift it. Seems like you indeed don't have the qualifications.
said Lin Yi indifferently. He casually tossed it, and the golden trident seemed weightless in his hand. After spinning in the air, it fell and stuck into the platform forcefully. Boom! It was like the sound of a hillock falling. Lin Yi looked down with a calm expression.
Bai Jai, heal Thousand Waves' arm.
Oh,
Goose immediately ran over obediently.
you bring your hand over.
She stood below the platform, poking Thousand Waves' back with her finger.
My hand's ruined, can't bring it over.
Thousand Waves said numbly, not even turning his head as his arms were actually embedded in the platform.
But if you don't bring it over, how am I supposed to heal you?
Baijai asked earnestly.
Emerald Swan, is there a chance you could just walk a few more steps up here, and that might help to heal me?
Goose. That made sense. Meanwhile, below the platform, Posisi stood still. She was shocked. She glanced at Lin Yi, then at the trident stuck in the platform, her beautiful eyes filled with astonishment. Lin Yi was lifting the sea god's trident so easily. This was something that required the certification of the sea god's trident to do, something even she, Posisi, had not achieved. High ocean affinity alone was not enough.
All right, try moving your arm now.
Bai Jai said cheerfully from the platform to Thousand Waves. Thousand Waves nodded, moving his arm, and indeed it was as flexible and nimble as before.
Emerald Swan's healing skills are amazing. It healed so fast.
He exclaimed.
Humph, even if you compliment Goose won't voluntarily help humans in the future. Unless the Golden Dragon Lord requests.
She said with a touch of pride before turning and running down. Thousand Waves. He didn't seem to have offended this senior, had he? After healing, Thousand Waves immediately went to the Golden Trident, probably shadowed by previous events, deliberately keeping some distance. He proudly asked Posisi.
Zai, this trident, it's real, right?
It's real.
Posisi sincerely admitted. Though it seemed she was apologizing to Thousand Waves, Posisi's gaze stayed on Lin Yi. She was apologizing to Lin Yi. She was likely the only one at the scene who suspected Lin Yi's true identity, although not entirely certain or understanding, but she dared not say more. In any case, Lin Yi was definitely related to the sea god. In any case, Posisi told herself she must not leave a bad impression on Lin Yi.
No need to apologize. What's there to apologize for with our relationship? Then it's settled. This golden trident is officially yours.
Thousand Waves said nonchalantly. Posisi didn't look at him, her questioning gaze turned towards Lin Yi as she sought his direction.
Why look at me? If he's willing to give it to you, you should accept it.
Lin Yi said. But Posisi hung her head.
But I am not worthy.
Do you want to be worthy?
This question from Lin Yi made Posisi's eyes widen instantly. Her heartbeat quickened. She didn't know what to say, she only knew she was excited, incredibly excited. Under everyone's astonished gazes, Posisi kneeled down to Lin Yi on both knees. She even bowed her head devoutly, speechless, letting her heaving chest and surging emotions express everything. Ah geez, don't kneel so quickly, I'm just asking. I have no idea if the system can grant you the credentials to wield the trident.
System, the rewards you give out don't come with credentials for ownership. What the hell are you giving then?
Thank you for your reasonable suggestion, compensating for the reward.
Posisi, lift your head and accept the credentials recognized by the golden trident.
Lin Yi's voice, like a divine decree, rang out in front of Posisi. At the same time, Sea Dragon Douluo and Little White exchanged glances, both kneeling down in Lin Yi's direction. To actually be able to grant such credentials, one doesn't need a brain to realize Lin Yi's status and identity.
Posisi.
She lifted her head, her lovely face filled with longing and excitement. This moment was perhaps the pinnacle of her life. She just hadn't expected it to happen in such a situation. Lin Yi flicked the blinding golden light towards Posisi.
Ding!
After merging with the light, Posisi's figure seemed to be scanned by a layer of golden light, her beautiful eyes trembling as she felt the change in her body. Suddenly, she felt a new connection to the golden trident. There was nothing like this before. Previously, she knew the golden trident, but the golden trident didn't know her, but now.
I really.
Posisi murmured, tears streaming down her face. Thousand Waves scratched his head, embarrassed.
What are you thanking for? We're friends, good friends.
Posisi once again knelt down, laying the trident across her legs, her face showing devotion. Seeing this, Thousand Waves suddenly panicked.
Zai, what are you doing? Don't kneel to me, you this.
Posisi frowned, almost having her mood spoiled, and impatiently waved Thousand Waves away. What, wasn't she kneeling to me, and weren't those words of gratitude addressed to me? Thousand Waves was confused. Chapter 289, Sweetness Level Bound to Combat Effectiveness Bonus Percentage. At this moment, the whole field was basked in brilliant sunshine, except for the one spot where Thousand Waves stood, which was shrouded in dark clouds and savage storms. It was as if he had been painted with a layer of black lines.
Zai, why do you only thank Senior Lin Yi and not me?
The final decision to issue that reward came from me. Just as Thousand Waves was inwardly voicing his strong dissatisfaction, a sudden thought struck him. That's not right. Zai might not have said it out loud, but she must be very grateful to him, Thousand Waves in her heart. But out of consideration for Senior Lin Yi's presence, Zai couldn't voice all her thanks to him. That would be disrespectful to Senior Lin Yi's face. Man, Zai is so considerate and meticulous. Thousand Waves finally understood why Posisi didn't voice her gratitude towards him, which instantly enlightened him, even making him feel that his relationship with Posisi had just grown closer. Because everything Zai did must have been for his sake, so he wouldn't overshadow the master and steal Lin Yi's thunder. Suddenly feeling elated, Thousand Waves shifted aside a little, yielding the spotlight back to Posisi and Lin Yi.
Stand up. You should be thanking Thousand Waves, not me.
Lin Yi said. Posisi shook her head, eyes brimming with tears.
I've seen it all clear now. All this kindness you've shown to Posisi, how could I pretend to ignore it?
Thousand Waves was taken aback. As an onlooker, he was almost moved to tears. Zai was really playing the full part, still acting as if she truly appreciated Senior Lin Yi. Lin Yi was somewhat at a loss for words.
It's just a divine artifact. Just.
Posisi's beautiful eyes widened in shock. Are you saying that I'm not crying loudly enough? What kind of magnanimous person would say such a thing? The world has just seen another golden trident appear, something utterly unexpected, and you simply say, just. Wait, Posisi suddenly blinked in bewildered confusion. Because, on the stage, Lin Yi had somehow produced another golden trident and was looking at her with a strange expression.
As long as you're loyal, there will be endless possibilities with me.
After that, the golden trident was stored in space, and Lin Yi returned to his cushion to sit down again. He raised his hand towards Thousand Waves, signaling.
Continue the second attack. Yes, okay.
Having just gone through a self-consoling session of unrequited affection, Thousand Waves was in a pretty good mood. A flash of light shone from his right side, as his right gauntlet, right arm armor and right shoulder armor reappeared. Thousand Waves' forward battle armor instantly caught Posisi's attention, and just like a peacock courting its mate, he intentionally displayed his right side in the direction of Posisi. Kayan Renksu was almost at a loss for words, she simply couldn't bear to look. It's worth mentioning that in terms of attack patterns, ignoring all else, Thousand Waves had reached the limit with the coordination of his soul skills. Martial Soul True Body plus Third Soul Skill plus Divine Artifact plus Forward Battle Armor. This was the highest damage Thousand Waves could deal with the involvement of a soul skill. Because the subsequent soul skills couldn't utilize the divine angelic holy sword in his hand, they couldn't benefit from the artifact's damage.
Martial Soul True Body. Third soul skill, Light Blade Slash.
This
Zai, pay close attention. Do not slacken after the attack.
At that moment, in Po Sissy's eyes, a golden storm was furiously expanding around Lin Yi, roaring like a wild beast. When it swelled to a certain extent, it swept toward Thousand Waves with an unstoppable force. Po Sissy instinctively stepped back. Although she had seen it just once before, this thing seemed stronger with each repetition. Thousand Waves performed a showy jump in place, spinning his body in midair, while the divine angelic holy sword drew a golden arc cutting through the damage rebound. Since neither his real body nor his battle armor were dispelled, the counterattack damage was more than sufficient. Lin Yi looked at the panel. Blood loss, 611,368. Remaining health, 899,915,666,837. Damage level, Gold Junior. Random reward, Sweetness and Combat Effectiveness Bonus Binding Percentage, bonus cap of 100%. Host reward, Sweetness and Combat Effectiveness Bonus Binding Percentage, bonus cap of 200%. A sense of foreboding crept into Lin Yi's mind, as if the system was about to stir up something again. He checked the reward's description. Damn! This is a reward designed specifically for those smitten by love. But it appears to be premised on
Damage 611,368. First off, congratulations, this is the first time a human has surpassed 600,000 damage. The level remains Golden Junior.
Upon hearing this, Thousand Waves couldn't contain his joy. Senior Lin Yi was really great, helping him show off in front of Po Sissy again. Your reward is Sweetness and Combat Effectiveness Bonus Binding Percentage. P.S. Recently, many Douluo fanfiction authors have started new books, so today I'm recommending another friend's new book. Douluo, The Strongest Soul Technology, Shocking by Bidong. Chapter 290, by Jai. Even the Crown Prince likes Lin Yi. Lin Yi really has charm, big chapter. The reward might sound confusing at first. What kind of binding relationship could there be between sweetness and combat effectiveness? Thousand Waves stood there quietly, waiting for Lin Yi to explain.
This is a reward that's very friendly to those in a state of love. The first step to obtain this reward is to bind with the person you like.
Lin Yi said. Hearing Lin Yi's words, Thousand Waves instinctively glanced at Po Sissy, but Po Sissy did not look back at him. Lin Yi continued.
After that, the sweetness generated between the two of you will be displayed as a progress bar. Whatever percentage the progress bar shows, that's the percentage increase in your attack power, up to a maximum of 100%.
After finishing his explanation, Lin Yi flicked the golden light sphere toward Thousand Waves. As he was about to remind him of the most important aspect, Thousand Waves suddenly shouted.
I bind with Zai.
Lin Yi was startled. So was Po Sissy. A golden glow quickly unfolded around Thousand Waves, solidifying into a long beam of light connecting him and Po Sissy.
What are you doing?
Po Sissy asked as she looked down at the light beam encircling her, then back at him with confusion. Thousand Waves scratched his head in embarrassment without answering. What else could he do? Of course, he liked her and bound with her. Senior Lin Yi had explained it already, hadn't he? Sweetness could only be generated with the person you like. Smugly, Thousand Waves thought to himself. Lin Yi frowned slightly.
I hadn't finished speaking yet. Why did you bind already?
Thousand Waves was taken aback.
What's wrong? The person you bind with should be someone you like, that's correct. But sweetness will not be generated from one-sided affection. The feeling has to be mutual. The other person must also like you. So, for those in a loving relationship, this is almost like a divine skill, easily doubling the damage.
Thousand Waves swallowed hard and forced a smile on his face as he turned to Po Sissy.
Haha, Zai must like me.
Po Sissy didn't say anything, just sneered twice in his direction. She seemed rather disgusted as she slapped at the golden light beam wrapped around her, her actions seeming to explain everything. Lin Yi barely held back a laugh. Zai Zai was always cold on the outside but warm on the inside, especially towards me. She must be acting this way because she's shy in front of so many people.
Senior, can I see the progress of this sweetness bar?
Lin Yi shook his head.
No, you can't. If couples could see their sweetness progress bar in real time, their interactions wouldn't appear as natural.
Lin Yi actually wanted to put quotation marks around the word.
Couples!
As he saw Po Sissy frown visibly when she heard it. And this 1,000 waves, why does it feel like his IQ drops whenever Po Sissy is around? He can't even pay attention to the most basic social cues. Can't he see that Po Sissy doesn't like him? Is this what they call love brain? It seems that a person with a love brain ends up with negative intelligence when in love. 1,000 waves is especially severe in this regard, his unrequited love also diminishing his IQ.
Zai Zai, after I assist in attacking with the Crown Prince, I'll take you to Seoul City for a walk. Don't rush, okay?
Rush my foot.
Hurry up and cancel this thing.
Does it dazzle your eyes? I'll hide it right away.
After the light disappeared, 1,000 waves smiled gleefully at Po Sissy from the stage, baring his white teeth. Po Sissy. Kyan Rengsu approached the stage with a gloomy face and whispered beside 1,000 waves.
Grandpa, you're trying too hard.
Ah ha ha, you think it's sweet. Then it's settled, it's all good.
Kyan Rengsu stared with wide eyes. Grandpa, you big dummy, I'm not dealing with you anymore.
Later, you continue using those 4 soul skills from last time, and I'll use Angel's Eye and Martial Soul True Body.
He said. Kyan Rengsu was stunned.
But didn't we use those last time?
Yes, but this time it's different. Now I'm a person with a power boost.
1,000 waves said with a smile. Kyan Rengsu turned up her eyes in frustration, clenching her fists and taking deep breaths again and again. Grandpa with his love brain simply couldn't be reasoned with right now. If he and Po Sissy actually had any sweetness between them, that would be a miracle. His combat effectiveness was sure to drop. Yet,
The 9 treasures are renowned. 1 is strength, 2 is speed, 3 is soul, 5 is attack.
Po Sissy suddenly widened her eyes below the stage.
The royal martial soul of Tiandu isn't the swan. The 9 treasures glazed pagoda.
Po Sissy asked as she looked down at the light beam encircling her, then back at him with confusion. 1,000 waves scratched his head in embarrassment without answering. What else could he do? Of course, he liked her and bound with her. Senior Lin Yi had explained it already, hadn't he? Sweetness could only be generated with the person you like. Smugly, 1,000 waves thought to himself. Lin Yi frowned slightly. I hadn't finished speaking yet. Why did you bind already? 1,000 waves was taken aback. What's wrong? The person you bind with should be someone you like, that's correct. But sweetness will not be generated from one-sided affection. The feeling has to be mutual. The other person must also like you. So, for those in a loving relationship, this is almost like a divine skill, easily doubling the damage. 1,000 waves swallowed hard and forced a smile on his face as he turned to Po Sissy. Haha, Zai Zai must like me.
Martial Soul True Body.
Chapter 290 Part 2, by Jai. Even the Crown Prince likes Lin Yi. Lin Yi really has charm. Big chapter.
4th soul skill, Angel's Eye.
As Kyan Dailiu commanded, the seraph raised both arms and simultaneously lifted its massive head, opening a golden eye above it. The gold light in the pupil gradually became more intense. At that moment, Kyan Rengsu seized the opportunity and murmured softly.
9 treasures are renowned, 6 belong.
The last enhancing ring secretly encircled Kyan Dailiu. Last time, the attack mode had only 4 enhancing soul skills. This time, Kyan Rengsu secretly added 1 more. The reason was simple. She didn't want to disappoint Grandpa, nor did she want her reward to be downgraded. The golden pupil above the angel's phantom shone intensely, and a golden long sword burst forth from it, reaching nearly 10 meters in length, directly amplified by the martial soul True Body.
Whoosh! Boom!
As the sword's tip touched Lin Yi, it caused massive shock waves. At the same moment, the long sword instantly shattered, and its fragments floated in midair, quickly turning into specks of starlight and vanishing. Qian Dailiu's attack power was shocking, and Lin Yi's defensive power was even more staggering. This was the feeling of the closest to God human seated below Sissi. After the attack, Qian Dailiu continued to control his martial soul true body, and an even larger phantom of the angel holy sword appeared in the seraph's hands. This sword exceeded 50 meters in length. The seraph held the sword with both hands, and with a forceful chop, it cleaved the damage rebound in two. Boom. The scene was magnificent. It was as if a gold mountain had been split by the sword. Qian Dailiu immediately withdrew his martial soul true body, eager to hear the result of the damage. If the damage was increased, it would mean that there was a
Sweetness.
between him and Sissi. Qian Rengsu also immediately withdrew the enhancement, fearing that Grandpa would discover she had secretly added one more. At this moment, Lin Yi looked at the panel. Blood loss, 594,368. Remaining health, 899,915,076,354. Damage level, Gold Novice. Random reward, deep interaction times and full attributes bonus binding, 1% increase per interaction, permanent, cap at 100%. Host reward, deep interaction times and full attributes bonus binding, 5% increase per interaction, permanent, cap at 200%. Lin Yi was astonished. His forehead was lined with a row of exclamation marks. It took Lin Yi a good while to remember to look at the system's notes, but then he paused. Perhaps there was no need to check. The literal meaning seemed pretty clear. Never mind, better check to be thorough. System, you really know how to play. This kind of reward is really awkward for me. Sure enough, the notes on the reward were exactly what Lin Yi had in mind, but what he didn't anticipate was that the system had specifically added a note. The reward for the attacker also applies to you, the host. Well done, so finally a non-damage reward works for me, huh? System, you are really good to me. MMP. Lin Yi hesitated for a moment but still chose to speak out. As long as he kept it serious, that was fine. He was just an instrument for reading the reward name and, Qian Rengsu, I'm warning you, don't look at me with weird eyes later. Damage 594,368, Golden Jr.
Yay!
Qian Dailiu suddenly shouted excitedly. Lin Yi looked at him blankly. The serious expression he had been mustering was completely ruined by this outburst. Between him and Sissi, Qian Rengsu also immediately withdrew the enhancement, fearing that Grandpa would discover she had secretly added one more. At this moment, Lin Yi looked at the panel. Blood loss, 594,368. Remaining health, 899,915,076,354. Damage level, Gold Novice. Random reward, deep interaction times and full attributes bonus binding, 1% increase per interaction, permanent, cap at 100%. Host reward, deep interaction times and full attributes bonus binding, 5% increase per interaction, permanent, cap at 200%. Lin Yi was astonished. His forehead was lined with a row of exclamation marks. It took Lin Yi a good while to remember to look at the system's notes, but then he paused. Perhaps there was no need to check. The literal meaning seemed pretty clear. Never mind, better check to be thorough. System, you really know how to play. This kind of reward is really awkward for me. Sure enough, the notes on the reward were exactly what Lin Yi had in mind, but what he didn't anticipate was that the system had specifically added a note. The reward for the attacker also applies to you, the host. Well done, so finally a non-damage reward works for me, huh? System, you are really good to me. MMP. Lin Yi hesitated for a moment but still chose to speak out. As long as he kept it serious, that was fine. He was just an instrument for reading the reward name and, Qian Rengsu, I'm warning you, don't look at me with weird eyes later. Damage 594,368, Golden Jr.
Zai, you actually.
He left the rest of the sentence unspoken. Could it be that Zai has always liked Qian Dailiu? Tang Chen's mood plummeted in an instant. He sat on the ground, silently staring in Posisi's direction, baffled and utterly confused. Posisi had no clue what these two fools were on about. She still didn't understand what the damage represented, so she also didn't realize what an increase in damage meant. But seeing Grandpa smiling sincerely made Kayan Rengsu happy too. She smiled and asked Lin Yi.
Senior Lin Yi, what's the reward this time? Intimate communication and bonding, with full attribute enhancement.
Kayan Rengsu's smile vanished. Thousand Waves' smile vanished. Bai Bidong's smile vanished. Emperor Zhuo immediately revealed a sinister smile. Damn, this way of getting stronger is way too easy. Two hard-pressed words squeezed out of Kayan Rengsu's mouth.
Inti.
Lin Yi nodded earnestly, his expression as serious as could be.
Do it once and your various attributes will permanently increase by 1%. But the maximum increase can only reach 100%, which means when you do it for the 101st time, it will no longer produce any enhancement.
Lin Yi continued to add.
Of course, this only stipulates the number of times, not the object, so it's perfectly fine to do it with the same person over and over. This should be extremely convenient for those who are already married.
Kayan Rengsu's face at this moment turned red, then white, then green. She was completely flustered. At this time, Emperor Zhuo walked onto the stage, smiling very happily.
This is easy. Father Emperor will start preparing your marriage right away. As the mighty crown prince and with a handsome appearance, well-educated and well-mannered, which girl would not like you?
Thousand Waves looked a bit ill at ease. Bai Bidong even had the impulse to step onto the stage, but Kayan Rengsu stopped her with a look.
Father.
Kayan Rengsu said with an awkward smile. Emperor Zhuo paused, then showed an
I understand.
expression. He leaned close to Kayan Rengsu and asked in a low voice.
Then do you have someone you fancy? Let father step in for you. I believe the other party will definitely agree, and even if not, as long as the temptation I offer is big enough, she will let go of her reservations. Don't worry, father has experience in this.
Kayan Rengsu wanted to punch Emperor Zhuo in the face.
So, do you have someone in mind?
Facing Emperor Zhuo's question, Kayan Rengsu suddenly stuttered, glancing unintentionally in Lin Yi's direction, feeling distressed.
Father Emperor, there's no rush on this matter.
How is there no rush? You're not getting any younger, and besides, this is a very simple matter, not a hard one. If it were difficult, father would definitely not push you like this. A man should not be shy.
Kayan Rengsu closed her eyes, unable to bear it any longer, and asked Lin Yi through gritted teeth.
Is this reward useful for Senior Lin Yi?
In that moment, the atmosphere in the entire venue froze. Emperor Zhuo's eyes bulged in astonishment. What did he hear? Could it be that his crown prince?
Crown Prince, please restrain yourself. Do you know what you are talking about?
The crowd below instantly erupted in lively discussions, creating an uproar in the venue. The several ferocious beasts of the Aquapea forest crouched down to collectively watch the drama unfold. Baijai puffed her cheeks.
The Golden Dragon Lord is so charming. Even men seem to fancy him.
Dai Tian turned to look at her and flicked her forehead.
You silly goose, do you even know what mating means? Geese, no.
Baijai frowned and loudly retorted Dai Tian in dissatisfaction.
HMPH.
Gu Yuina remained silent, but hummed with an unclear emotion. Kayan Rengsu's eyes reddened slightly as she confronted the stern-faced Bai Bidong on stage. Mother and daughter both could guess each other's thoughts. Just then, a voice came from behind Bai Bidong.
This reward is useful for me.
Chapter 291, Do you feel uncomfortable when using rewards? There's an Easter egg at the end. Lin Yi sat there solemnly, giving every surrounding gaze a very bland response. It was as if that previous statement hadn't come from his own mouth.
Senior.
Bai Bidong turned around, her eyes complex as she stared at Lin Yi. There was no other reason. Lin Yi was the man she admired, and Kayan Rengsu was her own daughter. Bai Bidong neither wished nor allowed anything to happen between them.
What is it?
Lin Yi looked up indifferently. Bai Bidong was about to speak, but then she closed her mouth, feeling she had no right to question Lin Yi. Senior Lin Yi was simply stating a fact. It wasn't that he had any thoughts about Kaiyan Rengsu. Bai Bidong felt that what she should do at the moment was to remind Kaiyan Rengsu instead. She bowed respectfully to Lin Yi, then passed by Kaiyan Rengsu with a cold face, whispering lowly.
If you dare have any ideas about Lin Yi, don't blame me for being ruthless when I teach you a lesson. HMPH.
Kaiyan Rengsu rolled her eyes in disdain, not showing Bai Bidong any good expression. Threatening me. You think I didn't receive an awesome reward from Senior Lin Yi? If I drive a tank and fire a shot, I'll blast your pontiff hull to smithereens. However, upon hearing Lin Yi's response, Kaiyan Rengsu felt oddly joyous for some reason. If she could use this reward together with Senior Lin Yi, hee.
My child.
Emperor Zhuge suddenly cried out sorrowfully, startling Kaiyan Rengsu. He walked over, grabbing Kaiyan Rengsu's arm with a wistful expression. Seeing the young-faced Emperor Zhuge calling her
Son.
Kaiyan Rengsu wore a weird expression. Ever since Emperor Zhuge became younger, Kaiyan Rengsu felt he was more like a peer.
The way you are now is due to your father's negligence. I didn't show enough care for you before, I apologize.
Kaiyan Rengsu looked at Emperor Zhuge's face streaked with tears, trying to withdraw her arm disdainfully, but he held on tight.
What's wrong with me? Father, what are you doing? I beg of you, can you?
Kaiyan Rengsu's face stiffened immediately.
No, I'm not saying Senior Lin Yi is bad. Senior Lin Yi is a very good person. I really like Senior Lin Yi.
Father, please go down now. I'm busy attacking. We'll talk about the reward later. It's not urgent. That won't do. You have to promise your father first.
Order!
Kaiyan Rengsu kicked Emperor Zhuge squarely in the rear, sending him off the stage. Since Emperor Zhuge had become younger, Kaiyan Rengsu found that her respect for him had diminished quite a bit, and the youthful Emperor Zhuge didn't seem to mind, probably because his mentality had rejuvenated as well. At this moment, Lin Yi flicked the gold rank award to Kaiyan Rengsu, who, after merging with it, was just about to feel the existence of the reward in her body, but noticed that Thousand Waves was looking at her with a strange gaze.
What?
Thousand Waves looked at his granddaughter with concern.
Of course not. I'm just merging with the reward, not using it.
Kaiyan Rengsu said, feeling a mix of embarrassment and annoyance. Thousand Waves suddenly felt puzzled.
Are you saying the reward makes you feel uncomfortable when used? This is serious. If there's any problem, you must tell Grandpa, understand? No, I didn't say anything, just stop asking Grandpa. It's so annoying.
Kaiyan Rengsu's cheeks turned as red as apples, and she immediately pushed Thousand Waves away, whispering.
Hurry up and start the second attack. Senior Lin Yi is getting impatient.
After integrating the reward, her mind indeed was flooded with knowledge not found in any books. It was a series of images, with men and women appearing together in the scenes.
Hurry up and start. Grandpa, stop daydreaming.
All right.
Kaiyan Rengsu had reached her limit, grinding her teeth. Fortunately, every time the grandfather and granddaughter appeared on stage, Thousand Waves would intentionally use his soul power to seal off the sound of their communication. Otherwise, Kaiyan Rengsu's outburst just now would have definitely exposed their relationship.
This time I'm in charge. Use your forward battle armor combined with the first soul skill, along with the divine artifact, and I'll appropriately reduce the amplification of soul skills. Got it?
Thousand Waves still wanted to blow a kiss to increase the sweetness. But after getting a glare from his granddaughter, he chickened out. All right, the granddaughter makes the rules this time. Blowing kisses on the spot was indeed a bit arrogant, and it would make Tang Chen lose face. Thinking this, Thousand Waves glanced down at the audience. Sure enough, Tang Chen was still self-isolating, with several thick black lines, self-isolation lines, hanging from his back, and it seemed as if "Leave me alone, let me be quiet" was written above his head.
Forward battle armor.
The right half of his body flickered with light, and the forward battle armor immediately emerged from beneath the skin. Posisi instantly narrowed her eyes. The only thing she was interested in regarding Thousand Waves was the shiny golden thing on him. The feeling of a strong boost.
Of the 9 treasures come, first is strength, third is soul.
The glazed tower, radiating 9 colored lights, floated in midair, and 2 rings of light drifted towards Thousand Waves. Thousand Waves gripped the divine artifact in his hand again, the combination of holiness and sharpness. The rotating blade emitted a humming sound.
First soul skill, Sword of Judgment.
Chapter 292, a black primary level reward actually has a 100% damage bonus. Large chapter.
Such a sharp aura.
Posisi muttered from below the stage. She silently took a few steps back. Even someone of her level felt a tingling sensation on her skin, which suggested the attack's power was formidable. The divine power of Thousand Waves had completely merged with the air, including the sharp edge contained in the angel's holy sword artifact. If Kayan Renksu hadn't been protected by the thorn armor, she would have definitely been injured, as Thousand Waves, who was fully committed to the attack, couldn't give her his full attention. The
Sword of Judgment.
fell straight towards Lin Yi's head, bearing the
Judgment.
within the skill name, as if the intense holy aura also contained an authoritative force. Boom! Every time the blade landed on Lin Yi's body, it didn't make a cutting sound but produced the loud noise of a hard collision. This was something that Thousand Waves and Chen Xin had deep experience with. They had long since forgotten what a normal strike sound effect from a sword weapon sounded like. Facing the damage rebound, Thousand Waves exhaled, turned the artifact in his hand towards the front, and pointed the tip of the sword forward. The forward battle armor on his right shoulder also shone, as the divine metal autonomously recombined, making a clacking noise. The next moment, the golden storm around Lin Yi expanded to its largest size, and 2 rings of amplification from the 9 treasures glazed pagoda fell upon Thousand Waves.
Bang!
Thousand Waves shattered the platform he was standing on, his body left a golden afterimage, and the next moment he appeared behind the damage rebound. He stylishly stowed his artifact, while above where the damage rebound was, a huge sword mark quickly cracked open, then completely shattered and dispersed in midair.
What a pose.
Kayan Renksu pursed her lips in the back and couldn't help but mutter. As expected after launching his attack, Thousand Waves grinned, showing his white teeth at Posisi, who rolled her eyes, a gesture that Thousand Waves nonetheless found charming. Zai actually responded to him, doesn't she feel embarrassed? Thousand Waves estimated that the sweetness between the two of them was now at least at 70%. It's just a shame the attack associated with him was over, and it wouldn't be right to waste Senior Lin Yi's time, otherwise, he'd definitely give it a try. Lin Yi looked at his stats panel. Blood loss, 603,687. Remaining HP, 899,914,476,803. Damage level, Gold Novice. Random reward, complement effects from superiors converting to critique effects, accumulative. Host reward, complement effects from inferiors converting to critique effects, accumulative. Oh, it's a reward I've never seen before. Lin Yi went to check the system's comment, which seems to be similar to what the literal explanation suggested. He picked up the golden light sphere and told Kayan Renksu.
Damage 603,687, Gold Novice level. The full reward name is Complement Effects from Superiors Converting to Critique Effects, which can be accumulated. The full name is really long, so.
Lin Yi said, then suddenly glanced over towards the ferocious beast group, correcting himself.
We're talking about those kinds of characters, not necessarily people. Those ferocious beasts are also included.
Baijai swung her arm, muttering.
Lord, Golden Dragon Lord says we are not people.
Daitian raised an eyebrow.
So what if we're not people?
We're not human to begin with.
Gu Yuina stated matter-of-factly. Lin Yi continued.
As long as you can earn the praise of such characters, you'll receive varying degrees of critique effects bonus. The degree of critique effects you get each time depends on the level of praise you receive.
The critique effects can be accumulated before you launch an attack, but once you attack, all accumulated critique effects will be used up in that attack. The accumulation cap for critique effects is 100%. Once you reach that, even if you continue to receive compliments, you won't receive any additional critique effects.
Lin Yi's explanation was detailed enough that Kyan Rengsu completely understood.
If it's someone whose overall strength is weaker than mine, their praise would not boost anything, right?
She immediately asked. Lin Yi nodded.
Precisely.
Since he was the host, the reward he got was that only the praise from inferiors could accumulate critique effects. And currently, everyone with overall strength below Lin Yi's level was a lesser being in his presence, which meant Lin Yi would receive a critique effects bonus from any praise he received on the scene. The host reward didn't specify if it was a post-critique reward, but in this manner, its scope already significantly surpassed the one Kyan Rengsu received.
Great priest, you've got some dust on you. Let Qingyi help you dust it off.
Lin Yi was suddenly attracted by the scene on the platform. Kyan Rengsu was seen bending over and walking around thousand waves, diligently helping grandfather dust off his body. After finishing, Thousand Waves looked at his granddaughter with a smile and said,
Crown Prince, you're too kind. You're really amazing.
"You two are really putting on quite the act."
Senior, why does it show that I only got a critique effect bonus of 2%? Is it supposed to be this low?
For that question, you might want to ask Thousand Waves if he was truly impressed just now.
Chapter 292 Part 2. A black primary level reward actually has a 100% damage bonus. Large chapter.
Of course, I was sincerely expressing admiration.
After more than 20 years, it was indeed a rare occurrence for Kyan Rengsu to be so filial towards her grandfather. Lin Yi helplessly said,
Sincerity may be sincere, but in such circumstances, your purposefulness is too strong and the level of acting is high, which leads to a lower degree of admiration.
After hearing Lin Yi's explanation, the grandfather and granddaughter exchanged awkward glances. Anyway, no matter what, the critical hit effect had already accumulated to 2%, so it wasn't useless. Kyan Rengsu followed her grandfather off the stage, while as soon as Thousand Waves stepped down, he ran over to Po Sissy's side, which immediately drew a wary gaze from the sea dragon Douluo. As the representative accompanying the 7 sacred pillars, he naturally had the duty to protect the high priest.
Don't look at me with that kind of gaze. I'm an old acquaintance of your high priest, right, Zai Zai?
Po Sissy didn't respond to him but asked curiously,
Will the effects of such verbal promises actually be reflected in the next attack?
This isn't just a verbal promise, Zai Zai. Didn't you see that after each attack, Senior Lin Yi would shoot a light sphere at the attacker, and upon fusion with the light sphere, they truly received the reward?
Po Sissy remembered this scene.
So that's how it is.
Now, she was actually quite eager to give it a try. But it felt.
It's Tang Chen's turn now.
Thousand Waves' voice came from beside her, interrupting Po Sissy's thoughts.
What's up with him?
Po Sissy looked curiously at Tang Chen's sullen expression and asked,
Hungry, I guess. This guy doesn't like breakfast. What?
Po Sissy was dumbfounded. Thousand Waves was struggling to hold back his laughter. He certainly knew what was wrong with Tang Chen. Tang Chen had lost any thoughts of looking towards Po Sissy's side. When he learned that the result of Thousand Waves' attack with the sweetness boost was increased damage, his body was still alive, but his heart died on the spot. Oh well, just wish them happiness then, and as for myself, I'll just wait to die alone in loneliness. But in fact, neither he nor Thousand Waves could imagine that the goddess they were both yearning for had already been completely controlled by Lin Yi's hands. This just confirmed that saying, the aloof goddess in your eyes will accept any excessive demand from another man. Just because that man is handsome, has status, is powerful, and is wealthy. Tang Chen's steps drifted as he walked towards the stage, bending in a bow towards Lin Yi with a sickly demeanor.
Greetings, Senior Lin Yi.
Lin Yi, observing Tang Chen's demeanor, couldn't help but sigh in his heart. This guy wasn't as thick-skinned as Thousand Waves. So no matter what age, as long as you're thick-skinned enough, you can gain an advantage in pursuing a girl.
Begin.
Just as Tang Chen summoned his martial soul and was ready to attack, Lin Yi suddenly realized that this guy seemed to be planning not to care about the damage.
First soul skill, Slaughter Hammer.
The Hao Tian hammer in Tang Chen's hand suddenly grew a bit larger, glowing with a blood-red light. The yellow soul ring floated above as the Hao Tian hammer in Tang Chen's hand began to emanate a cold chill, the manifestation of killing intent. But at this moment, everyone was only concerned about one issue. That was the fact that Tang Chen seemed to have only used his first soul skill without applying any boosts. Wouldn't that mean a downgrade in reward quality? Thousand Waves frowned from below the stage.
This guy, can he handle a setback?
What in the world is wrong with him?
Po Sissy asked.
He thought you liked me, which is a fact. And then when this guy heard the truth, he couldn't accept it and stopped caring about the damage from his attacks. This time he attacks, the reward quality is definitely going to drop by 6 or 7 levels.
Po Sissy pretty much understood what was going on. She frowned, turned around, and kicked Thousand Waves to the ground.
After all these years, you two haven't grown up at all. One is even more hopeless than the other.
How is this my fault?
Sitting on the ground, Thousand Waves looked up at his crush with a wronged expression. Po Sissy couldn't be bothered to reply. How old were they, still caring about these romantic feelings like they were young? Po Sissy had long stopped caring about such things. What she cared about was where the end of her life would be, how far she could go, and whether she could eventually reach the level of gods. Perhaps staying calm all these years had changed her mindset. But what Po Sissy didn't know was that she would soon be overwhelmed by a man's presence and gradually lose her principles and bottom line. After all, that man was someone who would bury his head into any task at hand.
How?
Tang Chen swung the blood-red Hao Tian hammer in his hand, charging towards Lin Yi. The hammer hit Lin Yi, sending out a wave of blood-red ripples. A faint golden glow gathered around Lin Yi, and the lowest level of damage rebound, like a just-filled and then deflated golden balloon, struck Tang Chen and quickly dissipated. This
Damage 113,687, lower than your personal highest damage record, so the reward quality is downgraded to Black Junior, and your reward is a negative energy damage increase.
Having said that, Lin Yi flicked the black orb of light towards Tang Chen. He explained further.
Just as it sounds, the percentage of negative energy in your body corresponds to the damage increase you get. Worth mentioning, regular minor annoyances in life do not count as negative energy.
Tang Hao, having merged with the reward, was shocked to see the percentage of negative energy within him. P.S. Recommending a friend's book. Douluo, starting with a breakup from Tang Hao. Chapter 293, Coin of Fortune and Misfortune, predicting the outcome of events as good or bad major chapter. Did he just accidentally improve the quality of this black primary level reward? 79%. Tang Chen looked at the display of negative energy values within himself. Even he was surprised that his current negative energy value could reach this level, which meant that his current damage bonus had also reached a terrifying 79%. Wasn't this better than Thousand Waves sweetness bonus? Tang Chen didn't believe that the sweetness level between Thousand Waves and Po Sissy exceeded 20%. It could be discerned from the damage values.
By the look on your face, the percentage is quite high, isn't it?
Lin Yi curiously asked Tang Chen, having guessed as much just now. The latter nodded.
Indeed, 79%.
Lin Yi was taken aback. He had thought of a high value but had never imagined it would be that high. Man, how much do you like Po Sissy? Just because of that, your negative energy actually skyrocketed to 79 in an instant. Could it be that you live for Po Sissy?
Because of her.
Lin Yi glanced at the woman below the stage with his eyes. Without turning back, Tang Chen knew whom Lin Yi was referring to and candidly admitted.
Yes, my hope to keep on living is to see her just once more.
Po Sissy, hearing this, didn't feel moved at all but instead furrowed her brows. However, she didn't lash out immediately, since everyone had 2 chances to attack, and Tang Chen still had to attack for the second time. She instinctively dared not disturb the existing order of attacks on stage. It was probably because that person was sitting right there, so she dared not.
You talk as if you're so deeply in love. If Zai Zai were with another man, I'd have a full 100% negative energy.
Grumbled Thousand Waves, but as soon as he finished muttering, he was knocked down to the ground by a kick from Posisi.
Are you proud of that?
Posisi looked at Thousand Waves with a mix of disappointment and resignation, as if to say,
I wish you were more formidable.
she didn't want the two of them to become degenerate because of her. How could people at their level waste their days thinking about romantic affairs? Of course, at this moment, she didn't realize that she would be the one to face a backlash the quickest. Well kicked.
After Tang Chen's attack, I have something to say to the two of you.
Posisi took a deep breath and crossed her arms as she spoke. If it weren't for coming over from Sea God's Island, she wouldn't have known how seriously ill these two guys were. It was supposed to be a message of friendship through that drawing, yet these two fools were thinking about getting on top of her every minute. Thousand Waves stood up, looking somewhat apprehensive at Posisi's profile, feeling at that moment that their sweetness level had suddenly dropped. On the stage,
I won't interfere with your personal emotional issues. Continue the attack.
Lin Yi said indifferently. Ahem.
Boom!
The Haotian hammer grew in size and appeared in his hand. Tang Chen looked at Lin Yi as the first soul ring floated upwards, its yellow light flickering.
Well, there he goes, using his first soul skill again. Is this what being a big shot means? Too upset to even want a gold level reward. How good would it be if that gold level reward were mine? I'm not asking for much, just give me his damage.
There were bursts of discussion from the audience, which Tang Chen ignored, while Posisi grew increasingly irritated listening to them. The figure on the stage rushed toward Lin Yi, the blood red glow stronger than before, looking as though it had just been through a brutal slaughter. The Haotian hammer, filled with aggression and an aura of killing, was raised high as Tang Chen lowered his eyebrows, and the hammer, driven by the muscles of his forearm, landed heavily on Lin Yi. The damage rebound generated in the next moment caught Tang Chen off guard as he was retracting his martial soul, having forgotten that this attack included the bonus from the negative energy.
Bang!
The damage rebound sent Tang Chen flying, nearly knocking him off the stage to fall headfirst. He lay there baffled. Was this the bonus from negative energy? Even without enhancement, the damage rebound couldn't move him an inch, but enhanced, it could send him flying halfway up into the air. Tang Chen realized his oversight too late. Lin Yi looked at the panel. Loss of blood, 203,758. Remaining health, 899,914,163,687. Damage level, Black Advanced level downgrade. Random reward, Coin of Fortune and Misfortune. Host reward, Coin of Fortune and Misfortune, no critical hit. It seems the reward can be interpreted quite literally. Tossing a coin, heads for fortune and tails for misfortune, something like that. Lin Yi looked at the annotation with curiosity and found it generally matched his hypothesis, but the coin had no heads or tails. Instead, one side was marked with
Fortune!
and the other with
Misfortune.
Fortune!
and the other with misfortune. When wanting to predict whether the outcome of an upcoming event would be good or bad, think of the situation, then toss the coin. The fortune side stands for a positive result, while the
Misfortune!
side indicates a negative one. Lin Yi looked at Tang Chen and said,
Damage of 203,785, lower than your personal best, so the reward quality is downgraded to Black Advanced level. Your reward is a coin of fortune and misfortune.
After saying this, he flicked the orb of black light towards Tang Chen, and with a ding. Chapter 293 Part 2, Coin of Fortune and Misfortune, predicting the outcome of events as good or bad. Large chapter. Holding the coin in hand, its cool touch, Tang Chen also saw the characters on both sides. Lin Yi then recited the contents of the annotation word for word to him.
So that's how it is.
Though Tang Chen wasn't in the mood for awards today, after hearing the explanation, he still became a bit interested in the reward.
May I ask, Senior, what exactly do the good and the bad outcomes refer to? Does the bad outcome include death as well?
Lin Yi nodded.
This is actually a very ambiguous concept. Fortune definitely means something good, misfortune definitely means something bad, but the coin will only point you in a general direction. It won't tell you the specific outcome or the extent of the good or bad. All right.
Tang Chen nodded.
Tang Chen, you're done with the attack. Come down. I have something to say to the two of you.
Suddenly, Po Sissy's somewhat serious voice rose from below. Tang Chen didn't rush down. He looked at the coin in his hand, took a deep breath, and thought to himself, the result of my future with Zai Zai. Thus, Tang Chen flipped the coin with his fingers, and with a
Ding!
a silvery light shadow flew into the air, then fell back down, caught steadily by Tang Chen. He looked at the result. The misfortune sighed.
So it is true.
Tang Chen hung his head. It seems there wouldn't be any good result between him and Po Sissy.
Tang Chen, Zai Zai is calling you. Why aren't you coming down?
Thousand Waves said with some impatience. As if you're the only one in a bad mood, I'm in a bad mood too, acting as if you're not the one deeply in love with Zai Zai.
Zai Zai asked me to come down and talk.
Tang Chen muttered to himself inwardly, then flipped the coin again.
This guy, is he playing by himself up there?
Ding! A silvery light shadow flew into the air, then fell back down, caught steadily by Tang Chen. He looked at the result. The misfortune sighed. So it is true.
Decades have passed, and time has changed many things. Hence, I do not like either of you and have no intention to fall in love and become romantic partners with either of you. Be realistic, Tang Chen, Thousand Waves, why not pursue higher aspirations with your time?
The bombshell rang equally in both their minds. After speaking, Po Sissy turned around and returned to her seat. She didn't feel like she was being cruel. Letting these two continue to live in confusion would be the real cruelty. Tang Chen and Thousand Waves stood like two statues in their place. After a while, Tang Chen turned his head curiously towards Thousand Waves.
So your sweetness was fake. What? Your sweetness was fake, ha ha.
Thousand Waves stood woodenly in his place. Tang Chen suddenly burst into laughter. He realized that most of his negative energy hadn't come from Po Sissy not liking him, but from thinking that the man she liked was Thousand Waves. Now that he knew Po Sissy didn't like either of them, he immediately felt relieved. To be on the safe side, Tang Chen in front of Thousand Waves flipped the coin again while murmuring.
The future of Thousand Waves and Zai Zai.
The coin showed the misfortune side.
Ha ha ha.
Tang Chen laughed even more unrestrainedly, and his negative energy diminished substantially.
Go to hell, you blacksmith.
Thousand Waves, furious, immediately grabbed Tang Chen's neck.
You split-winged.
The two began to tussle again at the same spot, and Po Sissy, not wanting to watch, let them be. As long as they stopped bothering her. The little golden crocodile looked dumbfoundedly at the scuffle next to it, quietly moved its feet around them, and headed towards the stage. Now it was his turn to attack. Lin Yi's gaze shifted to the little creature's belly. It was still round and bulging. The stinky tofu had yet to be digested. He remembered this little guy had just eaten 10 or perhaps 8 boxes, and he had no idea how its stomach could hold all of that.
Attack then. Is there still stinky stuff? That's called stinky tofu. I want to eat.
Lin Yi took a deep breath, suspecting whether Marshal Soul Hall had already decided to let the little golden crocodile participate in the Soul Master competition. With such a creature, could they really feel at ease once it entered the competition? The competition requirement was that a school team must consist of 14 members. Ranked by strength, Little Golden Crocodile would definitely be at the top of the list at Marshal Soul Hall, whether considering the rewards it had obtained in the past or its own abilities. He could only wish the Wuhan Hall team good luck.
I'll trade my baggy bag for stinky stink to eat.
Little Golden Crocodile took out its Doraemon's 100 treasures bag and handed it towards Lin Yi. Lin Yi glared at him sternly.
If you want to eat, you have to earn it yourself, can't be traded. Oh, then I will fight.
Seeing the exchange was fruitless, Little Golden Crocodile took back its 100 treasures bag. A minute later, Lin Yi stared at the reward panel with wide eyes. Blood loss, 346,982. Remaining blood, 899,913,823,678. Damage level, Red Junior downgrade. Random reward, Stinky Tofu asterisk 100 boxes. Host reward, Stinky Tofu asterisk 500 boxes. He was stunned. System, are you spoiling this little creature this much? Lin Yi spoke somewhat dumbfoundedly.
Damage 346,982, downgrade. The reward is 100 boxes of stinky tofu. Take it and eat.
The platform flashed with light, and once again it was piled with stinky tofu. Everyone was shocked. Even Tang Chen and Thousand Waves, who were wrestling on the ground, stopped and turned their heads toward the smell. Senior Lin Yi, are you really spoiling Golden Crocodile Douluo like this? Whatever he wants, you just give it to him. Lin Yi looked at the strange looks from the others and said somewhat helplessly.
Forget it, this round is a welfare round.
He waved his right hand and added his 500 boxes of stinky tofu to the platform as well. This thing has a shelf life, and he definitely couldn't finish it on his own. Lin Yi did not want his system space to be permeated with the scent of spoiled stinky tofu, which would be quite sour and refreshing.
You have 5 minutes to deal with this. Long live Senior Lin Yi.
Everyone rushed towards the platform in a rush. Perhaps because this was something Lin Yi had given out voluntarily, they were more polite than last time, distributing it evenly so that every person on the site got at least one piece. At that moment, Lin Yi suddenly froze as he saw a Gua Sha master kneel down and burst into tears after eating a piece. Naima, is it that exaggerated?
I finally got to eat it, so this is what it tastes like. Could any of you kind souls give me another piece?
Lin Yi. Saying crying from eating might be an exaggeration. Perhaps it was because rarity treasured what is scarce. And since this reward was given by him at a gold rank, it seemed as precious as a treasure to the attackers. They were crying with emotion. However, truth be told, the atmosphere seemed surprisingly harmonious.
Goose Goose finally has a box.
Chapter 294, randomly amplifying a heartfelt thought through a crystal ball, Thousand Waves' inner voice astonishes everyone.
Senior Lin Yi, wait a sec, haha. Big bro just ate way too much.
The third offerer squatted down off the stage and turned around to shout back. Little Golden Crocodile was lying on his thigh at the moment, its white little butt sticking high up in the air, while the third offerer pinched his nose with one hand and wiped Little Golden Crocodile's butt with the tissue in the other, looking utterly disgusted. While wiping, the third offerer suddenly noticed that a soldier was kneeling on the ground, frantically vomiting.
Bleeg!
Wasn't this guy fine just a moment ago? The third offerer was puzzled when Little Golden Crocodile suddenly playfully swung its legs and said with a giggle.
Third bro, stinky stinky yum yum. Big bro, don't move, and it's called stinky tofu.
Blehuog talking.
The soldier protested while vomiting, his face filled with grief and anger. After wiping Little Golden Crocodile's butt clean, the third offerer flicked his big bro's little member before pulling up his pants. The platform had been cleaned up, and Little Golden Crocodile scuttled back onto it, its adorable eyes fixed on Lin Yi, ready for a second assault. Lin Yi noticed that the little brat's gaze towards him seemed to have transformed somehow, as if
Martial soul true body.
this time when he unleashed his martial soul, he seemed filled with energy. This kid really is something else. After all, he's the first guy bold enough to take a dump in front of me.
Croc assault.
Lin Yi raised an eyebrow in response. Why did he have so many assault moves? Wait, this doesn't seem like a soul skill, does it? Lin Yi didn't see any of the Golden Crocodile's soul rings lighting up. Little Golden Crocodile raised its arms high as it charged toward Lin Yi like a little superhero. In that moment, the enormous shadow of the Golden Crocodile merged into its body, and its entire skin seemed to be gilded with a layer of pure gold, with scale-like protrusions on the surface. At the same time, Lin Yi noticed a miniaturized version of the Golden Crocodile's head floating above, although the aura emitted from its martial soul was no less imposing than when in its true body form. Could this be some kind of improvised soul skill the little rascal cobbled together on its own? Like playing a game, Little Golden Crocodile ran towards Lin Yi, and at the moment of impact, A massive wave of golden energy spread out, enlarging the crocodile's image on him for an instant, letting out a ferocious roar, as if venting its anger towards Lin Yi. Lin Yi remained unflustered. A bloating damage rebound swiftly generated on him, continuously expanding and invading towards little golden crocodile. Then something bewildering happened to Lin Yi. Little golden crocodile immediately spun on the spot, once again lifting its arms like a superhero as it yelled.
Croc escape!
It truly escaped by leaping off the edge of the platform, avoiding the damage rebound collision. Lin Yi shifted his gaze, only to find little golden crocodile scurrying to the other side, using both hands and feet to climb the steps back onto the stage, then once again facing Lin Yi with its charming little eyes. At this age, he seemed oblivious to the phrase, losing face. Lin Yi's throat moved, unsure how to comment on the scene that just unfolded.
Big Bro's moves have left Senior Lin Yi speechless.
The third offerer said, slightly turning to Thousand Waves. The latter's face darkened.
When I get back, I'll teach him a lesson. This kid is paying less and less regard to the reputation of the worship hall, not to mention Senior Lin Yi's dignity. He needs disciplining.
The oblivious little golden crocodile on the stage was full of expectation, looking at the chef in front of him. Oh no, it's Lin Yi. Blood loss, 353,676. Remaining health, 899,913,473,684. Damage grade, Red Junior downgrade. Random reward, Random Heart's Voice Magnifying Crystal Ball, refreshes every hour. Host reward, Random Heart's Voice Magnifying Crystal Ball, refreshes every 5 minutes. This reward seems quite unique, doesn't it? Lin Yi, somewhat curious, examined the system's explanation. After a moment, he lifted his head and said to the little golden crocodile,
Damage 353,676, below personal record high damage, reward downgraded to Red Junior quality. Your reward is a Random Heart's Voice Magnifying Crystal Ball.
The little golden crocodile didn't understand. And in Lin Yi's view, it might not be of much interest to it either, although the reward itself is quite an interesting thing. Well, let it be.
You take this crystal ball, say a name towards it, and the ball will randomly select one of that person's heart's voices from the past 30 days, amplifying it.
Within an hour, you can only randomly select one sentence from the same person. Just as expected, after hearing this explanation, the little golden crocodile wasn't very interested. It wasn't curious about other people's heart's voices at all. It was only curious about what else there was to eat and play with around Lin Yi. However, at this moment, everyone else's gaze towards the crystal ball was somewhat mischievous, as if they were eagerly wanting to know the heart's voices of certain people. Lin Yi was also curious. He said to the little golden crocodile,
Won't you give it a try? Not fun, don't want to try.
The little guy shook his head, looking at Lin Yi with a vague understanding.
Are you doubting the truth of my words?
Lin Yi's eyes narrowed slightly, his tone turning colder. Hurry up and try it, I'm curious right now, and besides, this thing is useless to me, I'm not afraid of people hearing my heart's voice. Thinking Lin Yi was angry, Thousand Waves hurriedly scolded the little golden crocodile.
Stop the nonsense, hurry up and try.
The little fellow pouted and said to the crystal ball.
Thousand Waves.
Thousand Waves immediately widened his eyes. Damn, you little brat, I told you to try it out, not to call out my name first. No, you should never have said my name, with so many people here whose name couldn't you have called. Little rascal, just wait to get a spanking tonight. After the name was said, the pale yellow crystal ball quickly glowed with a fluorescence, and then a voice belonging to Thousand Waves floated out from within.
Zai still looks so young after decades, and that butt is still so perky.
The scene suddenly fell silent. Thousand Waves stood motionless as if he had been sentenced to death, his face ashen. At this moment, nobody dared to speak, but most eyes turned hesitantly towards Po Sissy standing there. Everyone was waiting for Po Sissy's response. Indeed, Po Sissy took a deep breath, his face as dark as water, and walked towards the other side.
Hee hee, 1,000 waves, you're quite far away, probably didn't see too clearly. Why don't you move a bit closer and look again? Zai Zai, listen to my explanation, you can't take thoughts seriously.
Chapter 295, Uncle Giant, I sprained my ankle, it hurts a lot, Volume 1.
Aren't heart-to-heart words meant to reflect a person's truest thoughts?
Posisi was fuming with anger as she had already released her martial soul. A blue-gold glow emerged, the sound of tides filling the air, and a massive blue phantom stood tall behind her, shrouded in a soft yet thick divine aura. See God. Lin Yi looked at Posisi's martial soul, recalling the last time he saw the sea god martial soul was the day the puppet Poseidon reward appeared.
1,000 waves, meet your demise.
Posisi unleashed her soul skill. None dared to intervene on the martial soul hall's side, as they saw Tang Chen also running over with his hammer. Who would dare to meddle in the fray of 3 ultimate Douluos?
Zai Zai, I'm coming to help you. 1,000 waves, that bastard really fucking deserves to die.
Tang Chen rushed over with his hammer as a crimson glow instantly enveloped the half-sky. Lin Yi shook his head and sighed. Tang Chen, oh Tang Chen, if only your attacking momentum just now was as good as when you're beating up 1,000 waves. Just then, a childish voice suddenly said,
Tang Chen.
Zai Zai smells so nice, how I wish I could cuddle with her tonight. Tang Chen's voice emanated from the crystal ball. Once again the air turned still. All eyes turned to Tang Chen in unison. Thump! Tang Chen threw his hammer aside and prostrated himself before Posisi.
Zai Zai, that was my thought an hour ago. I have no such extravagant hopes now.
Posisi didn't care and directly slapped him, sending Tang Chen tumbling to the ground.
An hour ago is still a thought from your heart. Zai Zai, that was my thought 8 days ago.
1,000 Waves was also kneeling on the ground, hands in prayer, saying. Posisi delivered a kick straight to his body.
Does it make a difference when you thought it?
Her chest violently trembled with rage, then looking down at the 2 men playing dead on the ground, she said.
The 2 of you, whoever beats up the other more severely, I will forgive.
No sooner had she finished speaking than the 2 men pretending to be dead on the ground sprang up instantly, golden and red glows flickering in the air as 2 vastly different soul powers collided with each other.
Hayashin true body. Angel god body. Go far away to fight. Okay.
Watching the 2 men run off, Posisi was still seething. These 2 friends, everyone lusted after her body. How was she supposed to interact with them in the future? Little golden crocodile looked at the chaotic scene in the distance, suddenly revealing a smile, seemingly just realizing the fun of this reward. No, I have to keep playing.
Bye Bidong.
What should I wear today to hook Senior Lin Yi's heart? Oh, how melancholic.
Zhu Qinghe.
Isn't it quite normal that I like men?
Gu Yuina.
Lin Yi's strike was really strong, my butt is all red. 3 different voices came from the crystal ball one after another. Fortunately, Kaiyan Rengsu's internal voice was also masculine. But now, the 3 of them were unsettled.
You little bastard, get that crystal ball to me right now.
She came rushing over to little golden crocodile's side, her face flushed with anger, looking like she was going to slaughter little golden crocodile.
No.
Little golden crocodile immediately ran away, hiding behind the 3rd offerer with the crystal ball. Gu Yuina stood frozen in place, her gaze empty. Dai Tian, Zai Jai, and Bai Jai, including Wang Qiur, were all silently glancing at Gu Yuina's buttocks covered by her skirt, unable to see the inside but all imagining the scene that should be there in unison. Is it red? No wonder the Lord seems to have a strange gait today. Bai Jai suddenly raised her hand. Dai Tian nodded.
Goose, please answer.
Bai Jai said with wide eyes.
Goose saw the Lord going out last night.
At these words, the expressions of Dai Tian and others immediately turned odd. So it was really true. Their gazes shifted hesitantly as they swallowed dryly, suddenly daring not to comment anything or even to keep looking at Gu Yuina. So,
I warn you, everything you just heard, including everything you're thinking of in your heads, wipe it from your memories immediately.
Gu Yuina didn't turn around, her voice low. Dai Tian, Zai Jai, and Wang Qiuer looked at each other and said in unison.
Already wiped it clean. How to wipe it clean, Goose doesn't know how.
Bai Jai dumbly looked at Dai Tian. Gu Yuina turned around at this moment, her icy vertical pupils staring at Bai Jai, frightening Dai Tian to hastily move over to Bai Jai and draw a circle over her head as if conducting some kind of ritual.
There, yours is wiped clean too. Really? Yes, really.
But
Rest assured, Lord, we've all forgotten.
Gu Yuina still wanted to die. Because around her there were already strange looks converging on her and Bai Bidong, as well as Zhu King. These gazes were really odd. Seeing that she couldn't catch the golden crocodile, Bai Bidong turned around, looking somewhat troubled at Lin Yi. How to explain?
Senior Lin Yi, I would like to explain about this, may I?
No need to explain, I don't mind.
Chapter 295 Part 2, Uncle Jian, I sprained my ankle, it hurts a lot Volume 2. He certainly cared. Lin Yi was quite surprised. Bai Bidong actually harbored such thoughts. But such surprise did not show on his face at the moment. Bai Bidong silently observed Lin Yi for a while and seemed to feel that Lin Yi really didn't care. For some reason, she even felt a slight sense of loss. Just as she was about to turn around and leave, Bai Bidong seemed to remember something and looked back curiously.
Senior Lin Yi, about you and Gu Yuina.
Lin Yi was startled. After Bai Bidong realized what she had said, she immediately covered her mouth and apologized with a crimson face.
I'm sorry, I spoke without thinking.
She hurriedly ran off the stage, squeezing into the crowd, not wanting Lin Yi to see her panicking like this.
My child.
Suddenly, a cry filled with grief and indignation came from the scene.
You actually…
Cayenne Rengsu covered her cheek, utterly speechless. She put her hand down and looking at Emperor Zui who was crying bitterly, she could only explain helplessly.
Father, this is my choice. I hope you can understand.
I don't understand. If you don't understand, then force yourself to. All right.
Emperor Zui wiped his tears and returned the way he had come. He had been mentally prepared, but he still felt a bit pained when confronted with the truth. At this moment, Bai Bidong, unbeknownst to anyone, had circled behind little golden crocodile and snatched the crystal ball from his hands. Seeing his treasure being taken away, little golden crocodile quickly turned around and jumped in place, trying to reach for the crystal ball, but to no avail as Bai Bidong held her arm too high. Seeing that he couldn't get it, little golden crocodile glared at Bai Bidong with a snarl, showing a fierce yet childish demeanor.
Give it back to me.
Bai Bidong snorted coldly.
Third offerer, keep an eye on him. I'll take care of the crystal ball for now. It'll only cause trouble in this little guy's hands.
The third offerer was a bit troubled.
But the belongings of my second brother should be kept by the great priest, your holiness. With this action, I fear you might be overstepping.
Look at what your big brother is busy with right now.
Bai Bidong said with a twisted smile. The third offerer turned around and saw the sky not far away reflecting a burst of golden and red light, with thousand waves currently engaged in an intense fight with Tang Chen, ignoring anything happening here. Watching Bai Bidong take away the crystal ball, little golden crocodile sat on the ground and burst into tears. The third offerer couldn't manage the situation, and besides, it was his turn to attack now. Lin Yi actually regretted letting little golden crocodile try the crystal ball. He hadn't expected that the inner thoughts of the three women at the scene would all somehow be connected to him to some extent. Especially in the case of Gu Yuina, it had practically exposed that something happened between him and Gu Yuina. But fortunately, the one who got spanked wasn't him, but Gu Yuina. This way his own prestige wasn't entirely lost.
Whoosh!
The damage rebound shattered, and the third offerer retracted his arms, disengaging from the full-body possession state. Lin Yi looked at the panel. Blood loss, 356,847. Remaining health, 899,913,123,687. Damage level, red intermediate. Random reward, Soul Spirit by Jia Long. Host reward, Spirit Soul random draw. Spirit Soul. This soul spirit from the second part of Douluo is the first time appearing in the system's rewards. Lin Yi didn't need to check the system's annotations, he still remembered what a soul spirit was. Damage 356,847, red intermediate, your reward is a soul spirit. The soul spirit is exactly your own martial soul, the Bai Jia long, white armor dragon.
Soul Spirit.
Soul Spirit.
As expected, the third offerer was unfamiliar with the term. Even Ju Zai, Orange, had not heard of it. After all, in her timeline, Hu Yuhao had not yet started to popularize what a soul spirit is. Soul spirit. Wang Qier exclaimed in surprise. In her timeline, Hu Yuhao already possessed the Snow Emperor as his soul spirit. The third offerer looked back at Wang Qier. At this moment, Lin Yi spoke.
As you may have guessed, yes, it's a new thing from 10,000 years later, the soul spirit.
Wang Qier turned to look at the Snow Emperor. In her timeline, it was this white-haired woman who became Hu Yuhao's soul spirit, and she even had the appearance of a young child. Hu Yuhao even took the Snow Emperor with him to the Soul Master competition, stunning many onlookers.
A soul spirit is the extraction of a soul beast's soul to sign an equal contract with you, where the soul parasitizes in your sea of spirit. It has its own thoughts, can independently assist you in combat, and of course, you can also borrow its strength. And the soul spirit you have drawn is the Bai Jia Long, the same as your martial soul.
The third offerer nodded after listening, understanding almost completely. This meant that he could use the Bai Jia Long martial soul himself later, and also have a separate Bai Jia Long to help him in battle. This scene was kind of exhilarating. Lin Yi flicked the red light sphere toward the third offerer, and the sphere expanded rapidly midair, transforming into the enormous figure of a Bai Jia Long.
Boom!
The Bai Jia Long landed on the platform. It had automatically signed an equal contract with the third offerer. The crowd noticed that this soul spirit was different from previous spiritual entities. Although the soul spirit is another form of soul, it looked just like a real body, whereas spiritual entities were translucent. The third offerer looked up at the Bai Jia Long beside him, massive like a mountain, and wondered if such a big thing drilling into his head would not explode it.
Hello, there were too many people outside earlier. I didn't dare to speak much.
What the hell, it's a female. Not bad, the Bai Jia Long's voice was actually kind of pleasing. The third offerer laughed sheepishly.
Hello, can you join me in the second attack?
The third offerer asked.
Give me some time to adapt, this is my first time. It's also my first time.
Lin Yi couldn't help but lean in.
What kind of strange content are you two exchanging?
The third offerer hurriedly coughed twice, embarrassedly saying,
It's nothing, Senior Lin Yi, I'm starting the second attack now.
After the guest elders and elders finished their attacks, Lin Yi turned his gaze toward the Tiandu side. It seemed that by the time the preliminaries began, Ning Fengzhai was still unable to return to his original form. In fact, Lin Yi felt it was quite nice that Ning Fengzhai looked this way. At least he was more pleasing to the eye than before.
It's your turn, who will attack first?
Lin Yi asked the Tiandu side. Emperor Zhu Yi was still in tears of pain, probably with no desire to attack. The remaining three exchanged glances, and a fair little hand was raised high.
I'll go first.
Miss Ning said in a soft and adorable voice. She stepped forward while Chen Xin followed behind her like a conscientious servant.
Oh no.
Miss Ning hadn't taken a step when she suddenly twisted her ankle on the ground and fell. Seeing this, Chen Xin immediately rushed forward.
Miss Sect Master, are you all right?
Miss Ning raised her head, looking at Chen Xin with a look of grievance.
Uncle Jian, my ankle is sprained, it hurts.
Chen Xin looked seriously at the twin-tailed lowly in front of him and said gravely.
How could you be so careless? Come, let me carry you up.
Gu Rong had a question mark hovering above his head.
Why don't you just help the Sect Master up?
P.S. The new book has been launched at midnight tonight. For those of you following it, stop fostering the book and take a look, please subscribe and support it. Douluo, Bound with Me in Life and Death, by Bidong is in a hurry. Chapter 296. You should think carefully. By accepting this award, you will permanently turn into a daughter, Da Zhang. Chen Xin was momentarily startled before she hurriedly explained.
The sect master is so tiny. I'm not tired holding her, don't worry.
Is this really a question of whether or not I'm tired? Gu Rong felt his brain freeze for a moment, at a loss for how to retort.
Come, sect master.
Chen Xin smiled as she picked up Miss Ning, who promptly wrapped her arms around Chen Xin's neck, her beautiful eyes slightly startled.
Uncle Jian.
Chen Xin suddenly stiffened, panicked for a moment, then quickly offered a forced smile as he explained.
Ugh.
Gu Rong, standing below, watched Chen Xin with disdain, feeling something wasn't right. This old sly dog hadn't been normal lately. He would occasionally stand there with a silly smile, and he had recently become very gentle, unlike his previous aloof demeanor, that is, when he was in front of the sect master. Something's definitely not right. After bringing the adorable sect master onto the stage, Chen Xin looked around but hesitated for a moment. He said with a troubled look to Lin Yi.
Senior Lin Yi, the sect master, has injured her foot, and I really don't feel at ease letting her stand. I'm afraid her injury might worsen. Do you think I could hold her while attacking?
Lin Yi. Gu Rong. You're not right. Lin Yi had just felt that the atmosphere between Chen Xin and this Miss Ning was a bit odd, and now he was beginning to notice a hint of something. Chen Xin was so caring towards Miss Ning, could it be?
Can't you just let her sit on the ground?
Lin Yi looked at him expressionlessly.
The sect master is a girl. It wouldn't be very elegant, right?
Lin Yi. I'm done. Indeed, since Ning Fengzhai had actively requested to tie her hair into pigtails, her perception of her gender seemed to have changed as well. Otherwise, how could a man over 50 years old possibly accept being held so closely by another man? Momentarily, Miss Ning wrapped in Chen Xin's arms didn't seem uncomfortable at all, even using her large, cute eyes to curiously observe Chen Xin multiple times. But
how will you attack while holding her?
Lin Yi asked about the part he didn't understand.
Sword Spirit can also use my martial soul and soul skills. He can initiate the attacks while I hold the sect master, and she can provide support from within my embrace with the 7 treasures glazed pagoda.
Chen Xin said with a smile. Damn, this is getting romantic.
Damn it, Your Majesty, don't stop me.
Gu Rong said furiously from below. He suddenly turned around strangely and asked.
Your Majesty, why aren't you stopping me?
Emperor Zoi confused.
Didn't you say not to stop, so should I stop you or not? Stop!
Emperor Zui immediately stepped in front of Gu Rong.
Douluo, don't be impulsive. How can I not be impulsive? It's just an attack. What is Sword Dust Heart trying to show off? That's the sect master we're talking about, a crazy man. But you can't be impulsive.
At this moment, with a beauty in his arms, Chen Xin seemed to automatically block out everything around him. He suddenly felt that his current situation was somewhat wonderful. It was even more wonderful than those moments he spent alone in a secluded room, immersed in comprehending the sword. It was as if the enlightenment of the sword was not as joyful as the girl smiling at him from within his arms. Chen Xin didn't know what was happening to him. He had previously been disinterested in any woman. His daily tasks were pursuing the extremes of the sword and ensuring the safety of the sect master. His father had lost his temper several times over his aversion to women, worrying about the Chen family having no descendants, but Chen Xin never concerned himself with such matters. Now he realized he might just have not met the right person.
Ganjiang. Present.
A red light flew out from Chen Xin, transforming into an armored man. Gan Jiang turned and gave a respectful bow to his master. Chen Xin raised his sword finger.
7 kills unsheathed.
The white longsword emitted a sharp hum, then spun towards Gan Jiang in midair, its hilt firmly grasped in Gan Jiang's hand.
7 treasures turn out the glazed tower.
Miss Ning cried out, a burst of dazzling 7-colored radiance blossomed from her hands, the 7 treasures glazed pagoda spinning into the air.
1 for strength, 2 for speed, 3 for soul.
3 total boost rings landed on Gan Jiang, and at the same time, Chen Xin's Dark Sixth Soul skill gradually rose from his body. He chanted the soul skill name, but the actual attack was performed by Gan Jiang.
Myriad swords return to origin.
Gan Jiang raised his sword finger, and the white longsword sword, multiplying into countless white sword shadows in midair, their tips all aimed at Lin Yi's direction, and each blade emitted a joyous hum under the enhancement of the 7 treasures glazed tower. The cooperation between Ning Fengzhai and Chen Xin had already possessed a tacit understanding spanning decades, as if their soul skills were intricately familiar with each other. Gan Jiang aimed his sword at Lin Yi.
Whoosh!
Chapter 296 Part 2. You have to think carefully. Accepting this reward, you will forever become a daughter chapter. Clang clang clang. As expected, Lin Yi's body easily withstood all the sword chi attacks. In the next moment, the aftermath of all the attacks rapidly merged into a damage rebound like a golden storm.
Roar!
This visibly gold-rank damage rebound let out a roar and charged towards Ning Fengzhai.
Famous 7 treasures, control the 4th.
Miss Ning immediately released her soul skill. The damage rebound was getting closer when Chen Xin suddenly realized that Gan Jiang seemed unaware that the damage rebound also needed to be dealt with. He immediately shouted.
Gan Jiang, keep attacking. Attack this golden light.
Meanwhile, Chen Xin turned and reached out to protect Miss Ning's head with his own body, ready to shield Sect Master Ning with himself. Whoosh! It was only when Chen Xin looked back that he saw Gan Jiang had timely dashed over and shattered the damage rebound with a sword strike.
That scared me to death.
Chen Xin muttered to himself, immediately turning back to Miss Ning.
Sect Master, are you all right?
Uncle Jian.
Miss Ning's pale hand clutched tightly at the front of Chen Xin's clothes, her eyes like water looking up at Chen Xin's face, revealing a sweet smile. Chen Xin, however, awkwardly averted his gaze and said with a lowered head and a smile.
Good, good, as long as you're fine.
He picked Miss Ning back up while Gan Jiang stood silently behind his master, sword in hand, saying nothing. Lin Yi had the urge to tell Chen Xin to put down his sect master.
Damage 458,678, red advanced. Your reward is to elevate your most recent time-limited reward to permanent.
Miss Ning and Chen Xin looked at each other.
The most recent time-limited reward.
Chen Xin's eyes widened in surprise. Just a moment ago, he was regretting that the sect master only had 6 days to maintain the current state and felt somewhat saddened, but now this reward appeared.
The last time-limited reward, the Wish Grand Roulette, which is the reward that turned Sect Master Ning into a female for 7 days. If it becomes permanent, then Sect Master Ning will always be a female. This may have pros and cons, so whether to accept this reward or not is up to you, Sect Master Ning.
Miss Ning was taken aback.
Haha, how could the Sect Master possibly accept? She is originally a man, the leader of a sect, the father of Ning Rongrong. If she accepts, how will she face Ning Rongrong in the future?
Gu Rong laughed as he spoke from the sidelines. Emperor Zuai nodded in agreement. It seemed both had the same opinion. Miss Ning twisted in Chen Xin's arms to look at Lin Yi.
I'm sorry, Senior Lin Yi. I'm afraid I can't accept this reward. I am originally a man, and if I continue looking like this, I'll be laughed at, haha.
Your current way of speaking is clearly very feminine.
All right, I'll take the reward back then. How could you?
To Lin Yi's surprise, just as he finished speaking, Chen Xin couldn't help but suddenly shout out. Lin Yi was stunned. Chen Xin stared at the girl in his arms with a serious expression, swallowing his saliva, a bit unsure if he dared to look directly at her, but still speaking with sincerity.
Sect Master looks really cute and likable like this. How could anyone laugh at you? If...
Miss Ning stared blankly at Chen Xin for a long time without speaking.
Chen Xin, what nonsense are you spouting? Can you be rational for a moment and listen to what you are saying?
Unable to bear it any longer, Gu Rong shouted and was about to rush up the stage, but Emperor Zuai held him back.
Your Majesty, there's no need to stop me this time. Let me go up there and knock some sense into this kid with a punch.
Emperor Zua hesitated for a moment but still chose to hold Gu Rong back, preventing him from charging onto the stage.
Bone Douluo, don't be impulsive. Let's let Sect Master Ning make her own choice.
Lin Yi watched the scene before him, tossing the red orb in his hand up and down, waiting for Miss Ning to make a decision.
I.
Miss Ning turned her gaze away from Chen Xin's face and looked over at Lin Yi, suddenly saying with a smile.
Why don't you just give the reward to me?
She then looked back at Chen Xin, smiling as she said,
I think the outfit Uncle Jian picked for me is very pretty, and once I turn back to normal, I might not have another chance to wear such a beautiful dress.
Sect Master!
Miss Ning shook her head slightly, seemingly telling Chen Xin that this was her own decision and it had nothing to do with him.
All right, as you wish.
Lin Yi caught the red orb in midair and flicked it towards Miss Ning. After merging with the orb, Miss Ning's entire body shimmered with a faint glow, then returned to normal. Below the stage, Gu Rong stared blankly at the scene before him, his eyes wide open. This is it, this is the end.
Sect Master, does your foot still hurt? Should I put you down first?
Chen Xin said with a complex expression, feeling guilty as if he had done something wrong and was somewhat afraid to face Sect Master now.
It hurts. I want Uncle Jian to keep holding me.
Miss Ning looked at Chen Xin seriously, with a faint smile on her lips. Chen Xin turned his head and indeed saw that Sect Master's fair ankle had swelled up red.
After the attack is over, I'll ask Emerald Swan Sr. to treat it for you.
There's no need to trouble others. Just have Uncle Jian massage it for me after we get off the stage. Shall we start the second attack now?
Miss Ning said with a smile, seemingly unaffected by her own decision. When a man not wanting to become a woman, and when a woman not wanting to become a man, is a perfectly normal feeling based on the current gender identity. At the moment of changing gender, her mind had already changed to that of a girl. Wanting to revert to her original form earlier was just because there was still some rationality left in her heart. But after hearing what Chen Xin said, Miss Ning realized that the last bit of her rationality seemed to have disappeared. If that's the case, then let's maintain the status quo. There's nothing wrong with that. If I'm laughed at, Uncle Jian said he would avenge me, so there's nothing to be afraid of. Miss Ning looked at Chen Xin's resolute profile and thought to herself.
Sect Master, my Asura Sword Martial Soul Experience card time limit is up, so now I can only continue with the 7 kills sword. Let's conserve the Martial Soul True Body for now, and you increase an Amplification Soul skill first.
After Chen Xin finished speaking, he realized that the Sect Master didn't respond. He turned his head and found that Sect Master was staring at him blankly. Chen Xin's face flushed red.
What's the matter, Sect Master? Nothing, let's attack. All right, Ganjiang, prepare to attack. Yes, Master.
Chapter 297. The Summon Ninth Soul skill turned out to be the Blue Silver Azure Dragon Soul, Major Chapter. The 7 treasures are known. First is Strength, second is Speed, third is Soul, fourth is Attack. Miss Ning's 7 treasures glazed Pagoda Martial Soul once again soared into the sky, shimmering with light. This time, a total of 4 support soul rings descended onto Gan Jiang, 1 more soul skill than the last time. Holding the 7 kills sword, which radiated with a snowy white luster, Gan Jiang stared intently in Lin Yi's direction, regarding him as the enemy that needed to be dealt with next. Chen Xin chanted.
Myriad swords return to origin.
The pitch-black soul ring once again floated up from his body, and Gan Jiang felt it, his aura suddenly changing. He raised his sword finger, repeating the name of the skill Chen Xin had just uttered. Once again, myriad swords returned to origin. Countless white sword silhouettes floated in the sky, each blade twinkling with cold light. With the addition of 1 more assistive soul skill this time, the momentum of this myriad swords return to origin was heightened, even the sound of the swords became more impassioned. Gan Jiang seized the moment. With his index and middle fingers together, he made a slicing gesture, and it seemed as if the dense mass of floating sword silhouettes received the command in an instant. They wobbled in midair and, whoosh, burst forth in an attack. Lin Yi's view was filled with white shadows at this moment. He closed his eyes, listening to the sounds of the sword energy striking him, clinking and clanking without causing any effect. The whole attack process took roughly dozens of seconds to end, and Lin Yi opened his eyes to a surge of golden ripples rising from his body. In the eyes of others, this was damage rebound.
Ganjiang, prepare to attack.
Chen Xin immediately commanded, and to ensure Miss Ning's safety, he once again turned around, using his broad palm to shield Miss Ning's cheeks to prevent any harm to her. Almost the next second, the sound of damage rebound shattering resonated from behind, with Gan Jiang blocking it very timely.
Master, the attack is complete.
Chen Xin turned around and nodded. He retracted the 7 kills sword martial spirit, and Gan Jiang also turned into a red light and went back into the sword to rest. Still holding her, even after becoming a woman, she couldn't be that frail.
Out of sight, out of mind.
Blood loss, 476,982. Remaining health, 899,912,203,687. Damage level, red high. Random reward, 100% summoning of 9th soul skill, ignoring space and time. Host reward, 100% summoning of 2 9th soul skills, ignoring space and time. Seeing the words,
100%.
Lin Yi abruptly thought of a previous reward. 100% Millennium Kill, indeed.
A damage of 476,982, red advanced level. The reward is a rather powerful ability called 100% summoning of the 9th soul skill. With this skill acquired, you can summon at will a 9th soul skill for your own use at any time and in any place. This 9th soul skill can be the 9th soul skill of any titled Douluo on the continent, or even of titled Douluo from different times and spaces. Therefore, its power and functional characteristics will be random, but one thing is guaranteed: the soul skill summoned will certainly be a 9th soul skill.
Miss Ning, surprised, raised a hand to her mouth, and Chen Xin joined in the joy, hugging Miss Ning a bit tighter to prevent her from falling. This ability is defying the heavens. But wait. Miss Ning slightly frowned.
Doesn't using this ability cause consumption? Otherwise, wouldn't you be able to bombard with 9th soul skills at will? First, using this ability indeed incurs consumption, but the soul power consumed is only 1/5 of the normal amount. Second, the summoned 9th soul skills are random and uncertain, so they aren't necessarily damaging. Using bombardment isn't quite accurate.
After hearing Lin Yi's explanation, Miss Ning's face showed an even more delighted expression.
That being said, I have the soul power flash charge skill, you know.
She proudly waggled her fair little hand and then placed it on Chen Xin's shoulder. Chen Xin's body stiffened for a moment, feeling as if he was instantly filled by the sect master, filled with soul power. Miss Ning continued with a smug expression.
So that means I can release 9th soul skills indefinitely. How amazing.
Chapter 297 Part 2. The summoned 9th soul skill turned out to be the blue-silver azure dragon soul, major chapter. She was clever enough to think of that. Lin Yi raised the red glowing orb in his hand and flicked it towards Miss Ning. After the fusion reward, Chen Xin reminded.
Sect Master, why not try this reward? Sure, but who should I attack?
Chen Xin was about to suggest Senior Lin Yi but felt it would be somewhat disrespectful to Lin Yi. So, he turned to Gurong and said,
You come here, let the Sect Master try out the reward.
You old scoundrel.
Bone Uncle, you better release your martial soul, because if I direct the attack towards your martial soul, the overpowering force of the summoned 9th soul skill might hurt you, and I would feel guilty.
Bone Douluo's face turned red at these words, such a gentle sect master indeed. He immediately nodded.
Yes, Sect Master.
Gurong glared at Chen Xin again. So no matter who attacks, the sect master has to be held, right? It must be that old man Chen Xin insisting on holding her, and the sect master is too polite to refuse. Gurong released his martial soul, and the shiny silver steel fire dragon formed in midair. At Gurong's command, the dragon stood still as if a model, waiting for Miss Ning's attack.
Sect Master, start. Ahem.
Miss Ning lifted her right hand, palm facing towards the steel fire dragon. Gu Rong moved away silently at that moment, as he was unsure what kind of skill the sect master would summon. His steel fire dragon might have formidable defensive powers, but that didn't mean he did. The next moment, Miss Ning's pristine palm emitted a beam of light.
Blue Silver Azure, Dragon's Tenacity.
In an instant, countless blue-silver vines secured the massive steel fire dragon in place. Under Gu Rong's control, the steel fire dragon tried to break free, only to find it completely unable to move, its entire body motionless. It was like a painting, entirely still. Clearly, this was an extremely powerful control skill. Gu Rong was shocked inside. He had silently tried to resist several times but still couldn't move an inch.
This soul skill's control ability is really strong.
Gu Rong couldn't help but exclaim in amazement to the sect master. But Miss Ning frowned.
Bone uncle, move out of the way quickly. This 9th soul skill is initiated by a 100,000-year soul ring, and it has 2 skills.
What?
So even both skills of a 100,000-year soul ring could be summoned.
Blue Silver Azure Dragon Soul.
Miss Ning shouted again. At the same time, the sky changed color, and a loud dragon's roar sounded as a whirlpool of clouds surged in the sky with a huge azure-gray dragon emerging from within. The dragon opened its maw and roared before attacking the steel fire dragon, securely fixed on the ground.
Bang!
A loud noise echoed, and the steel fire dragon's massive and heavy body was knocked to the ground. However, due to its extremely tough defense, it was not harmed. Still, the huge pit created on the ground indirectly showed how forceful the attack was. Gu Rong watched the scene before him with trepidation, thankful for the sect master's timely warning. If he had been the target of the 2 soul skills, he probably would have been dead by now. Thanks to the steel fire dragon's thick skin and flesh, it withstood the blow.
This!
Gu Rong asked in surprise, looking at Miss Ning, as in his memory, 9th soul rings of 100,000 years belonging to titled Douluos were few and far between. However, the pigtailed lowly in Chen Xin's arms shook her head.
I don't know. I can only summon the soul skill and know its name and the age of the soul ring, but as to whose soul skill it is, I'm not sure.
Chen Xin looked at the marks on the ground.
It seems like a soul skill of the Blue Silver Grass Martial Soul. Blue Silver Grass. Can that martial soul be cultivated to level 90?
Gu Rong said in amazement. Ning Lolita nodded.
Of course, doesn't Tang San have such potential? But that kid is no good, actually stealing Senior Lin Yi's hidden weapon and claiming he developed it himself.
Lin Yi wanted to laugh. He, of course, knew the script. The 9th soul skill summoned was none other than Tang San's soul skill. Damn, what a coincidence.
This is indeed the 9th soul skill of the Blue Silver Grass, and its owner is not even in the current spacetime.
Lin Yi said, solving Gu Rong's confusion.
I see.
At that moment, Ning Lolita checked her consumed soul power and found that, indeed, only 1/5 had been used up. She placed her right hand on her shoulder and quickly replenished the depleted soul power. Just perfect.
Sect Master, the attack is over. Let's go down. Uncle Jian, aren't you continuing the attack? Let them come forward first. I'll go down and massage your feet to prevent the delay from making it worse.
Lin Yi watched the 2 of them somewhat numbly.
I asked Bai Jai to treat Sect Master Ning's injured ankle.
Goose Goose, being called out by Lin Yi, instinctively widened her eyes. However, Chen Xin immediately turned his head back.
There's no need to bother the Emerald Swan Senior. I can do it.
Lin Yi, you'd better just give a simple massage. And can you not be all lovey-dovey in front of me? Damn it, I'm going to puke out all the dog food I've eaten today on Po-Sissy tonight, Lin Yi sternly decided in his heart. Gu Rong stood dumbfounded on the stage, watching his brother carry their sect master down.
If it's the ankle that's injured, why are you taking off her shoes?
Emperor Zhuge, unable to stand by quietly any longer, asked. Lin Yi looked up. Damn, I was just about to ask the same thing. Thanks for speaking out, Emperor Zhuge. Chen Xin turned his head, startled, and let out a gasp as he realized that everyone was staring at them. I'm just helping the sect master with a foot massage. What are you looking at?
It's inconvenient with the shoes on.
Chen Xin said with an awkward expression. Lin Yi glanced over Miss Ning's feet really were nice-looking, small and white, with a rosy sole and a beautifully curved arch. So, Chen Xin, please clarify, is it inconvenient to look at her foot or to massage it? Lin Yi sarcastically remarked to himself, this old bugger Chen Xin is really something. He impatiently told Gurong.
Stop gawking, even if you keep looking, she's out of your league. Oh.
Gurong turned his head back, completely baffled. Lin Yi coughed and corrected himself.
Stop gawking, are you going to attack or not? If you're not attacking, then get down here fast. Don't waste time. Attack, attack.
Finally, everyone's gaze shifted back in unison. Chomping on popcorn was never going to be as attractive as Senior Lin Yi, after all. Senior Lin Yi is handsome, his rewards are fresh and exciting, he's generous, and he speaks well. Oh wait, scratch that last part. Gu Rong paused for a moment. Although his martial soul hadn't shattered, it had been impacted just as well. Now, fully recovered, his whole body started to emit light. Behind him, the steel fire dragon was reforged in midair. The huge, lustrous silver body reflected the sun's rays, somewhat dazzling. After the frame was constructed, the steel dragon's body's pores began expelling searing flames. These infernal netherfire flames, composed of both white and blue hues, made the giant fireballs in its eye sockets seem like two leaping balls of fire, sinister and terrifying. With a solemn expression, Gu Rong looked towards Lin Yi's direction, just as he was preparing to launch an attack.
Ah, Uncle Giant, that hurts Tilda.
Chapter 298. This reward requires you to first choose any part of your body.
De Zhang.
At this moment, Chen Xin's mood was as if he was wandering through the clouds, thoroughly enjoying himself. But when he looked up, he suddenly noticed everyone's gaze fixed on him. What are you looking at me for? Do you guys want a foot massage too?
Uncle Giant, could you stop massaging? It's both painful and ticklish.
Miss Ning couldn't help but speak up, her cute toes curling upon Chen Xin's palm, with her calf continuously shrinking back.
And everyone is watching us.
She whispered as a reminder. Chen Xin's face turned sheepishly red. He scratched his head and then sniffed his hand.
Uncle Giant, you.
About the sniffing.
Miss Ning's face blushed immediately as she hastily put on her socks and shoes, turned to one side and stopped looking at Chen Xin. Gu Rong was dumbfounded as he watched from the stage. He turned to look at Lin Yi and requested.
Senior Lin Yi, before we begin the attack, may I kill that pervert first?
Surprisingly, Lin Yi actually nodded in agreement.
You have 3 minutes. Good.
Gu Rong took advantage of Chen Xin's distraction and launched a sneak attack from behind, delivering a flying kick to Chen Xin's buttocks. The latter, caught by surprise, stumbled forward over Miss Ning's head and face planted.
Uncle Giant, Bone Uncle, stop fighting already. Ah no, Bone Uncle, stop hitting Uncle Giant.
Miss Ning quickly changed her plea upon realizing that Chen Xin was getting pummeled unilaterally. 3 minutes later, Gu Rong walked towards the stage with a spring in his step and a beaming face. Chen Xin, with his bruised and swollen face, went to look for Bai Jai. He didn't dare retaliate since, after all, for the matter of the sect master not being able to change back, he really was to blame. Having retaken his place on stage, Gu Rong noticed that even Lin Yi's face was smiling, and his gaze towards him had become much friendlier. Could it be that Senior Lin Yi also couldn't stand it anymore? Chen Xin, you truly deserve to die 1,000 deaths. Attack first, and after the attack, properly teach that scoundrel a lesson. Today marked the 3rd day before the start of the Soul Master competition preliminaries, and Gu Rong was starting to feel the pressure. Their 7 Treasures Glaze sect actually didn't have an affiliated academy. The only one they could participate in was Shrek Academy, where Ning Rongrong from the Senior Soul Master Academy studied. But now they knew Tang San was no good guy. This kid actually stole Senior Lin Yi's hidden weapon crafting method and claimed it as his own patent. So Gu Rong, Chen Xin, Ning Fengzhai, and Emperor Zhuai, the 4 of them had considered it beforehand and decided to join the Heaven Du Royal Academy and participate in the Soul Master competition as special members of the academy. This also fulfilled Emperor Zuoi's desires. After all, as the Emperor of Tiandu, 7 Treasures Glaze sect had to give this much face. Anyway, how the final prize would be distributed depended on Emperor Zuoi, and he would surely allocate the grand prize fairly based on the contributions of the 7 Treasures Glaze sect. Moreover, Senior Lin Yi had also said that the final grand prize might even be more, and the current 3 gold rewards were only tentative. However, at present, their rewards were quite mixed, with very few specifically aimed at increasing damage, which put them at a disadvantage compared to the Martial Soul Hall. This was the source of Gu Rong's pressure. But that Chen Xin didn't seem to care about it at all. He was only concerned with the sect master. His heart should be condemned. Gu Rong released his martial soul again, and the steel fire dragon once again became visible to the audience. He actually wanted to use the reward he received last time, full strength sharing, but those present with greater strength weren't on the same side, and it was really embarrassing to borrow another's power. Sharing strength with those weaker than himself was pointless. Chen Xin's skills did indeed inflict high damage, and Gu Rong was tempted to exploit that, but right now, he wasn't in the mood to deal with the kid.
Martial Soul True Body.
Gu Rong shouted, and the dark 7th soul ring on his body glowed brightly. Now his martial soul was in a semi-independent state. With the release of the martial soul True Body skill, the body of the steel fire dragon grew even larger, with the blue and white flames erupting from its body cavities burning fiercely, causing the temperature in the air to rise instantly. The Ice Emperor and Snow Emperor sisters didn't like the heat and silently moved further away. Gu Rong spoke in a low voice.
5th Soul Skill, Hell Dragon Flame.
The massive body of the steel fire dragon took several steps forward, each step landing with mountain-like heaviness. It opened its enormous maw, the blue and white flames from its body suddenly retracted, but the temperature in the air remained unchanged. The next moment, even more turbulent blue and white flames surged from the steel fire dragon's gaping mouth, aimed in Lin Yi's direction. This flame, with its cold attributes, was highly corrosive. If it landed on an ordinary person, even if the flames on their body surface were wiped away, beneath the skin and inside the bones, they would still suffer from the continuous erosion of this cold fire unless treated with a light attribute ability. However, no matter how outrageous or powerful the flames, they made no impact upon contacting Lin Yi, unable to even damage his skin, let alone invade his insides. Of course, Lin Yi would still normally lose health. Following the end of the attack, the steel fire dragon roared skyward with a deafening roar, and in accordance with Gu Rong's direction, it immediately dashed sideways a few steps, using its huge, shining silver body to shield its master from the damage rebound.
Bang!
Chapter 298 Part 2. This reward requires you to first choose any part of your body, De Zhang. I was really afraid this kid's animal instincts would flare up and he'd do something to the sect master when he found the chance. Gu Rong realized that now, the sect master had undergone a complete change in temperament, becoming entirely different from before. The man he used to be was a relatively warm and elegant middle-aged man. But now, apart from retaining the most basic connotations and knowledge, everything else was just like a little girl, even younger mentally than Ning Rongrong, capricious, vain, and what's more, she could be deceived by an old man like Chen Xin who had a bit of charm. So Gu Rong had to be vigilant. He couldn't let his brother make a mistake, nor could he bear to see his sect master injured by his own brother. Otherwise, explaining the mess to Ning Rongrong later would be impossible. Atop the platform, Lin Yi looked at the panel. Bleeding, 267,893. Remaining health, 899,911,943,687. Damage level, Red Junior. Random reward, All Heavens Poison Roulette *1. Host reward, All Heavens Poison Roulette *3. A big wheel reward, a poison roulette, Lin Yi muttered to himself as he observed the information on the panel. He glanced at the note. The note said that the big wheel carried various famous poisons from the myriad realms. Upon drawing one, the attacker could freely designate any body part, and from then on, they would be able to poison others with that part of their body. For some reason, the first image that came to Lin Yi's mind was that of a cobra opening its mouth to spray venom with its fangs. But then he thought of Gu Rong also opening his mouth, spraying poison with his front teeth.
Damage 267,893. Red Jr., your reward is a big wheel reward called the All Heavens Poison Roulette.
Lin Yi once again replaced
Myriad Realms.
with
Multiplane.
to make it easier for them to understand.
It's a big wheel reward, huh?
Gu Rong murmured to himself, not caring what kind of big wheel it was at the moment. He immediately ran down to find Ju Zai, orange. Preparing at the last minute couldn't make up for a lack of luck. He had to go get that girl to take some cool pictures to increase his luck value a bit. When Gu Rong ran down, Chen Xin thought he was coming to bother him again and quickly maintained a serious demeanor, keeping away from the sect master. Back on the platform, Gu Rong then asked,
Senior, what kind of big wheel is it?
Lin Yi.
Poison.
Lin Yi nodded and then said,
But before you spin the big wheel, you need to choose a body part first. This part will be where you administer the poison from hereafter.
Will this poison shoot out, ooze out, or be scattered?
Gu Rong couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. How would I know? This is my first time seeing this reward too.
First of all, whether the poison is liquid, solid, or gas, I can't be certain of that. Nor can the method of release be determined. It all depends on what kind you draw. You should choose the release location first. So which one should I choose?
Gu Rong muttered, torn.
Belly button.
Miss Ning suddenly suggested cheerfully from below. Emperor Zuoi followed up with advice.
I think why not the fingertip? After all, it's a relatively convenient location.
Gu Rong nodded, then turned his gaze to Chen Xin. However, this good brother didn't open his mouth to suggest anything, but instead directed his gaze toward Gu Rong's crotch and then smiled wickedly, suggesting with his eyes. That immediately turned Gu Rong's face ashen, as he understood his
Good brothers.
suggestion. You're really not acting human, Chen Xin. You want me to be unable to carry on my family line, don't you? Gu Rong felt like going down again and beating the hell out of that bastard. He turned around and said to Lin Yi,
Senior Lin Yi, I choose the fingertip. The index finger of my right hand.
Lin Yi nodded and then tossed a red light orb into the air. The light orb transformed into the big wheel, hovering in midair. Gu Rong walked over to the wheel, grabbed its edge and spun it hard. A minute later, the wheel stopped, but this time it made an abnormal clunking sound. Everyone was startled. What's going on? Was there a problem inside the wheel? Lin Yi remotely controlled the mechanism, opening the hatch beneath the pointer. Gu Rong stepped forward to look and was shocked. He looked at Lin Yi in a dazed manner and said,
Senior, this seems a bit abnormal.
Lin Yi could see the image displayed on the system panel. This image was indeed abnormal. The pointer this time had landed exactly between the names of two poisons. Despite having issued many big wheel rewards, this was the first time such a thing had occurred. Congratulations, the attacker has triggered a 1 in 10,000 probability, earning the right to obtain 2 rewards simultaneously. However, the 2 rewards are classified as primary and secondary. The primary reward may be used without restriction, while the secondary reward may only be used once a day, and only a single dose may be released each time. Looking at the explanation on the system panel, Lin Yi suddenly understood. A 1 in 10,000 probability was indeed quite impressive. Lin Yi had just thought Gu Rong wouldn't obtain any, but unexpectedly he got both. Wow, just how many photos did he have Ju Zai take a moment ago? Lin Yi suddenly realized this. The panel had already designated the primary and secondary poisons. The 2 poisons drawn this time were soft muscle powder of 10 fragrances and smiling Vajra. Both were quite famous poisons. The former resulted in the loss of martial power and complete weakness, originating from heaven-slaying Dragon Slayer, while the latter, from the film,
Flirting scholar.
caused one to be unable to laugh or walk, otherwise it would mean instant death. The soft muscle powder of 10 fragrances was the primary, and smiling Vajra was secondary. By the effects, smiling Vajra indeed seemed to be a bit more outrageous. Lin Yi recounted the system's ruling to Gu Rong.
Really? Obtain both?
Gu Rong asked with great excitement. It was clear he hadn't expected this outcome either. He had also thought he would not get a single poison. He truly had to thank that girl named Juzai. However, now you need to choose an additional body part to release from, as the two poisons can't share the same spot. After a moment of thought, Gu Rong quickly replied.
Then one on the index fingertip of the left hand, and one on the index fingertip of the right hand. It'll be primary on the left and secondary on the right.
Lin Yi nodded. At the same time, two streaks of gold light emerged from the big wheel and merged into the two fingertips of Gu Rong. Chen Xin curiously asked from below the stage.
Old Bone, try and see if the poison shoots out of your finger.
Gu Rong looked at him with a dark expression. Shoot out, so that's why you've been ogling at me below the belt with that ill-intentioned gaze. With the primary poison from the left hand being unrestricted, he decided to test the left hand first. He began to channel his energy, and the crowd below, seeing this, became fearful and backed away. Lin Yi had already explained the effects of the two poisons to them, and both sounded more outrageous than the other, especially the smiling Vajra. However, instead of any poison shooting out of his fingertip, it was only Chen Xin's fingertip that turned pitch black. Nanny, what? Lin Yi was stunned and couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth.
It seems that the poison must be applied on contact and cannot be used remotely. Its coverage won't be too extensive unless you were to poison food.
Gu Rong's face fell in an instant. Damn, he had just really thought he could use this as a long-range weapon, but it required direct contact. No matter if he ever got annoyed with Chen Xin, he'd just stuff his finger into his mouth or jab it right up his nostrils. As he contemplated this, Gu Rong was considerably cheered up, as if teaching Chen Xin a lesson had become his sole delight. Using his will, he retracted the poison, and his fingertips returned to their normal color. Gu Rong turned to Lin Yi, bowed with his fist cupped in hand, and said,
Senior, I shall begin the second attack now. Ahem.
Just then, as if struck by a thought, Gu Rong said,
Senior, if I were to put my right hand's secondary reward, the fingertip with smiling Vajra in your mouth and then you laughed, would that count as an attack?
Lin Yi. P.S. I'm promoting a friend's new book, Fighting Break Fanfic. Fighting Break, More Sons, More Blessings, Creating the Strongest Clan. Chapter 299, Extracting Blue-Silver Grass Keywords, Gu Rong confirms who to provoke big chapter. Rewards that simply cause damage to the target or directly lead to their death are applicable to Lin Yi and will manifest as blood loss on his body. Therefore, Gu Rong's earlier mention of the
Attack technique
is indeed viable. After being poisoned, the amount of blood Lin Yi loses is equivalent to the total blood volume of a hyper-Douluo level soul master. In other words, this smiling Vajra does not pose a death threat to soul masters above the hyper-Douluo level, but for those below, one strike means certain death.
It's possible, but
Lin Yi looked at him expressionlessly. Gu Rong stood tall with confidence and said,
Senior, rest assured, my right hand has never been used for bad deeds. Plus, I can clean it before attacking you, and if you can't bring yourself to smile, I can also stand by your side and make you laugh.
Lin Yi's expression grew darker. Gu Rong quickly apologized.
I'm sorry, I was wrong. I'll attack normally right away. Do it quickly. Yes.
Damn it, give you a bit of sunshine and you really shine. I say it's okay and you really wanted to try, huh? If you were a pretty girl, maybe I'd consider nibbling on a finger. No, wait, pretty girls won't do either. Who knows if they have poked at seafood with that finger? My taste is quite particular and only high-end seafood without any fishy smell will do. Gu Rong retreated sulkily and once again unleashed his martial soul. He can't hold on anymore. It seems he will have to rely on the sect master's support attack to achieve a higher level of damage. I guess his limit is red advanced.
Ow!
The silvery steel dragon once again emerged in midair. The temperature of the air rose sharply and blue-white flames pulsed. From Lin Yi's perspective, the steel fire dragon had an overwhelming presence that seemed to cover the sky.
Martial soul true body.
The light from Gu Rong's black seventh soul ring sparkled and rose upward, followed closely by the halo of his sixth soul ring. The silvery steel dragon once again emerged in midair, the temperature of the air rose sharply and blue-white flames pulsed. From Lin Yi's perspective, the steel fire dragon had an overwhelming presence that seemed to cover the sky. Martial Soul True Body. The light from Gu Rong's black seventh soul ring sparkled and rose upward, followed closely by the halo of his sixth soul ring. Sixth soul skill Hell Dragon Soul. The steel fire dragon, having just increased in size due to the martial soul true body, suddenly disappeared, its hard steel body dissipating into the air like dust. The very next moment, clumps of blue-white flames begin to leap in the air, densely packed, filling Lin Yi's entire field of vision, much like floating will-o'-the-wisps. Soon, each clump of blue-white flames ferociously transformed into the shape of dragon heads. Awuo. They emitted a sinister and terrifying howl. Each dragon soul lunged towards Lin Yi, furiously biting at him. Before Gu Rong's martial soul mutated, the form of this hell dragon soul should not have been made of flames, and its name wouldn't have been Dragon Soul. Instead, they were miniature versions of bone dragons. The attack process ended quicker than Gu Rong had expected. The gold-level damage rebound condensed on Lin Yi's body, the massive energy instantly dispersing all the dragon souls, then striking back at Gu Rong. Awuo. A dragon's roar followed in front of Gu Rong, as the massive body of the steel fire dragon reformed almost instantly. Without any hesitation, it charged directly in front of Gu Rong, once again using its body to withstand the impact of the damage. The attack ended. Blood loss 286,364. Remaining blood volume 899,911,663,873. Damage level Red Junior. Random reward, collect specified target hatred points, convert to attributes enhancement target to be drawn. Host reward, collect specified target hatred points, convert to attributes enhancement target to be drawn. Collecting hatred points for enhancement purposes, and there's a specified target for drawing. Lin Yi, with a guess in mind, glanced at the footnote. This footnote is quite interesting, as it explains that the target isn't a person but a keyword. Anything related to this keyword, whether a being or an object alive or dead, as long as there's a connection to this keyword, Gu Rong can collect hatred points from them. And he can convert these collected hatred points into attributes for his own enhancement. Lin Yi said to Gu Rong,
Damage 286,364, Red Junior level, your reward is an ability named. Collect specified target hatred points, convert to attributes enhancement.
Lin Yi immediately reiterated the specific content from the footnote to Gu Rong.
Do we have to use the big wheel to draw the keyword for the target?
Gu Rong asked. Lin Yi shook his head, his gaze shifting towards the panel in front of him.
No need, I'll draw it for you directly. Oh, all right, thank you, Senior Lin Yi.
After speaking, Gu Rong quietly stood to one side and waited, taking the opportunity to glance back, only to be stunned. Damn it, Chen Xin, that thief actually managed to remove the sect master's shoes again. Sect master, even though you're a girl now, you should at least be aware of some things, right? Can't you even keep your shoes safe? Indeed, girls of this age have no resistance against charming, handsome old men like Chen Xin who are skilled with swords. Compared with Chen Xin, Gu Rong felt at a big disadvantage, especially in terms of looks. Never mind, rage meter full. Hopefully the keyword drawn later is sword. Chapter 299 Part 2. Extracting keywords from blue silver grass, Gu Rong identifies the object of enmity long chapter. As expected of the son of the plain, Tang San's appearance frequency in the system is surprisingly high. Lin Yi informed Gu Rong.
Your keyword is blue silver grass. Blue silver grass?
Gu Rong was somewhat taken aback. He hadn't expected to draw this commonly seen plant from across the continent. Lin Yi continued.
That's right, as long as everything related to blue silver grass generates hatred towards you, you can harvest hatred points and convert them into random attribute enhancements. Even if you pluck a strand of blue-silver grass from the roadside, you will get hatred points, and breaking a bowl with the blue-silver grass pattern printed on it will also earn you hatred points. Bullying someone with a blue-silver grass martial soul will do the same. The more complex the method you use to attract hatred, the more hatred points you get, and the higher the attribute boost. You can try it out.
Gu Rong was shocked. It seemed that he had a fairly wide coverage to gain hatred points. After listening to Lin Yi's words, Gu Rong went to the side of the street, crouched down, and pulled up a strand of blue-silver grass growing at his feet. You have uprooted blue-silver grass from the ground, gaining 1 point of enmity from blue-silver grass, which has been converted into speed +1. The message in his mind stunned Gu Rong for a good while, but the onlookers could only see his surprised expression and couldn't hear the message in his mind.
Impressive, really impressive.
Gu Rong could hardly contain his excitement as he plucked another strand of blue-silver grass from the roadside. You have uprooted blue-silver grass from the ground, gaining 1 point of enmity from blue-silver grass, which has been converted into strength +1. Damn!
Pity!
Hello. Elated and fully satisfied, Gu Rong returned to Lin Yi and gave him a very excited bow.
Thank you, Senior. I just love this reward. But I have a question. For example, a Soul Master with blue-silver grass, let's say he's currently at the level of Soul Ancestor. If I beat him up when he reaches the level of Soul King, would I get more hatred points than when he's a Soul Ancestor? Indeed, that's the logic, since the hatred points are determined by the complexity of how you attract hatred. Beating a Soul King is definitely more challenging than a Soul Ancestor, but I advise you to start beating them up as soon as possible and not let go of any chance to fleece them. All right,
Gu Rong replied, his face flush with excitement. Tangsan danger. By now, Gu Rong had gradually forgotten that the primary reason they, the Tiandu Four, came to Seoul City was to investigate Yu Xiaogang's death and to stand up for Tang San and his master.
I'm done,
Gu Rong said as he stepped down from the platform. Only Emperor Zuo and Chen Xin had yet to attack from Tiandu's side. Miss Ning's shoes, after much to-do, finally found their way back onto her feet. It was a good thing she put them on because otherwise, Gu Rong would have surely given Chen Xin another beating, and knowing he was in the wrong, that scoundrel surely wouldn't dare to fight back.
I also twisted my ankle when I stepped on the blue-silver grass just now. Since you like massaging so much, could you rub mine too?
Gu Rong stood in front of Chen Xin and asked, even flashing a gentle smile on his face. Chen Xin knew that Gu Rong was deliberately causing trouble, and he gave him a helpless look, taking a deep breath.
Fine, which foot? I'll rub it for you. Right foot, then I'm taking off my shoe. You damn well better not. Do you have any idea how your feet smell? Just say it if you want to murder the sect master.
Chen Xin looked at him, somewhat at breaking point.
I'm going to take it off. Take off your grandpa.
Lin Yi sighed. Martial Soul Hall's Tang Chen and Thousand Waves had just finished battling, and over here in Tiandu, Chen Xin and Gu Rong were starting to fight, all because of women. Beauty has been the downfall of heroes since ancient times. Emperor Zui approached the stage and bowed to Lin Yi.
Senior Lin Yi, Sword Douluo is busy. May I attack first?
Behind him, the backdrop was the fiery scene of two people fighting, with Miss Ning frantically trying to break them up.
Bone Uncle, you mustn't hit Uncle Jian.
Okay, let's start.
Before attacking, Emperor Zui first took out a white kite from his storage soul tool. This was the reward he had received last time, the lightning conduit kite, capable of utilizing sky lightning's power to increase damage. Without Miss Ning's assistance or Chen Xin's help, since they were both busy, Emperor Zui could only rely on the damage boost brought about by this kite. After all, he only had 1/9 soul skill left to use.
Martial Soul Possession.
A fine layer of blue-purple dragon scale began to cover Emperor Zui's skin, with lightning zigzagging across the scales, continuously emitting a tingling zzz sound. The next moment, the kite in his hand seemed to be charged, its white elegance quickly covered in a layer of blue-purple lightning. Emperor Zui looked up and threw the kite forcefully towards the sky. The lightning conduit kite flew autonomously, its target clearly above his head, and at the same time, a lightning-entwined kite string whipped down like a whip, quickly wrapping around Emperor Zhuo. He was officially connected to the kite. Soon, the sky was clouded with lightning threading through, and this lightning was no longer plain lightning, but seven-colored heavenly lightning. The heavenly lightning bombarded the kite, instantly transferring to Emperor Zhuo along the string. The blue-purple scales on the skin were quickly covered by the seven-colored lightning.
Martial soul true body.
He roared, his muscles rapidly swelling, his stature growing at the same time. The silhouette of the blue electric overlord dragon stood behind him for a moment. Emperor Zhuo's eyes, covered in a seven-colored glow, looked like a dragon-shaped giant cloaked in seven-colored lightning.
6 soul skill, thunderous tide.
Emperor Zhuo took 2 steps forward. With his extremely thick forelimbs, he pounded the ground, and in that moment, lightning erupted from his body. Soon, a sturdy seven-colored beam spewed from his mouth, the formidable force of the sky lightning visibly fierce, a completely different level of attack compared to the last time he used the 6th soul skill.
Boom!
ZZZ sound. The next moment, the kite in his hand seemed to be charged, its white elegance quickly covered in a layer of blue-purple lightning. Emperor Zhuo looked up and threw the kite forcefully towards the sky. The lightning conduit kite flew autonomously, its target clearly above his head, and at the same time, a lightning-entwined kite string whipped down like a whip, quickly wrapping around Emperor Zhuo. He was officially connected to the kite. Soon, the sky was clouded with lightning threading through, and this lightning was no longer plain lightning, but seven-colored heavenly lightning. The heavenly lightning bombarded the kite, instantly transferring to Emperor Zhuo along the string. The blue-purple scales on the skin were quickly covered by the seven-colored lightning. Martial soul true body. He roared, his muscles rapidly swelling, his stature growing at the same time. The silhouette of the blue electric overlord dragon stood behind him for a moment. Emperor Zhuo's eyes, covered in a seven-colored glow, looked like a dragon-shaped giant cloaked in seven-colored lightning. 6 soul skill, thunderous tide. Emperor Zhuo took 2 steps forward. With his extremely thick forelimbs, he pounded the ground, and in that moment, lightning erupted from his body. Soon, a sturdy seven-colored beam spewed from his mouth, the formidable force of the sky lightning visibly fierce, a completely different level of attack compared to the last time he used the 6th soul skill. Boom! Lin Yi bore the assault mingled with sky lightning with his body, the thunder and lightning element in the air quickly spreading around. A dense network of electric threads filled the field of vision, and everyone's skin tingled at that moment. The hair on the heads of those close to the stage was singed. A few ferocious beasts from the Aquapea forest even took a few steps back in dread. Seven-colored heavenly lightning, a regular guest of heavenly tribulations, was almost always this phenomenon, so as ferocious beasts, they had a deep-seated fear of it in their bones. The next moment, all the thunder and lightning elements floating in the air surged toward Lin Yi again, ZZZ, wrapping around him, instantly transforming into a layer of exceptionally domineering golden light. Emperor Zhuo exhaled, the air flickering with seven-colored lightning. He was still tied to the lightning conduit kite. The thing really brought him a full sense of security. After all, from another perspective, sky lightning was almost like borrowing the power of gods. His claws extended at his fingertips. Emperor Zhuo's body, having just calmed down, swelled up again, muscles bulging like small hills. He stepped on the platform, bent his knees, and his massive dragon-shaped body leaped explosively, whipping up a strong breeze. Emperor Zhuo hovered in the air, the scales covering his muscular body full of a violent beauty. He swung his sharp right hand's claws, his right arm muscles swelling further. Chapter 300, Matchmaker Returns Rewards. Turns out they all like Senior Lin Yi. Big chapter. A furious roar erupted from Emperor Zhuo, shaking the heavens and earth, deafening those who heard it. This was the power of a hyper-Douluo level, the blue electric overlord dragon Soul Master. At this moment, Soul Masters with lower levels of dragon blood couldn't help but shiver in their hearts upon hearing it. However, this blue electric overlord dragon's bloodline didn't pose any threat to Zai Jai, Dai Tian, and others, let alone Lin Yi and Gu Yuina at their level.
Hum.
Emperor Zuai swung his thick, trunk-like arm, and his sharp claws landed on the damage rebound. The golden storm was quickly split into several parts and then crumbled into pieces.
Boom.
As he landed again, the lightning conduit kite floating in the sky turned back into its plain white color and returned to Emperor Zui's hand. Maintaining the connection with sky lightning might not be appropriate at this moment. He would invoke it again when he was ready for the second attack. After storing the kite, Emperor Zui quietly awaited news from Lin Yi's side. Blood loss, 368,743. Remaining health, 899,911,306,432. Damage level, red intermediate. Random reward, Ma Liang's brush image. Host award, Ma Liang's brush text. Ma Liang's brush, isn't that the brush that turns whatever is painted into reality? However, Lin Yi also noticed that the host award section had the word text in brackets, which was quite different from the random reward. He looked at the description, and after a moment couldn't help but laugh inwardly. The gap between the random reward and the host award was too big. The requirement for the random reward was that something had to be painted to become real, while Lin Yi only needed to write the name in text to make it real. Lin Yi said to Emperor Zui,
Damage 368,743, red intermediate level. Your reward is called Ma Liang's brush. As long as you use this brush to paint, and if what you paint is 80% similar to the real object, you will get a real object. However, this real object does not include living things, so if you draw people or soul beasts, it won't count. One more thing, you must personally hold the brush to paint. You cannot ask a painter to do it for you.
Emperor Zui frowned upon hearing this.
But I...
Emperor Zui nodded, suddenly realizing the value of this reward. First of all, the brush was a permanent reward. Secondly, except for living beings, everything else had no restrictions and it would replicate effects 100%. Then, if he devoted himself to learning how to depict soul bones, wouldn't he have as many soul bones as he wanted? Of course, compared to the capability of Bai Jai, the Emerald Swan, to
produce
soul bones at any time, the efficiency was much slower. But importantly, the brush could be used for more than just soul bones. Thinking of this, there suddenly came a snap from the audience below. Emperor Zui looked back and saw Bai Jai standing there unmoved, while Dai Tian silently crouched to pick up a piece of soul bone that had fallen beside Bai Jai's feet. No sooner had he finished speaking than Bai Jai, the Emerald Swan,
produced
another one. Lin Yi flicked the red light ball to Emperor Zui, which turned into an ordinary-looking brush in his hand, with black ink glistening at the tip.
The ink on this brush will continuously regenerate. You won't need to redip it.
Lin Yi reminded. Emperor Zui nodded at the words, pondered briefly, and decided to give it a try. He had barely ever painted in his life, but as a child, he watched a court painter paint a chick and found it amusing, so he imitated it. Afterward, Emperor Zui always considered that the most accurate thing he ever painted was a chick. Following his previous memory, he began to squat down and use Ma Liang's brush to paint on the platform. After a few strokes, Lin Yi watched alongside, his expression becoming increasingly bizarre. What on earth was this? After finishing his painting, Emperor Zui looked at his masterpiece with satisfaction. Then suddenly, he slapped his forehead.
No, I forgot. The rule is that living things won't turn real if drawn.
But the next moment, the
jig
he had drawn on the ground flashed with light and started to change. This sight confused Emperor Zui. Wasn't it said that drawing living things was useless? When the light dispersed, a brown and patterned ball appeared on the ground. Lin Yi was taken aback. It was a basketball. No wonder he had been watching Emperor Zui draw circles on the ground, with rather complex patterns. It hadn't been clear what it was. Looking back, it did somewhat resemble a basketball by 80%.
Not bad at all. You produced a real object on your first use of Ma Liang's brush.
Lin Yi complimented, but all of a sudden, his brain stalled. No, how would Emperor Zui know what a basketball is?
Senior Lin Yi, what I clearly drew was a chick, the kind that goes cluck cluck.
What the?
Are you sure you drew a chick?
Positive. All right, I have a pretty good idea of your artistic skills now. Learn more about drawing in the future. Don't waste this reward.
Emperor Zui. Chapter 300 Part 2, Matchmaker Returns Rewards. Turns out they all like Senior Lin Yi. Big chapter. He took out the lightning conduit kite once more and flung it towards the sky. After re-establishing connection with the sky lightning, Emperor Zui's body was instantly filled with a seven-colored radiance.
Martial Soul True Body. Ow!
A resonant dragon roar came from his body, and a massive blue-purple phantom flickered behind Emperor Zui for a moment. His muscles began to expand rapidly, and Emperor Zui's stature quickly grew to 2 to 3 meters tall. Bang! He stomped a basketball until it burst, roared toward the heavens, and seven-color lightning spread over the blue-purple scales. He stomped a basketball until it burst, roared toward the heavens, and seven-color lightning spread over the blue-purple scales. 6th Soul Skill, Blue Lightning Devouring Claw. With a roar, Emperor Zui's arms became even thicker, his forearms bulged like boulders, his claws lengthened indefinitely, shimmering cold light, as each claw was like a drawn sword. Bang! He stepped on the ground, the platform shattered, and his body shot into the sky like an arrow. Each of Emperor Zui's claws was entwined with the seven-colored heavenly lightning, twisting like serpents. As he swung his claws, the air tore apart, and the element of thunder and lightning filled Lin Yi's entire field of vision.
Boom!
The claw struck Lin Yi, raising a burst of seven-colored light. In fact, it was the seven-colored heavenly lightning wrapped around Emperor Zui's hand, which was instantly turned into thunder and lightning particles by the rebound force on Lin Yi's body. These thunder and lightning elements paused in midair for a moment, then swiftly surged toward Lin Yi's body, transforming into damage rebound and attacking Emperor Zui. Emperor Zui was quite close to Lin Yi at that moment but remained calm. Another layer of blue-purple scales covered him, and the lightning conduit kite once again shone brightly, continuously struck by sky lightning, transmitting energy to Emperor Zui's side. His claws, rewound with sky lightning, were swiftly thrown out, cutting the damage rebound in half completely. Watching the dense gold-tier advanced fragments fall around him, Emperor Zui could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. The blue-purple scales receded from his body like the tide, and the kite in the sky returned to its plain white appearance. All right, his attack mode was almost at its end. At most, he could use his 9th soul skill one more time. Tomorrow, he would have to seek Chen Xin's or Sect Master Ning's help to attack. Lin Yi looked at the panel. Blood loss, 380,763. Remaining health, 899,910,926,473. Damage level, red intermediate. Random reward, romantic matchmaking return reward, unlimited number of people, return rewards are at or below red advanced. Host reward, romantic matchmaking return reward, unlimited number of people, return rewards are at or below gold tier advanced. Surprised at first glance, Lin Yi was momentarily stunned by this reward. So Emperor Zui is to play matchmaker, and upon a successful pairing, subsequent rewards can be obtained. He quickly looked at the annotations. That is indeed what it meant. The reward for a permanent attribute, just like by Bidong's sign-ins and Gu Rong's punch-ins, simply complete the designated task, and you can randomly obtain rewards of different colors within the stipulated range. Bai Bidong's were sign-ins, Gu Rong's punch-ins, and Emperor Zui's matchmaker tasks. Emperor Zui's tasks were obviously more difficult, so the range of rewards he could get included 3 additional levels than Bai Bidong and Gu Rong: Red Junior, Red Intermediate, and Red Advanced. Lin Yi said to Emperor Zui,
Damage 380,763, red intermediate level, your reward is romantic matchmaking return reward.
Sure enough, hearing this name for the first time, Emperor Zui was a bit confused. Lin Yi continued to explain.
Once you have integrated this reward, you will see 2 hearts over the head of every single person, with an arrow sticking through the hearts, and the head of the arrow pointing towards the one that the single person fancies.
No sooner had he finished explaining this than there was a sudden outcry at the scene. A glance around, it seemed like everyone was single. Yet in everyone's heart, there were surely various little thoughts and even unaware affections in their subconscious. Emperor Zhuai suddenly looked forward to hearing more from Lin Yi. In fact, Lin Yi had desired a reward like this even before traveling to Soul Land, back on Blue Planet. Back when he was in school, the youthful campus life was full of unrequited loves. Who fancied who was all about guessing, about intuition, for you really didn't know what the other's heart held. At that time, Lin Yi wished he had a pair of eyes that could see who liked whom. Lin Yi even fantasized that most of the girls in his class actually liked him, they were just too shy to say it, although at that time he didn't know what was so charming about him. He just knew he was very attractive to the girls. Looking back now, I was truly arrogant back then. But who would have thought that I'd only get this ability after transmigrating to Soul Land, and Lin Yi would have no chance to return to his youth to see who had a crush on him.
Once you find out who has a crush on who, as a matchmaker, all you need to do is make the person who is admired fall for the other party. If you succeed, you'll be rewarded with anything up to a red advanced level reward. Red advanced level and below.
The scope is really wide, considering that the reward for this offensive task he's just completed is only red intermediate. Emperor Zhuai bowed excitedly, ready to receive his reward. Lin Yi flicked the red orb of light from his hand towards him. After the reward was integrated, Emperor Zhuai initially felt a burning sensation in his eyes, which then cleared up. He lifted his head and sure enough, there weren't two hearts pierced with an arrow floating above Senior Lin Yi's head, indicating that he didn't have a secret crush.
What? Someone has a crush on me.
Lin Yi asked Emperor Zhuai curiously. Bidong's face turned even redder, her head hanging low. She knew Emperor Zhuai had just spotted her. Emperor Zhuai scratched his head and said with a laugh. Only then did Bidong breathe a sigh of relief. Telling Senior Lin Yi might scare the snake. Of course, the fact that Bidong had a crush on Lin Yi might already be common knowledge. Moreover, Emperor Zhuai had just seen a red advanced label above Bidong's head. He roughly understood that if he could successfully play matchmaker for Bidong, he would receive a red advanced reward. That's too generous. Considering her secret crush was Senior Lin Yi, it made sense for the reward to be high. But the next moment, Emperor Zhuai's smile froze. Because he discovered that his own son, Zhu Qinghe, also had an arrow above his head, and following the direction of the arrow, Emperor Zhuai turned to look at Lin Yi again. What a sin, Qinghe you! Chapter 301. The reward content on the panel will be unveiled tomorrow. Dashing. Oh my god. You women, one after another, all like Senior Lin Yi.
Sect Master, Your Majesty's performance is over. Now it's my turn to attack.
Chen Xin said gently to Miss Ning.
Okay, Uncle Jian, go ahead.
Ning Rongrong, who had been smiling and commenting, didn't notice Emperor Zhuai squatting beside her.
Sect Master Ning. Your Majesty, what's wrong?
Miss Ning was startled and immediately turned her head to look at him. Emperor Zhuai tried to show a kind smile on his face and said,
Don't you think Sword Douluo is really handsome? Not only is he tall and imposing, elegant as a pine, but his use of the 7 kills sword martial spirit is also exquisite and sharp.
Sword Douluo had been praised to the skies by Emperor Zhuai. To Emperor Zhuai's surprise, Sect Master Ning not only did not look disdainful upon hearing this, but her eyes even crinkled into a smile.
Uncle Jian is indeed a very outstanding person.
Shit, there's a chance with this pair. The red intermediate reward is secure. Emperor Zhuai exclaimed with joy in his heart. He had already stopped caring about how much Ning Rongrong would object. To hell with it, it's all about the reward. On the stage, Chen Xin stood before Lin Yi, bowing respectfully. From now on, whether it's protecting the Sect Master or preparing for the upcoming Soul Master competition, of course, the most important is to ensure the Sect Master is unharmed. Chen Xin was eager to become stronger, to grow even stronger. All this could not be satisfied by simple meditation or understanding the way of the sword. Only Senior Lin Yi could help him. Counting the skills he had already used, Chen Xin discovered that it was now time to use his sixth soul skill, Myriad Swords Return to Origin, just like when supporting the sect master. Could this be a kind of unspoken tacit understanding? He was filled with new motivation as the Seven Kills sword appeared in midair, shrouded with a white glow, emitting a lethal aura that was both faint and distinct.
Sixth soul skill, Myriad Swords Return to Origin.
Chapter 301 Part 2. The reward content on the panel will be unveiled tomorrow. Dajing. Lin Yi watched the myriad of sword shadows in the sky and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. As expected, when I and the sword spirit use this move, the aura is completely different. As the light from the sixth soul ring shone brightly, Chen Xin pointed his sword forward, and all the white sword chi received the command. Each blade shook violently as if it were playing a joyful sonata at that moment.
Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh.
Lin Yi looked up at the sword shadows filling the sky. He had been attacked by this scene of swords firing all at once more than once. The visual effect was indeed explosive, like a sword rain from the sky, but all the sword rain had but one target to strike. However, Lin Yi would never know what it felt like to be hurt by this skill, which is quite a pity. Watching all the sword chi being dispersed by Lin Yi's strong defenses, Chen Xin was not surprised. He continued to raise his right hand, pointing his sword in front of him, gathering all the dispersed sword chi back into one in midair, which was his martial soul, the Seven Kills sword. After the attack ended, Chen Xin spread his fingers, and the Seven Kills sword returned to his hand. He withdrew his arm backward, and the snow-white blade made a sharp sound as it frictioned against the air. Observing the scene from Lin Yi's side carefully, Chen Xin let out a roar when a golden storm expanded from Lin Yi's body. The collision between the sharp blade and energy damage finally dissolved into dispersed energy. This was umpteenth time resolving damage rebound, but every time Chen Xin was as tense as the first time. Maybe this was the fear of unknown power. Silently watching the young man sitting cross-legged, Chen Xin couldn't help but emit another sigh. If only he were at the same level as senior Lin Yi.
Damage 267,834. Red Jr., your reward is Rage Value Bound Damage Critical Hit Effect.
Lin Yi didn't tell him the whole long string so as not to confuse Chen Xin. After all, he'd have to explain it later.
Firstly, this critical hit effect is fixed, which is 60%. When triggered, the damage will increase by 60%.
He explained.
The name of the reward also says it. This critical effect is bound to your rage value, and you need to actively come up with something that can generate rage value for you. In the future, whenever this thing happens, you'll max out your rage value and hence have a fixed 60% critical hit effect boost.
Chen Xin scratched his head.
I need to decide on something that makes me angry myself. Later, once this event happens, I will max out my rage value and then have a 60% damage boost. That's the idea. Then I decide, every time I see a person, I get angry.
Chen Xin said with a smile, thinking that since he could always see people, wouldn't this mean he'd always have a 60% damage boost? Lin Yi's mouth twitched. Indeed, to prevent people from exploiting the system, a caveat was specifically added in the reward. That is, the occurrence rate of such events in normal life cannot exceed 50%. The chance of seeing other people would definitely be 95%.
Then what if Sect Master is not happy? What about this event?
The probability of Ning Fengzhai experiencing negative emotions during normal life is 42%. It is below 50%, meeting the condition. After hearing the system prompt in his mind, Lin Yi turned to Chen Xin and said,
This is possible. It meets the condition. So have you chosen the event Sect Master Ning experiencing negative emotions as a trigger condition? Are you sure?
Chen Xin nodded with a smile.
Sure.
Good, binding successful.
Lin Yi suddenly felt like he was acting like customer service. After finishing speaking, he flicked the red orb of light in his hand towards Chen Xin. After the reward merged, Chen Xin immediately felt as if he had established a vague connection with the sect master. That was good. If someone made the sect master unhappy in the future, he would just max out his rage value, increase the damage bonus to 60%, and then carry his sword to stab the bastard. Chen Xin turned around with a laugh and looked at Miss Ning, who was also seriously watching him at the moment. Emperor Zhuai squatted to one side, observing the reactions of the two, and suddenly revealed a surprised and delighted smile. His red intermediate reward should be arriving any moment now. Ah yeah. After completing the first attack of the day, Chen Xin didn't delay and immediately started the second attack. Up to now, he had never used his martial soul true body in a conventional attack. Now, it seemed it was time to unveil his martial soul true body for the first time. Chen Xin walked towards Lin Yi, his white hair fluttering without wind. He lifted his right hand, his palm pretending to grasp something, and the 7 kills sword emerged. The snow-white long sword was held in Chen Xin's hand, and at the same time, the pitch-black 6th soul ring rose from his body.
7 kills true body.
As a heavy voice fell, the 7 kills sword in Chen Xin's hand immediately radiated an unbearably bright light. At that moment, he seemed to become ethereal, while the 7 kills sword martial spirit in his hand became more solid. The air was filled with sharpness, causing several people, who were relatively close to the platform, to feel a sensation of pricks on their faces. This was the effect of the sword spirit becoming tangible.
First soul skill, longsword strikes.
A sharp buzzing sound filled the air, and Chen Xin's body became even more translucent, almost semi-transparent. The dazzling white light emitted from the 7 kills sword grew more intense. The blade gradually expanded in length and width, growing by multiples. With the sword tip aimed at Lin Yi, Chen Xin almost merged into the 7 kills sword. With a hum, the huge sword cleaved through the air and arrived in front of Lin Yi. The moment they made contact, a tremendous collision sound erupted. A surge of gang qi violently spread out around them. Chen Xin, who was originally merged with the sword, suddenly returned to his original form, became solid, and then flew out from the sword body, crashing to the ground. His separation from the sword signified the end of the martial soul true body's effect. The 7 kills sword regained its original state but lost the sharp aura it had just before. Before Lin Yi, this scene had played out countless times. The 7 kills sword martial spirit, with its assault carrying the momentum of breaking through barriers, would immediately lose its edge upon encountering an indestructible object. Although the process was somewhat embarrassing, the overall attack was relatively complete. Chen Xin sprang up from where he landed. The 7 kills sword that had just dissipated became solid again, returning to his hand. Although he could no longer sustain the martial soul true body, Chen Xin's soul power was still there. Holding the sword, he charged forward and cut the swelling damage rebound in two. Lin Yi looked at the content on the panel. P.S. The book I'm promoting today is written by a very good friend of mine.
Game design. You guys say filling it is very simple.
Chapter 302, Scumbag Sacrifice Cleaver, full of anticipation commentary explanation big chapter. Blood loss 286,073. Remaining HP 899,910,386,743. Damage level Red Junior. Random reward magically modified the big wheel.
The big wheel.
Of the 36 stratagems *1. Host reward magically modified the big wheel of the 36 stratagems *3. The 36 tactics.
Damage 286,073. Red Junior level, your reward is the big wheel, named the magically modified the big wheel of the 36 stratagems. This spin wheel reward is different from others. It has only 36 sections corresponding to the 36 stratagems. Sorry to interrupt, but...
Immediately after, Chen Xin asked.
What are the 36 stratagems?
Lin Yi was taken aback. Don't people of the Soul Land know about the 36 tactics? Seems likely. This is something recorded by the system from the Blue Planet.
It's from other planes of existence, basically 36 strategies. You might have heard some of the widely spread tactics, like the beauty trap, the estrangement plan.
Upon hearing this, Chen Xin let out an
Oh,
her expression clearing up. So these tactics from another plane were actually tallied up to 36. In this case, these 36 tactics alone seemed like quite the reward.
Senior, could you possibly tell me about these 36 tactics? It would be good for me to have some mental preparation.
She said with a chuckle.
These are all magically modified on the big wheel, so having expectations won't help.
Chenzin. Lin Yi curled his lips upward. He could of course guess what Chenzin was thinking. However, something that could be easily searched on the internet on the blue planet might indeed have room for application in the Soul Land if they studied it closely. Lin Yi flicked the red light sphere forward, and with a whoosh, the tiny sphere directly turned into a large spinning wheel suspended in midair. Chen Xin felt somewhat unsure as he didn't even know what the original 36 tactics were, let alone what they might be after their magical modification. Approaching the edge of the wheel as if suddenly struck with a thought, Chen Xin immediately looked toward Ju Zai, orange. Instinctively, Ju Zai shivered and quickly hid her Polaroid camera behind her. Every time luck was involved, these seniors would want to pluck her feathers, and Ju Zai feared that one day she'd be left plucked bare while still needing to save a great deal of luck to meet her parents.
Oh, forget it.
Chen Xin shook his head slightly, grabbed the edge of the wheel and spun it vigorously, choosing to trust his own luck.
Clang!
A minute later, the wheel stopped.
I wouldn't mind a prize stuck in the middle. That way, I could get 2 rewards at once.
Chen Xin stealthily thought. Lin Yi opened the panel, and Chen Xin leaned forward to look, only to frown instantly as the pointer was pointing exactly at a stratagem. Murder with a borrowed knife. Soon, the annotation for this reward appeared in front of Lin Yi, including the effects after magical modification. He said to Chen Xin,
One of the 36 stratagems, murder with a borrowed knife, originally means to kill through the hands of others without revealing oneself, but after being magically modified.
I have a feeling that the ability after magical modification might be similar to the one sect master just got, where you can summon someone else's 9th soul skill for your own use anytime, anywhere.
Chen Xin suddenly asked curiously. He looked at Lin Yi, but saw Lin Yi's expression growing colder.
Chen Xin, you've now interrupted me for the 2nd time. There will be no reward if there is a 3rd interruption.
Lin Yi said. After hearing Lin Yi's words, Chen Xin was taken aback, breaking out into a cold sweat as he hurriedly bowed and apologized.
I'm sorry, Senior. It was my bad manners.
Lin Yi didn't respond and continued coldly.
The effect after magical modification is not as you guess. Once you have integrated this reward, you will be able to intercept the skill of anyone attacking you for your use, and the intercepted skill can only affect the person attacking you, inflicting damage equal to 160% of the original skill.
2 key points: you must first be attacked by someone using a skill, and secondly, the captured skill can only be used on that person. So the effect after modification almost goes against the original meaning of the tactic. The knife you borrow isn't for killing other people, but for killing the knife's owner. Chen Xin nodded, wiping the sweat from his brow, and after being scolded by Lin Yi, he didn't dare to make the slightest noise.
So that's how it is, I understand.
Chen Xin acknowledged. Lin Yi.
The reward your sect master got was of a higher level than yours, so it has no prerequisites for use and is somewhat more convenient than yours.
Understood.
Take your reward and leave.
Lin Yi said.
All right.
Chen Xin kept nodding. He immediately approached the wheel, and soon, a golden light sphere emerged from it and merged into his body. After feeling the reaction of the reward inside his body, Chen Xin bowed to Lin Yi once more before quickly leaving the stage.
Sect Master, I got scolded by Senior Lin Yi.
Chapter 302 Part 2, Scumbag Sacrifice Cleaver, full of anticipation commentary explanation big chapter. Chen Xin stepped down from the stage and immediately went to Miss Ning to weep and complain, while Miss Ning raised her small hand to pat Chen Xin on the shoulder, constantly comforting her and thoughtfully restoring the soul power she had just expended. Emperor Zui, squatting beside them, was dumbfounded. You too.
Who's going to go first on your side?
Seeing that the 3 people from Xingluo didn't speak, Lin Yi took the initiative to ask. Zhu Jian spoke coldly.
Let's follow the previous order. He'll go first.
She was referring to Davis. After the assault last night, Zhu Jian directly opened an additional room in the hotel and did not stay in the same room with Davis anymore. If someone had no feelings for you, why would you insist on pressing your warm face against their cold backside? Dai Ben was watching all of this, but he could no longer suppress Zhu Jian with his imperial power as before. Because obviously, Zhu Jian had gained very decent rewards in the recent assaults, and the quality of the rewards far surpassed what he and his son had received. From a long-term perspective, Zhu Jian was no longer just a daughter-in-law of the Dai family, but a potential stock set to become a titled Douluo strongest. Therefore, Dai Ben believed that he should try his best to please Zhu Jian now. After all, Xingliuo lacked soul master experts, although they didn't lack an army. In the days to come, soul master experts would be the backbone of an empire. Tiandu had an advantage in this regard, but it was a pity that their cohesion was weak, like scattered sand. At this moment, Dai Ben smiled and said,
Davis has made a mistake, and today he'll be punished to attack last. Zhu Yun, you go first.
All right.
Zhu Jian took a deep breath and walked towards the stage. She naturally noticed the change in Dai Ben's attitude towards her these past 2 days, but Zhu Jian knew very well that all of this boiled down to Senior Lin Yi. So, at this moment, her whole reliance was not her current strength, but Lin Yi. Lin Yi was her entire hope. The path she would take in the future all depended on Lin Yi. Alas, it's a pity that Senior Lin Yi is a man disinterested in the opposite sex. If this man had even the slightest interest in women, Zhu Jian would not hesitate to offer herself to him, even if it meant using such a method to gain more opportunities. She wouldn't care. As long as she could become stronger, that was all that mattered. She, who was hurt by love, no longer cared about whom her body belonged to. On this continent, she wanted to rely on whoever was strong. Obviously, Lin Yi was the best choice. Dai Ben followed Zhu Jian onto the stage, and they stood side by side. Lin Yi, looking at the two, took the initiative to remind.
Just a friendly tip, the reward you received last time, tag critical strike, won't have an augmenting effect on me, because one of your tags is weaker than me. In fact, I couldn't possibly be weaker than myself, so I'm not included in the tag's range.
Zhu Jian was startled to hear this. She indeed had not thought about this issue and was just thinking of using the same attack method as last time. Lin Yi didn't really want to remind her, but he saw Zhu Jian's current situation. If the reward quality was reduced, it could probably have an adverse effect on her.
Thank you for the reminder, Senior Lin Yi.
Zhu Jian immediately bowed in gratitude. In this world, it seemed that only Senior Lin Yi was truly good to her.
No way, big sis. Can you really fall for someone else so easily?
Lin Yi was taken aback. Although he understood Zhu Jian's situation, he didn't understand her state of mind. For a girl in such circumstances, any bit of kindness from others was like a ray of light in the darkness. Moreover, Lin Yi already had a halo of radiance in Zhu Jian's heart.
Since that's the case, Your Majesty, please use the White Tiger Diamond transformation and White Tiger Meteor shower skills.
Zhu Jian suggested.
No problem.
Soon, 2 tiger roars resounded on the platform. Both of their martial souls appeared at the same time, but Dai Ben's white tiger martial soul was instantly suppressed in terms of momentum by Zhu Jian's dark demon evil tiger. At this moment, the 2 tigers, one black and one white, stood together on the stage, the white tiger looking like a mere kitten sprawled on Dai Ben, causing some loss of face for him, who was of the titled Douluo caliber. So Dai Ben chose to attack swiftly.
Third soul skill, White Tiger Diamond transformation.
He roared, and the white tiger possession made his muscles swell and his stature rise sharply, drastically boosting his momentum. Dai Ben's voice, now a mix of human and tiger, roared again.
Fourth soul skill, White Tiger Meteor shower.
Under the enhancement of the white tiger diamond transformation, each meteor shone with a blazing white color and seemed to fall several times faster. As the meteor struck Lin Yi, Zhu Jian also made her move. She called out,
Second soul skill, Evil Demon 100 Rens.
A roar from the dark demon evil tiger behind her turned into a shadow that merged into her body. Simultaneously, Zhu Jian's skin was overlaid with a mix of black and silver tiger stripes, and her whole being took on a bewitchingly evil aura. Space element deployment. In a few leaps, Zhu Jian used teleporting to dodge the blazing meteors falling from the sky, and in an instant was face to face with Lin Yi. Dai Ben at the back envied her proficient use of space elements, and Davis below was well aware that Zhu Jian's strength had far surpassed his own. Evil Demon 100 Rens deployed. In reality, it was the Evil Demon 100 Rens assisted by the 9 Yin White Bone Claw. With her fingers tipped with sharp, pitch-black nails, Zhu Jian waved her hand. The shadow of the dark demon evil tiger briefly appeared behind her, ominous and terrifying. Swish! A sweep of her hand left 5 wide black gashes in the air, which also flickered with silver light. This was clearly an attack combining both darkness and space elements. The addition of the martial soul's inherent attack attributes made the effect profoundly maximized. Calling it 100 Rens indeed meant 100 Rens. During Zhu Jian's ensuing assault, Lin Yi's vision was filled with dark claw shadows that looked more like rifts in space. Soon, the attack ended, and Zhu Jian teleported back, her figure enveloped in a silver radiance, distancing herself from Lin Yi. Facing the damage rebound that surged on Lin Yi, Dai Ben roared again with his diamond transformation possession and charged forward. His mountainous frame leaped high, crushing the damage rebound in one fell swoop. Lin Yi looked at his panel. Blood loss, 264,783. Remaining health, 899,910,126,437. Damage level, Red Junior. Random reward, Scumbag Sacrifice Cleaver. Host reward, Scumbag Sacrifice Cleaver with enhanced bonus, see notes. Cleaver. Chapter 303, Zhu Jian's Night Raid Plan on Lin Yi Large Chapter. Damage 264,783, Red Junior, your reward is the Scumbag Sacrifice Cleaver.
Skull!
Zhu Jian was stunned. At this moment, Davis's body stiffened. This reward, why did it sound so similar to the Bloodline Sacrifice Cleaver he had received before? This reward presupposed murder. By killing the targeted person, one could obtain the potential to become a level 99 ultimate Douluo. Therefore, Davis had been considering whether to go to Tiandu to find Dai Mubai, and then.
Gulp!
Davis swallowed nervously. Lin Yi then continued.
After receiving this reward, as long as you subjectively want to judge whether a man is a scumbag or not, direct the cleaver towards him, and the scumbag deeds related to him will be projected as images for public exposure. If there are no such indiscretions, no images will appear.
Once this person has been judged a scumbag and you end his life with this cleaver, you will gain a permanent 1% damage bonus. There is no upper limit to the damage bonus, and there are many potential targets, which is where this reward surpasses the Bloodline Sacrifice Cleaver.
Zhu Jian nodded silently. She then looked up at Lin Yi and asked,
Senior, what are the standards for being judged a scumbag?
At her question, all the males present simultaneously lifted their heads and pricked up their ears, with some uncertainty as to whether they themselves counted as scumbags. Having an intimate relationship akin to that of boyfriends with 2 or more women simultaneously. Oh.
Zhuyan, you.
Dai Ben frowned. Could it be that Zhu Jian actually intended to publicly deal with his son? Even if Zhu Jian was now a changed person, she still didn't have the capability to confront the Star Luo royal family, not to mention the burden of the Zhu family.
Your Majesty, don't overthink it. I just want to see if Weiss has done anything to wrong me. I like him so much, so I care about him. That's not wrong, is it?
Dai Ben was momentarily speechless. At that moment, Davis even raised his hands high. He had thought Zhu Jian was going to kill him directly. With her current abilities, particularly after mastering space elements, it would have been easy for her. The cleaver pointed at Davis, and just when everyone thought Davis was not a scumbag, a light emerged from him and a picture appeared in midair. The sight stunned everyone present, including Dai Ben. In the picture, Davis was often seen entering a hotel with different women, each dressed flamboyantly and attractive. The image then flashed to an inside view of a hotel room. The unhealthy sounds quickly spread across the venue, and even Bai Bidong frowned at the sight. Aside from senior Lin Yi, it seemed no man was decent. Zhu Jian was profoundly shocked. She quickly moved the cleaver away as the scandalous scene in the picture had stunned her. Davis, he had been with a group of women at the same time.
Why did the picture disappear? I was enjoying that, especially those voices.
The Prince of the Dai family really knows how to have fun.
I hate that I'm not a prince. I hate that I don't have money.
Listening to the crowd's bustling discussions, Davis felt the utmost anxiety. The reward had truly exposed his humiliating acts. That incident of his, although kept strictly confidential for a year or two, had not been leaked by anyone, not even his own father knew. But now it was publicly revealed by a reward, and it was the most exciting scene of all. Davis remembered that day vividly. 15 women had accompanied him in achieving his ideals, the most glorious time in his record. And now, over 1,000 people at the venue knew his.
Glorious!
Chapter 303 Part 2, Zhu Jian's Night Raid Plan on Lin Yi Large Chapter. Because Zhu Jian was still holding the cleaver, her entire arm was trembling, clearly indicating her emotions were extremely unstable. Anyone could understand the situation, seeing one's affection object mingling with a dozen members of the opposite sex.
Zhu Yun, can you calm down first, please? We're family, let's talk this out nicely.
Dai Ben tightly fixed his gaze on the cleaver in Zhu Jian's hand. Zhu Jian was indeed very angry, but it was only for a moment. She soon let out a light laugh and put away the cleaver.
Your Majesty, you worry too much. I just said I really like Wheeze. I was just trying to figure out if he likes me too. How could I possibly hurt him?
Her face constantly bore a gentle smile as she spoke. Of course, if she could, Zhu Jian genuinely wished to chop Davis in half with that cleaver on the spot. Trading such a man for a 1% damage increase was by no means a loss.
Really? Of course it's true. Your Majesty, let's continue the offensive. There's a second round to come.
Zhu Jian said in a calm tone. Dai Ben carefully watched the expressions on her face and suddenly felt that he had overthought the situation. Zhu Jian was a smart person. She surely could think of the severe consequences of killing Davis. But for some reason, Dai Ben suddenly didn't want Zhu Jian to get a strong reward, although they were on the same side at the moment. Zhu Jian dared not confront him and his son now just because she wasn't strong enough, but if she became powerful enough, the first person she'd deal with would definitely be Davis, followed by him, Dai Ben. However, there was no helping it. The current alliance still needed to be maintained, and all he could do was pray that Zhu Jian wouldn't be too lucky in what followed. The two of them returned to the stage, facing Lin Yi.
Your Majesty, you continue with the last attack pattern, and I'll switch to my third soul skill.
Dai Ben looked at Zhu Jian blankly. His daughter-in-law was eerily calm.
Your Majesty! All right.
Having discussed their strategy, they launched their next attack. Once again, their martial souls were unleashed simultaneously, and Dai Ben suddenly realized that, although Zhu Jian seemed light and breezy on the surface, her dark demon evil tiger martial soul had become even more ferocious than before. The blood-red eyes of the dark demon evil tiger glanced at Davis below the stage, then turned to look at him, sending Dai Ben's white tiger martial soul into such a fright that it let out a wail. My martial soul as a titled Douluo.
Third soul skill, White Tiger Diamond Transformation.
The wailing white tiger phantom immediately merged into his body. Dai Ben's muscles swelled. A golden light emanated from him, and at the same time, his body grew taller and his upper body morphed into a vastly exaggerated proportion.
Fourth soul skill, White Tiger Meteor Shower.
Blazing white meteors began to fall from the sky, densely packed before the eyes. At that moment, Zhu Jian's dark demon evil tiger let out a roar as it merged into its master, covering Zhu Jian's skin in silver and black patterns, while her eyes turned a light red, flickering with a bloodthirsty light. She could turn around right now and kill Davis with the cleaver if she wished. But the timing wasn't right yet, and she knew very well what would be most beneficial for her at this moment. Instead of plotting against the Dai father and son, it would be better to focus all her attention on Senior Lin Yi. Honestly, Zhu Jian had a bold plan in mind for tonight. She planned to sneak out to meet Lin Yi, as he was a powerful backing she could rely on. Zhu Jian was determined, whatever the method, no matter the cost, even if she had to be the most humble, lowliest servant at Senior Lin Yi's feet, she was willing. As long as Senior Lin Yi was willing to back her up.
Third soul skill, Evil Demon Slash.
As she contemplated, Zhu Jian released her third soul skill. Once again utilizing space elements, she evaded the meteor shower falling from the sky, and in a few breaths she stood directly in front of Lin Yi. With her 5 fingers together, a slicing trail appeared swiftly in the air, filled with the black element within the crack, accompanied by the silver glow representing the space elements shimmering within. This slash was swiftly executed by Zhu Jian and accurately landed on Lin Yi's body. It was also the first time she had used the evolved Hell Slash, now called the Evil Demon Slash, in a live situation. After the attack concluded, her body leaked silver space elements once more, and in the blink of an eye, she quickly moved to the back, distancing herself from Lin Yi. Dai Ben watched dumbfoundedly. He feared Zhu Jian's space elements the most. Already adept in agility and offensive prowess, wielding the space elements allowed her to virtually kill higher-ranked opponents instantly.
Your Majesty, be careful of the damage rebound.
Zhu Jian reminded. Snapping back to reality, Dai Ben stood his ground, and under the maintenance of the White Tiger Diamond transformation, he began to release his second soul skill.
Second soul skill, White Tiger Intense Light Wave.
His robust front limbs fiercely pounded the ground. Dai Ben gathered strength, opened his mouth, and a thick white beam of light shot out instantly, landing on the incoming damage rebound. Having dealt with the damage rebound, the tension in both contenders relaxed at this moment. They deactivated their martial souls and stood in place, waiting for Lin Yi to announce the results. Zhu Jian had become utterly disillusioned with the Dai family. She was now truly grateful that Dai Ben had brought her here, offering her the opportunity to meet Senior Lin Yi and to see Davis's true colors. It offered her the chance to find the support she should truly rely on. In her mind, Zhu Jian had contemplated several strategies for her planned night attack on Senior Lin Yi. She did not believe Lin Yi was completely uninterested in women. As long as she dressed a bit more seductively, took the initiative, kept tight-lipped, and put her dignity aside.
Enjoyed.
Her, even if she became the most lowly servant to Senior Lin Yi later, surely he would stand up for his servant, right? Unbeknownst to Lin Yi, a radical idea had already taken root in Zhu Jian's mind. He turned his attention to the panel. Blood loss, 280,367. Remaining health, 899,909,843,471. Damage level, Red Junior. Random reward, Panel Optimization Spirit Stone *1. Host reward, Panel Optimization Immortal Stone *1. Lin Yi was taken aback. Panel Optimization Spirit Stone? What kind of spirit stone is this? Speaking of optimization, Lin Yi thought of the system. Shouldn't optimization be coupled with the system? Could it possibly be placed on a person? He looked at the system's annotation to understand what this panel referred to. It was the panel data that Ice Emperor received last time. The reward Ice Emperor received was the option to select any one attribute for a 5,000-point increase, while Zhu Jian's panel optimization Spirit Stone was capable of providing a reasonable enhancement to all attributes on the panel. What exactly is a reasonable enhancement? It means that not every attribute will increase by the same value. The increase is determined according to the importance of each attribute. For example, luck value is actually the most crucial attribute, so the boost in this category will be particularly small. Attributes like strength, speed, defense, charm, which are relatively less significant, will receive a greater increase. Lin Yi specifically noted that except for breeding desire, which wouldn't change, Zhu Jian's charm would receive the most significant enhancement. It seems that charm is not deemed very important by the system's standards. After reading the annotation, Lin Yi said to Zhu Jian,
Damage 280,367. Red Junior, your reward is a panel optimization spirit stone.
Chapter 304, with Lin Yi's death, their sky also collapsed. Big chapter. Hearing her name mentioned by Lin Yi, the Ice Emperor barely had time to feel happy before she heard that Lin Yi was actually talking about her panel attributes. The little ice scorpion immediately hung her head in embarrassment, her twin ponytails drooping down listlessly. Why bring up that of all things? It's the most embarrassing thing for me.
So that's how it is.
Zhu Yun nodded in understanding. This reward was equivalent to a comprehensive enhancement for her. She vaguely remembered that the panel's attributes were quite extensive. It even included something like breeding desire.
Whoosh!
When the spirit stone arrived in front of Zhu Yun, it hovered in midair and quickly shattered into gold powder, all of which drifted towards Zhu Yun alone. Dai Ben looked on with envy, wondering if he'd also get some panel bonuses if he brushed some of that powder off at this moment. But that would be stealing the reward, right? Stealing the reward seemed to be explicitly forbidden by Senior Lin Yi, so Dai Ben swallowed his saliva and immediately dismissed the idea that had just come to mind. After merging with the reward, the most notable change in Zhu Yun at the moment was her appearance. She had short hair, which now began to grow longer, becoming softer and shinier. Her skin was becoming fairer and more tender, and her facial features subtly improved, transforming towards beauty. Everyone was stunned, unable to believe their eyes that such a miraculous transformation could happen right before them. An on-site makeover. Actually, Lin Yi himself had undergone one, but the changes he experienced were much more significant than Zhu Yun's. By now, Zhu Yun's charm must have increased considerably, and even her figure started to transform further, with more prominent breasts and longer, slender legs, along with a reduction of excess fat on her belly. Her aura also layered up, leaning towards the seductive direction brought by her dark demon evil tiger martial soul. A few breaths later, there had been an earth-shattering change in Zhu Yun. She wasn't exactly ugly before, but she definitely didn't stand at the same level as beauties like Bai Bidong and Cayenne Rengsu. Now with so much added charm, she was almost shining as brightly as Bai Bidong. Davis was flabbergasted by the scene. The sexy women found by the hotel before couldn't hold a candle to Zhu Yun now, could they? His girlfriend had suddenly turned into a top-tier beauty. Davis smiled, feeling excited as he approached the edge of the stage, attempting to recover some of their relationship.
Congratulations, Zhu Yun. About before.
Davis asked tentatively. Dai Ben watched the scene with anticipation, hoping that Zhu Yun would forgive and reconcile with Wheeze. That would definitely be a good thing. Zhu Yun turned her head to the side, her beautiful eyes shining with a cold light. At this moment, Davis actually felt a trace of fear.
HMPH.
Zhu Yun let out a cold laugh without any desire to pay attention to Davis, turning her head back. Dai Ben looked at his son with some disappointment, quickly signaling him with his eyes to stay away from Zhu Yun for now and not to rush things. Zhu Yun truly had no desire to interact with Davis at all. Now that she had become more beautiful, it only made her more determined to dedicate herself to Senior Lin Yi. She was going to do it tonight. As long as she could please Senior Lin Yi, that would be the same as having everything. Her upbringing had not taught her much, except that as a woman without control over her own life, she had to learn to find the most reliable support for herself. Before, that support was Davis. Now that support is Senior Lin Yi. With Senior Lin Yi's current status, his word would probably carry more weight than both empires combined with Martial Soul Hall.
Roar!
Chapter 304 Part 2, with Lin Yi's death, their sky also collapsed. Big chapter.
Thank you, Senior Lin Yi.
Words of gratitude and a feeling of thankfulness converged in her chest, and in the presence of so many people, Zhu Jian found it inappropriate to express herself openly, but she was determined to find an opportunity tonight to
Express.
her gratitude properly.
No need to thank me. From another perspective, you're quite lucky.
The best manifestation of Zhu Yun's luck is having met Senior Lin Yi.
She said very earnestly. Lin Yi squinted his eyes slightly. Was Zhu Jian moved to tears? Ah, surely it wasn't that serious. Lin Yi chuckled lightly, then said melancholically.
You really don't need to thank me. Before my death, having you all as companions is what I should be thankful for.
He had not forgot the original reason he was sitting here. It was to seek death. But everyone seemed to gradually forget Lin Yi's initial intention, and now, with Lin Yi's reminder, they all looked at each other with belated realization. In these past days, they had gained so much joy that they had all forgotten that Senior Lin Yi was a man about to embrace death. Upon hearing his words now, they were shocked to the core. Bai Bidong had also forgotten, being immersed in these joyful days, she had long since pushed the matter to the back of her mind.
Senior, how much time do you have left?
Bai Bidong's voice trembled as she asked. Lin Yi was about to respond when he suddenly felt an intense sadness in the atmosphere. He was a bit surprised. Could these people who came to play the lottery shield every day really be saddened by his death?
Senior,
Bai Bidong noticed Lin Yi was in a daze and couldn't help feeling even more sorrowful. She had a premonition that Lin Yi must also be reluctant to leave this world, right?
well, I should have quite a few years left, given that all your damage is too low to even scratch one layer of skin off me, but fortunately, I can set the damage to accumulate, so every day I move a step closer to death. That's been my only motivation for sitting here every day up until now.
Lin Yi spoke calmly, his comments laced with profound sadness. The scene fell silent. As everyone looked into his eyes, a mist seemed to form over them, and they began to feel uncomfortable.
Senior, how can we give you the hope to continue living? Please tell me. I, Bai Bidong, am willing to go through fire and water to bring you hope.
Bai Bidong's eyes were red as she knelt down and pleaded with Lin Yi. Lin Yi let out a light chuckle.
Sometimes, hope isn't necessarily a good thing.
But we can't bear to see you go. We will all be the killers who caused your death.
Suddenly someone in the crowd cried out excitedly.
Senior Lin Yi, I didn't know about these things before.
Zhu Zai cried as she took several steps forward. All her hopes were pinned on Lin Yi, and if Lin Yi died, the hope that was sustaining her would shatter along with it.
I Qinghe.
At this moment, Kaiyan Rengsu really wanted to use her real name, as these were her true feelings. She knelt down after speaking, her heart sinking into a depth of sorrow she had never experienced before.
We plead with Senior Lin Yi to keep on living.
Gradually, others began to do the same as Bai Bidong and Kaiyan Rengsu. More and more people knelt down, their voices sincere as they echoed the same sentiment. With Lin Yi's death, it was as if the sky would collapse, affecting all their futures. The Gua Sha masters collectively knelt. They had no grounds for objection. Lin Yi truly was their sky. Because of Lin Yi, they and their families had begun to live a happy life that had previously been impossible. The Tiandu Quartet also knelt down, including the Snow Emperor, Ice Emperor, all the guest elders and elders of the Martial Soul Hall, and the third offerer even pushed the little golden crocodile's head down a bit lower. In such a situation, everyone ought to maintain the utmost respect for Senior Lin Yi. Dai Tian, Zai Jai, and Wang Qier were visibly distressed, while Silly Goose, having just learned of Lin Yi's impending death, was now crying inconsolably. The four of them knelt down and begged together. Gu Yuina stared blankly at Lin Yi on stage, her face also showing a flicker of sorrow. For the first time in front of everyone, she silently knelt down to Lin Yi, lowering her arrogantly held head. Gu Yuina's thoughts were the same as everyone else's. She wished Lin Yi would not die, that he would never die. For both personal and general reasons, Gu Yuina could not bear to watch someone with the dragon god's bloodline perish in front of her a second time. Po Sissy looked around in some astonishment. She had not anticipated that Lin Yi held such an important place in everyone's hearts. But Lin Yi truly is someone worthy of respect. Since it was her first time here, she didn't kneel, but she still bent her waist towards Lin Yi to show respect.
Am I already dead, that you've begun to mourn me in advance?
Lin Yi looked on calmly at the crowd that had knelt down in unison. What surprised him was the uniform response coming from the scene.
Please give Senior Lin your renewed hope to live on.
Lin Yi hadn't expected them to be so in sync, the voice of over 1,000 people speaking as one was so loud it hurt his eardrums. This won't do. Damn it, it's all Zhu Jian's fault. Out of the blue, she makes some declaration of affection, made me also impulsively utter a phrase, and as a result, a whole bunch of people kneeling is what I get.
First, I'll tell you that not a single one of you is qualified to sway my thoughts. Second, if you don't attack me, you'll prove to be of no use to me here, and not only will I not thank you, but I'll also immediately get up and leave Soul Land to find others to attack me in a different realm. Understand?
The more everyone listened, the more desperate they became. Senior Lin Yi's resolve was unexpectedly firm.
Don't!
Bidong started to speak, truly panicked now. Better to let Senior Lin Yi die on Soul Land than have it this way.
We will attack. Marshal Soul Hall will continue to attack.
Bidong quickly stood up. Upon hearing this, the people at the scene also stood up one after another. Senior Lin Yi can't leave, he just can't go. His leaving would be even more painful than if he died here. After all, Senior Lin Yi said he could live many more years here, since the damage that could be inflicted here was impressively low.
Next, who's attacking?
Lin Yi looked towards Dai Ben and Davis, father and son. Davis, stealing a look at Zhu Jian, who walked off the stage with red rims around her eyes, got a fierce glare from her, embarrassingly stepped aside, and then walked towards the stage.
I'll attack first. Hold on a second.
Lin Yi's gaze swept over the Dai family father and son on the stage, turning towards the ferocious beast side. Pointing at Bai Jai, his low emitter ability came into effect.
No crying.
Bai Jai's crying immediately stopped, and her tearful green eyes stared blankly at Lin Yi.
Finally, peace and quiet.
Lin Yi spoke in a deadpan manner, then said to the Dai family father and son.
Go ahead with your attack.
Chapter 305, Playing the Role of the Tiger Species in the Many Heavens and Magical Modification of the Many Heavens Battle Attire, the big wheel appears twice. Large chapter. Everyone's expression became tense. Somehow, there was a feeling that Senior Lin Yi's death would be considered great news. Dai Ben was utterly despicable. Of course, Dai Ben was also falling apart inside. Do you think he wanted to ruin the mood? If it weren't for dire circumstances, who would risk offending Senior Lin Yi by doing such a thing? After all, it was difficult to calculate the self-inflicted damage, so it was best to continue with the same boost used previously. Otherwise, it would be tough to harmonize subsequent added skills. Amidst a cheerful melody, two ferocious white tigers appeared behind father and son, prowling and looking extremely aggressive. Today was the first time Dai Ben's martial soul was not suppressed when released. Zhu Jian's dark demon evil tiger martial soul was too terrifying. It was frightening to imagine what would happen once she obtained another evolution spirit stone, and her martial soul evolved into the dark evil god tiger completely. By that time, it was almost certain that Zhu Jian would become an ultimate Douluo, and Dai Ben would do everything possible to have her sworn to Xingluo. Of course, he would also agree to all of her demands, even if it meant she wouldn't marry Davis.
Third soul skill, White Tiger Diamond Transformation.
Dai Ben shouted, and his purple third soul ring spiraled upwards, radiating blinding light. A wave of gold ripples spread from his body as his muscles and stature swelled explosively. Dai Ben, in his robust beastman form, swung his thick arms as white fur stood up like steel needles. The next moment, yellow second soul rings rose around both father and son, shimmering with light. In unison, they declared,
Second soul skill, White Tiger Intense Light Wave.
Boom! Two vastly different beams of energy shot towards Lin Yi, with Dai Ben being a titled Douluo and the boost from the White Tiger Diamond transformation. His White Tiger Intense Light Wave was 6 times as powerful as his son's. After the attack, the energy fluctuations lingering in the air around Lin Yi trembled violently, instantly transforming into golden energy. The gold expanded endlessly, emitting a frenzied roar and surged towards father and son.
White Tiger Intense Light Wave.
Dai Ben took a step forward, maintaining his tyrant body state as another intensely powerful beam of white light burst forth from his mouth. Whoosh! Seeing the damage rebound shattered, Dai Ben sighed in relief. Based on the damage rebound, he guessed that the damage must have reached the red level. Wei's first red reward. Hopefully, it was a good one, not to let the lad fall too far behind Zhu Jian.
Role play.
In the rewards, similar to previous mimicry rewards, indicating that the attacker could gain all the abilities of the character drawn, that is, directly role-play as that character. It sounded formidable, but what kind of tiger would Davis end up drawing?
Damage 220,763, red junior level damage. You've received a Big Wheel reward called the Big Wheel of various tiger species role play. It will show characters from different planes that have tiger in their names, and whichever one you draw, you'll have the ability to role-play that character anytime you want. This is a permanent reward, and the manifestation is probably similar to Bai Jai's second form, summonable whenever desired.
On hearing Lin Yi's explanation of the reward, Davis's eyes lit up instantly. He felt his reward was on par with Bai Jai's. Because Bai Jai's second form was also related to Goose. Following this pattern, wouldn't his second form also surpass his own strength by far? Of course, there was a difference in the grade of their rewards. Bai Jai's was Golden Junior while his was Red Junior. Still, Davis was filled with anticipation. Lin Yi lifted the red orb of light in his hand and tossed it into the air. The next moment, it turned into a massive wheel, so large that it cast a shadow over Lin Yi's figure. Posisi's fine eyebrows furrowed slightly from below. How many big wheels was this now? The second or the third? The frequency of such rewards appearing was really high. Davis walked towards the big wheel, and as if struck by a thought, he looked over at Zhu Zai Orange. Should he also beg for a few pictures to increase his luck value? Feeling a gaze upon her, Zhu Zai wiped her tears, still shrouded in panic over
Lin Yi's impending death.
Chapter 305 Part 2, The Play of the Tiger Kind of All Heavens and the Magical Modification of the Armors of All Heavens, Double Big Wheels Appear. Large chapter.
Scumbags are forbidden.
Her clear voice spread throughout the venue. Davis was extremely embarrassed and quickly turned his head back. But Lin Yi was holding back laughter. It seemed that Davis had become the public enemy of all the women present. With such a socially disastrous scene broadcasted, he still had the face to stay. His skin was as thick as city walls. Approaching the big wheel, Davis took a deep breath, grabbed the edge of the wheel and spun it with force. Clang, clang, clang. After exactly 1 minute of spinning, the wheel stopped on cue, as Lin Yi remotely opened the panel. Davis couldn't wait to step forward and look. It was a 3-character role name, and it seemed somewhat impressive.
Senior, who is Tigger?
Davis curiously asked. Lin Yi didn't even know how to answer him. After pondering for a moment, he said,
After you've merged with the reward, you'll understand when you play the role. This big wheel includes countless planes with tiger species, at least close to 10,000. I haven't visited every plane. Understood.
Davis looked forward to it and stepped up to the big wheel. A golden light point flew out from the interior of the wheel and merged into his body. At this moment, Davis felt another identity within his body responding to him.
Wheeze quickly acted out and see. Let's see what kind of powerful skills this Tigger predecessor has.
Dai Ben excitedly said from the stage. If it really was like the transformation of Emerald Swan's black swan form, that would be a huge gain. Davis closed his eyes and began to summon the other identity inside of him. The next moment, a flash of light enveloped his body, and yellow fur with black patterns appeared. The audience watched in surprise at the Davis before them.
Wheeze! Father Emperor, how do I look now?
Davis stood with hands on hips, his voice even turning into a foolish tone. This Tigger predecessor looks a bit scrappy.
All right.
Davis promptly responded, and after a moment,
Duang, duang, duang.
Suddenly, strange sound effects echoed through the venue. Dai Ben watched numbly as Tigger arched his legs high, using his tail to support his entire body in jumping around, seemingly to show off his freedom of movement. Tigger, as played by Davis, even jumped around the stage in a complete circle. This strange sound effect was the noise made by his spring-like tail hitting the ground.
Stop jumping, damn it!
Dai Ben shouted angrily. Davis immediately stopped, looking perplexed at his father.
What's wrong?
I told you to try out his powerful abilities. What are you messing around for?
But Davis said with an aggrieved face.
But this is all of Tigger predecessor's skills.
Dai Ben.
See if he has any other abilities. No!
Dai Ben nearly rolled his eyes and collapsed to the ground. He had to pinch himself to stay conscious. This damn thing, it was a Red Junior reward. The very first Red Junior reward wasted just like that.
How can your luck be so terrible?
Dai Ben pointed at Davis with frustration.
Hurry up and change back, we're going for a second attack. Third soul skill, White Tiger Diamond Transformation. Second soul skill, White Tiger Intense Light Wave.
2 intense white light beams with powerful energy fluctuations blasted towards Lin Yi together, obviously more powerful than the first round. The attack ended, Tyrant Body maintained, looking at the oncoming damage rebound. The father and son once again released the White Tiger Intense Light Wave concurrently. Bang! Dai Ben looked at the shattered damage rebound with resentment. They attacked earnestly each time, but they never received equally useful rewards, referring specifically to the two of them, because Zhu Jian was always lucky in this regard. Of course, what they most desired now was a reward that could amplify damage. To others, such a reward was commonplace, but the father and son had nearly never received one, which was simply ridiculous. Lin Yi glanced at the panel. Blood loss, 230,763. Remaining health, 899,909,403,671. Damage level, Red Junior. Random reward, Heaven's Battlegarb Modifying Wheel of Fortune *1. Host reward, Heaven's Battlegarb Modifying Wheel of Fortune *3. Lin Yi looked at the system panel, momentarily dazed, yet another big wheel, and it also belonged to the Heavens category. Getting the big wheel in Red Junior rewards twice in a row, Lin Yi even doubted whether Davis's luck was absurdly skewed. While he looked at the system's notes, he said to Davis,
Damage 230,763. Red Junior, your reward is still a big wheel, named the Heaven's Battlegarb Modifying Wheel of Fortune.
Another big wheel as a reward.
Little sister, can you use your camera to take some photos for him? Whatever you ask for, just name it.
Dai Ben approached Zhu Zai with a smile. However, Zhu Zai resolutely hid her camera behind her back.
No.
So he bounces with his tail, therefore, he is named Tigger, is that it? Vida. Dai Ben wanted to vomit blood. Zhu Jian watched the scene unfold with cold satisfaction, feeling utterly vindicated. Humph, what does it matter if you got a red reward? With bad character comes punishment for your luck. Her heart at this moment was anything but elated. See if he has any other abilities. No.
Rest assured, I am the Emperor of Xingluo. Whatever I promise, it'll be beyond your imagination. Heh, the thing I hate the most is the Xingluo Empire.
Lin Yi couldn't help but intervene. Dai Ben always seemed to bump into trouble because Zhu Zai's father had died on the battlefield of Xingluo. Adding luck is essential.
Give it to me.
In a panic, Zhu Zai looked towards Lin Yi.
Senior Lin Yi.
Chapter 306. Davis obtained a battle suit with an off-the-charts circle value, while Dai Ben obtained a mission prop card big chapter. Dai Ben didn't need to look back to know what the scene behind him was like. This feeling, as if a thorn were in his back, made every hair on his body stand up, as cold sweat uncontrollably trickled down. For the first time, he genuinely felt what hostility emanating from someone with power far surpassing the limits of the continent was like.
Dai Ben.
At this moment, Lin Yi, who was behind him, finally spoke. His voice was calm, yet it seemed to carry the weight of 1,000 caddies of pressure.
Present.
Dai Ben turned around stiffly, his expression a mix of a smile and a cry, as he quickly wiped the sweat from his forehead and jogged towards the platform. It was too terrifying. He had really had a brain lapse just now.
On this Heaven's Battle Garb modifying Wheel of Fortune, there are iconic battle garments from various planes. Some are worn by people with superpowers, others are worn by protagonists in famous scenes. Regardless of whether these garments have special abilities on their own, each one on the wheel has been magically modified. Once you wear this battle garment, you will possess all the abilities of its original owner. Some abilities of the battle garment owners will be magically modified to suit the powers of the Soul Land.
Davis nodded, half understanding. Battle garments. Were they like the 4-word battle armor or the 2-word battle armor he'd heard of before? This was what Davis thought. But Lin Yi had a different idea. His first thought was of Superman's red underwear worn over his pants. If Davis were to get Superman's battle garment, he'd truly become invincible. Beyond Superman, there was Iron Man's armor, Spider-Man's spider battle garment. The first thing that came to Lin Yi's mind was the spider battle garment that closely resembled the 8-spider spear. And what of Batman's battle garment? If Davis got it, would he also receive Spider-Man's high-tech gadgets? Lin Yi wasn't sure, and of course, if Davis ended up with the Hulk's purple shorts, he'd be just as invincible. For some reason, Lin Yi was also looking forward to what the wheel would award. He flicked the red light sphere in his hand into the air, and a large wheel quickly floated there. Posisi opened her mouth slightly and could not muster any criticism for a long time. Another big wheel.
Please, please let me have better luck this time. I beg you, I beg you.
Davis was praying to the heavens. He really didn't want to see Dai Ben's look of disappointment again, nor did he want to hear Zhu Xian's mocking laughter. Arriving beside the big wheel, Davis grabbed its edge and gave it a hard spin. Clang, clang, clang. A minute later, the wheel stopped. At that moment, Davis's heart was filled with extreme trepidation. He gave Lin Yi a nod of acknowledgement. Looking at the result below the pointer, Davis swallowed nervously and leaned in to see the display that read 5 characters. Lin Yi looked at the 5 characters on the panel and suddenly paused. What kind of battle garment was this? He had never heard of it. Just because overalls. Lin Yi pondered for a moment, and a bolt from the blue struck his mind. Could it be it was that famous person's battle garment? With this thought, Lin Yi hurriedly checked the system's annotations. He furrowed his brows slightly, and the corners of his mouth twitched. It seemed to make sense because the annotations mentioned that the battle garments weren't only clothes worn by some people with superpowers, but also from protagonists in famous scenes, collectively known as battle garments. Thinking about it, it wasn't so strange. That garment was almost universally known throughout the Blue Planet. But Davis's luck was just too absurd.
Senior Lin Yi, which senior's battle garment do these overalls come from?
Davis asked nervously. Lin Yi himself wasn't sure how to answer this question. Moreover, he had just made sure that wearing this garment, Davis would indeed gain the abilities of its original owner. Unfortunately, this battle garment hadn't been magically modified.
Some battle garment owners.
Pretending to be impatient, Lin Yi said.
As I mentioned before, the prizes on the wheel span thousands of dimensions. It's impossible for me to have seen them all. As for what abilities you'll get from wearing this battle garment, just put it on and try it to find out.
Chapter 306 Part 2. Davis obtained a battle suit with an off-the-charts circle value, while Dai Ben obtained a mission prop card Big Chapter. Lin Yi timely explained.
This battle suit originates from a protagonist in a famous scene, not the outfit of a superhero.
At these words, Davis became anxious.
Then, does it have any magical modification? Why don't you try it on and find out? But do I have to change right here?
Davis looked around somewhat embarrassed. At this moment, Zhu Xian sneered.
We all saw everything there was to see in that scene earlier. What's there to be afraid of?
Davis. Lin Yi shook his head.
You don't need to change manually. There's a chant for it. You just shout transform, and the clothes will automatically be on you.
Understood.
Davis nodded in response, then as per Lin Yi's instruction, he shouted.
Transform.
A miraculous sight unfolded. The gray overalls along with the black top instantly appeared on his body. What's more surprising was that Davis's golden long hair turned into silver-gray short hair, parted in the middle. Lin Yi coughed.
Once you put on the battle suit, you'll acquire the original owner's style. It's not strange at all.
Upon seeing this, Dai Ben immediately approached and asked.
Wheeze, how's it going? What abilities do you have?
Davis had a weird expression.
Speak up.
As the anxious father, Dai Ben pressed.
I can.
Davis replied, clear memories of the original owner's various skills implanted in his mind, where the 4 abilities were effortlessly at his command.
Rap is like.
Davis covered his mouth with one hand while stylishly moving the other in the air, uttering a string of highly rhythmic phrases. Dai Ben was stunned. Lin Yi was dumbfounded. Dai Ben, overcome with fury, rolled his eyes in anger. Hold on, just restrain yourself.
That 4th skill of yours is.
Dai Ben was on the verge of tears with frustration. This was their 2nd red-level reward, could it not be so messed up? Such opportunities were rare. Who could get the chance to obtain a red-level reward several times? Before this, they mostly received black-level rewards.
But I don't have a ball.
Davis turned his head to look around. At that moment, Lin Yi spoke towards a direction below the stage.
Emperor Zuoi, draw a chick to provide a prop for Davis.
Emperor Zuoi looked confused.
Senior, doesn't he need some kind of ball? Just do what I said.
Lin Yi said impatiently. Such nonsense, your drawing skills. Weren't you the one who drew a chick last time and a ball appeared? If I asked you to draw a ball, might you end up drawing a chick instead? Emperor Zuoi took out his magical pen and started drawing a chick on the ground. Everyone craned their necks to see, with several black lines popping up on their foreheads. As expected, Emperor Zuoi's skills at drawing chicks.
Your Highness Wheeze, catch.
Emperor Zuoi threw the ball over, and Davis raised his hand to catch it. Watching Davis dribbling the ball between his legs, Dai Ben strained to feel any damage this
Skill
might entail, but his conclusion was that there was absolutely no damage.
Could it be lacking any magical modification?
Dai Ben asked his son with a resigned heart. Stopping the dribble, Davis stared blankly at his father.
It seems there's been no magical modification.
Dai Ben's face was livid as he exploded the mace in Davis's hand with a punch.
Look at your mother, get lost, you disgraceful thing. How could anyone be so unlucky?
He pointed angrily at the stage below, and Davis dejectedly stepped down. He canceled his transformation, reverting back to his original appearance. Next to him, Zhu Yun was emitting a barely audible snicker. Davis glared at her, but seeing his ex-girlfriend looking so beautiful deflated his anger in an instant. If only he could blame himself, regretting not doing things differently. If he could still maintain a normal relationship with Zhu Yun at this moment, he would have both embraced a beautiful woman and had an explosively powerful girlfriend. It would have been the best of both worlds. Instead, he was left in the sorry state.
Fold 1,000 paper cranes, tie a red ribbon on it tilde.
Feeling terrible and even worse, he had to play this obnoxiously cheerful music during his attack. Damn it all.
White Tiger Demon God change.
Dai Ben shouted, and this time he was also going to use 1,000th of the Fuhu Arhat's inheritance. Golden and purple lights emerged on his body, and the pattern of a golden
wand
on his chest expanded. The phantom of a white tiger appeared behind him for a moment, then merged into his body. Dai Ben's body radiated an energy even stronger than that of the white tiger diamond transformation, with the golden and purple rays intertwining and the wand on his chest glimmering with Buddha's light. Above his massive and burly figure, the 4th soul ring rose once more. At this moment, even Dai Ben felt drained of strength. He really should have asked Sect Master Ning to give him a soul power flash charge.
White Tiger Meteor Shower.
Enhanced by the 1,000th inheritance of Fuhu Arhat, every blazing white meteor turned golden, seeming to twinkle with Buddha's light. The golden meteors fell from the sky, each targeting Lin Yi with a deafening whistling sound. On his chest expanded, the phantom of a white tiger appeared behind him for a moment, then merged into his body. Dai Ben's body radiated an energy even stronger than that of the white tiger diamond transformation, with the golden and purple rays intertwining and the wand on his chest glimmering with Buddha's light. Above his massive and burly figure, the fourth soul ring rose once more. At this moment, even Dai Ben felt drained of strength. He really should have asked Sect Master Ning to give him a soul power flash charge. White Tiger Meteor Shower. Enhanced by the 1000th inheritance of Fuhu Arhat, every blazing white meteor turned golden, seeming to twinkle with Buddha's light. The golden meteors fell from the sky, each targeting Lin Yi with a deafening whistling sound. Boom, boom, boom. Every meteor was shattered by Lin Yi's formidable defensive strength, all the splinters sweeping upward in the air, quickly transforming into golden damage rebounds. Dai Ben roared, the wand symbol on his chest expanding infinitely, a dazzling golden light radiating from his body. This time, he used the White Tiger Diamond transformation because the White Tiger Demon God change was truly beyond his soul power reserves. With the dual buffs of White Tiger Diamond transformation and Fuhu Arhat's inheritance, Dai Ben's hulking figure charged forward, launching a punch at the golden storm.
Swish!
The damage rebound shattered, and he too collapsed on the ground, exhausted. His soul power shouldn't have been depleted so rapidly, but aiding two others in their attacks must have taken a toll, not to mention the emotional roller coaster caused by the infuriating Davis. Lin Yi looked at the panel. Blood loss, 289,763. Remaining health, 899,909,126,432. Damage level, Red Junior. Random reward, Mission Card *1. Host reward, Mission Card *3. Mission card, he had seen this reward once before on Emperor Zue. That was the task involving bringing the Blue-Silver Emperor. It was a pretty good reward, actually. Completing the task could elevate the quality of the reward by 2 levels, a full level higher than a normal prop card's upgrade. And even if the mission was not completed, it wouldn't decrease the quality of the reward. It's just that the task had to be drawn on the spot, it wasn't predetermined. Lin Yi turned to Dai Ben and said,
Damage 289,763, Red Junior level. Your reward is a mission card, the same as the one previously obtained by Emperor Zue. If I remember correctly, his dropped from a Red Intermediate level reward, yet yours is from just Red Junior. In this regard, you are quite lucky.
Upon hearing this, a smile finally appeared on Dai Ben's face.
Don't celebrate too early, though.
Lin Yi cautioned.
Because I still have to draw the specific task for you, and the difficulty level is currently unknown.
P.S. Recommending a friend's new book. Douluo, starting with marrying Kaiyan Rangsu. If you're tired of the usual male pursues female, try the female pursuing male for a change. The author's previous book was starting with falling in love with Kaiyan Rangsu. Chapter 307, Soritang Sect Master, Times Have Changed Big Chapter.
So before you draw the unknown difficulty task, do you accept this prop card reward?
Whether you accept it or not, or if you fail to complete the task after accepting, you will still be eligible to get another Red Junior reward. At this point in the conversation, who wouldn't accept it? Who would pass up a prop card with no penalty for failure?
Accept.
Dai Ben was overjoyed. If the task was completed, he'd make a fortune, and if he failed, he wouldn't lose anything. Getting this reward required good luck, and he was very satisfied with his fortune for now. Lin Yi nodded.
All right, I'll select a task for you now. Thank you, Senior Lin Yi.
Dai Ben swallowed hard, suddenly feeling a bit nervous. After all, a great reward was close at hand, but he feared an insurmountable obstacle lying in between. Even though failure wouldn't be a loss, it would still be quite upsetting. He hoped for an easy task. The system panel was filtering tasks, and after a short while, the content on the panel was set. Lin Yi raised his eyebrows slightly and said to Dai Ben,
Your random task is to have a one-on-one contest with the Sect Master of Haoshan Sect, and to inform your opponent before the contest that you will defeat them within 5 seconds. The requirement for completing the task is that you indeed defeat them within 5 seconds. If you exceed the time limit or are defeated by your opponent, the task will be considered a failure, and you will lose the eligibility to use the prop card.
Dai Ben was stunned after hearing this. Although Tang Xiao, the sect master of Haoshan sect, was not as famous as his brother Tang Hao, his name was still well known. That's a level 97 Super Douluo. And Dai Ben was merely a level 92 average titled Douluo. They were not on the same level at all. Moreover, as the sect master of Haoshan sect, Tang Xiao controlled the sect's unique skills such as the disorder-splitting wind hammer technique and the great Zumi hammer explosion. How could he possibly defeat him within 5 seconds? The most important part was, before the duel, he actually had to give a heads up.
I will defeat you within 5 seconds.
Which is tantamount to inviting the opponent to prepare to fight with all their might in advance, isn't it? Dai Ben was somewhat collapsing. That's right, just somewhat collapsing, because a sudden duel would definitely confuse Tang Xiao. Even with the prior warning, he might not react immediately with full strength. If Dai Ben released all his trump cards at the start, he should be able to catch Tang Xiao off guard. Thinking this, he silently reviewed all the trump cards he possessed. With all the enhancements stacked together, and then utilizing the martial soul true body combined with his strongest soul skill, he should be able to surprise his opponent. Dai Ben then looked at Lin Yi and asked,
Senior, is there a time limit for this task? By when do I have to complete it?
He remembered that Emperor Zui's task had no time limit. Whenever he brought the Blue-Silver Emperor over, that was considered completion.
Within a quarter of an hour. What?
Dai Ben's eyes widened, complete within 15 minutes.
But
Don't worry, I will help you.
After speaking, Lin Yi waved his right hand in midair, and a surge of silver brilliance flickered. Then he opened a space channel in the air, much like the one he opened in Slaughter City last time. Across the channel, towering and imposing dark gray buildings stood atop a cloud-piercing mountain. Lin Yi's 5 fingers emitted silver light again, and the camera, space, on the other side of the channel zoomed in significantly. Such control over space, in Gu Yuina's view, was top-level manipulation, akin to secondary space control, which she admitted she wasn't capable of. Lin Yi was indeed very strong in every sense of the word.
Go! All right.
Davis watched his father leap down from the channel on the other side, landing atop the mountain, and he couldn't help shouting.
Father King, go for it. Crush Tang Xiao.
At that moment, Dai Ben actually turned around and nodded. It turned out he could hear the sounds from this side too.
Where is the sect master of Haoshan sect? Star Luo Emperor Dai Ben seeks battle.
Dai Ben shouted at the gates of Haoshan sect. But even after calling out 3 times, there was no response from inside. Dai Ben grew anxious. He had to complete the task within 15 minutes. How could he wait? He turned around, looking at Lin Yi for help as if to say,
Senior, Tang Xiao isn't accepting the fight.
With titled Douluo level soul power, Tang Xiao definitely could have heard what he just said, but since Tang Xiao was still ignoring him, it meant he didn't even consider the Star Luo Emperor worth his attention. He didn't plan to fight. That was pretty arrogant. Not engaging with Dai Ben was like not giving me, Lin Yi, face. Lin Yi turned his head to Cayenne Rengsu and commanded.
Prince King, hit them with a map cannon. Yes.
Cayenne Rengsu was somewhat surprised and flattered that Senior Lin Yi would ask for her help. What a pleasant surprise quack. She was all too willing to descend to the stage to bully the Haoshan sect. Her palm brushed over the storage device, and with a boom, the massive panther tank appeared on the ground. Cayenne Rengsu possessed the Senrigan, ears that hear across the wind, and the ability to attack with a map. She entered the tank and adjusted the angle toward Haoshan sect. At that time, Thousand Waves turned to Tang Chen and commented,
Bombarding your place, eh? What do I care? That's gutsy.
Chapter 307 Part 2, Sorry Tang Sect Master, Times Have Changed Big Chapter. Boom! The tank's cannon emitted a dazzling flare as a shell shot straight into the sky. Cayenne Rengsu was 100% confident that the shell would hit the Hao Tian clan's headquarters thousands of miles away, even though it was not fired through a spatial passage. Because this was a map cannon. At this moment, everyone's gaze uniformly turned towards the other side of the spatial channel, where Dai Ben was looking up high, watching a meteor-like shell fly over his head and land right on the outer wall of the Hao Tian clan's sect. Boom! Damn it! Dai Ben's eyes widened as he immediately ran away from the spot. The power of the explosion made him feel the threat of death, even from a distance. The seemingly invulnerable outer wall of the sect crumbled into debris under the tank's attack. Inside the tank, Kayan Rengsu, using her Senrigan, watched the scene with satisfaction and couldn't help but reveal a smile. Her first test of the tank's power was to bombard the Hao Tian clan. She was thankful to Senior Lin Yi for giving her this opportunity. It felt exhilarating.
It's terrifying.
Thousand Waves couldn't help but murmur when he saw this scene.
Tang Chen, your place has been blown up. Are you *ing done yet?
Dai Ben got back up, dusted himself off, and stood dumbfounded by the sight before him. The entire outer wall of the Hao Tian clan had collapsed. The destructive power of this attack was outrageous. Sure enough, there was movement inside. Quickly, several powerful individuals rushed out, and at a glance, Dai Ben saw only people with 9 soul rings. They were the elders of the Hao Tian clan. Tang Xiao looked solemn as he followed behind, his face ashen as he saw the wrecked outer wall of the sect.
Emperor of Xingluo, has my Hao Tian clan ever offended you? If you don't give me an explanation today, don't even think about leaving this place.
Tang Xiao threatened in a deep voice. But just at that moment, he suddenly noticed the image wrapped in silver radiance in midair.
Is that?
Tang Xiao squinted his eyes. He could roughly make out that the surrounding silver radiance was composed of space elements, so that meant that the scene in the middle was a different space. Could it be that Dai Ben had directly teleported from another space? To tear such a large area in space, Tang Xiao couldn't think of anyone on the continent capable of this feat.
Tang Xiao, why don't we have a personal contest? If you defeat me, I'll let you dispose of me as you wish.
Dai Ben quickly said, fearing that he would exceed the 15-minute time limit. Tang Xiao snorted coldly.
I was just thinking the same. Wait! What is it now?
Dai Ben spoke with a serious expression.
Once we start the clash, I will defeat you within 5 seconds. What?
Tang Xiao squinted his eyes. What in the world was the Xingluo emperor thinking? No, this couldn't be simply for this matter. After all, there was no past grudges between the two before this. Could it be, by winning against him, this man would receive some unexpected benefit? Tang Xiao inexplicably felt that he couldn't be defeated, nor could he be overwhelmed by the emperor's momentum. He had come out to seek an explanation. How could he possibly be weaker in terms of presence? With that thought, Tang Xiao said solemnly,
What a grand statement. Well, go ahead and try. I'll defeat you within 3 seconds and see who's really the tough one.
But just as Tang Xiao was about to activate his martial soul true body, the onset of music suddenly made him freeze.
Fold 1,000 paper cranes, tie a red ribbon on it, hoping kind people have good luck every day.
Tang Xiao and the Hao Tian clan elders were baffled, looking around and asking,
Who's singing at a time like this?
Martial soul true body.
Without responding, Dai Ben immediately activated his martial soul true body. Damn it, he really had to refine his attack to the level of milliseconds in just 5 seconds. Roaring Dai Ben's golden
1.
symbol on his chest expanded infinitely. The phantom of an Arhat riding a tiger flashed behind him for an instant, and in the next moment, Dai Ben's frame became vastly bigger and more muscular. At the same time, the pitch-black 9th soul ring began to circle around him.
9th soul skill, White Tiger Mirror Kill.
As the 9th soul skill activated, Dai Ben, who inherited the legacy of the Fuhu Arhat, instantly split into 9 identical figures. They radiated dazzling golden Buddha light and swung terrifying claws at Tang Xiao from all directions, enveloping him with a sky-covering assault of golden claw shadows.
HMPH, a mere titled Douluo dares to be so presumptuous.
After all, Tang Xiao was a level 97 Hyper Douluo, and even though Dai Ben's attack was almost too fast to react to, he was confident in his counterattack.
Hayashin True Body. 8th Soul Skill.
The pitch-black 8th soul ring rose from Tang Xiao too, his hands crackling with lightning. The dark Haotian hammer in his grasp grew and grew, nearly instantly becoming a pillar that touched the sky.
Oh!
Tang Xiao launched a counterattack, but when their soul skills collided, Tang Xiao's eyes widened in shock. His Hayashin True Body shattered instantly. Impossible. Dai Ben was just someone who had recently reached the level of a titled Douluo. Outside the space channel, Davis watched the scene unfold with excitement. There was nothing more thrilling than watching his own father turn the tide. You didn't expect this, Tang Xiao, did you? You may have level 97 soul power, but we have senior Lin Yi. Dai Ben's martial soul true body also shattered, and it seemed the two had fought to a draw. This was completely unimaginable to Tang Xiao. How could he possibly fight to a draw with Dai Ben? Could it be because of that huge, humanoid phantom riding a ferocious tiger? Tang Xiao remembered that Dai Ben's martial soul was clearly the white tiger. It shouldn't be possible for another person to appear. There should be about 2 seconds left, thought Dai Ben with a furrowed brow. With both of their martial soul true bodies shattered, they could only use ordinary soul skills to fight again. Senior Lin Yi, please bless me. Watching Tang Xiao charge at him with a hammer again, Dai Ben actually deactivated his martial soul possession. What is he doing? The crowd in Seoul City, watching through the space channel, couldn't understand why Dai Ben would deactivate his martial soul at this critical moment. Lin Yi curled his lips upward. He knew what Dai Ben was about to do. With his fingers in martial soul possession state, Dai Ben couldn't fit them into the trigger hole.
Bang!
The muzzle of the AK-47 emitted flashes of fire. At such a close range, the bullets burst forward and blew Tang Xiao away. It was fortunate that Tang Xiao was a level 97 titled Douluo with a bodily density far beyond ordinary people. Otherwise, his shoulder would definitely have had a huge, bloody hole. The bullet penetrated Tang Xiao's right shoulder, and he was flung to the ground. At this distance, the impact was simply too great. 000005. Lin Yi looked at the content on his panel. He had started the timer at the moment Dai Ben began his attack, and it ended precisely at 5 seconds, while Tang Xiao was already lying on the ground, incapacitated. This mission, Dai Ben had completed it. Dai Ben turned off the music switch in his mind and exhaled deeply, stowing his final trump card, the AK-47, back into his storage soul tool. I didn't time it. I wonder if it meets the standard.
Dai Ben, mission concluded. Successfully completed. Red Junior Reward successfully upgraded to Red Advanced Reward.
Then, the voice belonging to Lin Yi transmitted clearly through the space channel. All disciples and elders of the Hao Tian clan, as well as Tang Xiao lying on the ground, shifted their attention to the space channel. Who's speaking? Listening to the content of the words just now.
This is great. This is really great.
Dai Ben shouted with excitement. He even knelt on one knee toward the direction of the space channel.
Thank you, Senior Lin Yi. Thank you, Senior Lin Yi.
Chapter 308, Kindness and Justice. Who here can claim to be purely kind and just? Grand chapter.
Ouch!
Tang Xiao clutched the wound on his shoulder, his body protected by his soul power since he was in the state of releasing his martial soul. Moreover, he was a 97th level Hyper Douluo, with a toughness far beyond that of ordinary people. Despite this, that thing still managed to injure him, and it was a penetrating wound no less. What was that thing? Tang Xiao had never seen it before, yet its power was enough to make him, a 97th level Hyper Douluo, shudder with fear. Besides, there was also that song that suddenly sounded. Now that he thought about it, the singing came from Dai Ben. This was all too weird. Of course, there was also the thing that had just shattered the outer wall of the sect.
Lin Yi.
This alone indicated the severity of the problem. Just at that moment, the silver glow on the space channel surged, spreading towards the summit. A few elders saw this and their faces filled with shock, immediately running towards Tang Xiao.
Sect Master, run quick.
They quickly helped Tang Xiao to his feet and retreated, trying to avoid being swept by the silver light. At that moment, Dai Ben turned his head to look back and said with a bewildering expression,
What are you afraid of? It's just Senior Lin Yi controlling the space to take me back.
A few elders from Hao Tian clan, carrying the injured Tang Zio, were completely baffled. Sure enough, the sweeping silver light only enveloped Dai Ben's body, taking him away from the area. The space channel disappeared, and the summit fell into silence. It was as if nothing had happened, as abrupt and ridiculous as a ludicrous dream. However, the extensively collapsed area at the back of the sect's outer wall told Tang Zio that this was not a simple dream.
Sect Master!
At that moment, an elder came running with a golden, knuckle-sized bullet in his hand.
This is the thing that penetrated your body. It was just discovered by a flying soul master in the clan on that cliff face. It was embedded in the cliff. Which cliff face? Over there.
Following the direction the elder pointed, Tang Zio looked over with astonishment and, leaning on someone nearby, slowly stood up.
To penetrate my body and still shoot such a long distance.
With the space channel gone from the midair, Tang Zio wanted to ask questions but had no clue whom to ask. What he didn't know was that he would soon see Lin Yi again at the Soul Master competition. Not only that, but he would also witness many things sufficient to revolutionize his worldview. Soul City. Upon the platform, a flash of silver light and Dai Ben was back. Learning that it was Zhu King who helped him smash the Hao Tian clan's outer wall, he went forward to thank him.
Thank you, Prince King, for your assistance. Your Majesty need not be polite. This was all by Senior Lin Yi's will.
At this moment, Dai Ben didn't know what to say. Senior Lin Yi was practically handing him a reward for nothing. He had thought the task would be difficult, but it turned out that everything Lin Yi had done before was paving the way for him, including the rewards given out. So all these were anticipated by Senior Lin Yi in advance. I'm truly going to cry. Dai Ben couldn't help but compare Zhu Qinghe with his own son again, and his irritation grew even more. While Emperor Zhu's son could blast the Hao Tian clan's outer wall from miles away with one shot, Davis could only parade his bird in public for everyone to see. What a gap.
Dai Ben, come claim your reward.
Lin Yi said.
Yes.
In front of Lin Yi, the panel now displayed Dai Ben's upgraded red advanced reward. Eternal Weapon Roulette *1. An award with a high appearance rate and a very high probability of spitting out divine artifacts. Generally, no particularly lousy weapons had come out. Not right.
Your reward is the Eternal Weapon Roulette.
Chapter 308 Part 2, Kindness and Justice. Who here can claim to be purely kind and just? Grand chapter. After Lin Yi flipped open the panel, Dai Ben approached with some trepidation. Displayed on it was the 4-character name of a weapon. Mjolnir. Lin Yi looked at the result shown on the panel and felt a small sense of surprise in his heart. To think that such a reward would appear on the big wheel was quite unexpected. But he quickly thought of a problem. Ordinary people find it very difficult to pick up the sea god's trident due to its immense weight. However, many people can't lift Mjolnir, and it's not because of its weight. The reason is that the hammer itself does not recognize them. So could Dai Ben pick it up?
Mjolnir Thor, a divine artifact?
Dai Ben asked in surprise, feeling like he had hit the jackpot. Lin Yi nodded.
Indeed, it is a divine artifact. It comes from another plane of existence, capable of summoning the power of thunder. It's very powerful in attack, and if used properly, it can also be used for flight.
Dai Ben was beside himself with joy. His luck had turned, his luck had truly turned. He happily went to the edge of the big wheel to receive his prize. At that moment, a streak of golden light flew out, not landing on Dai Ben's body, but instead directly towards the ground not far away.
Boom!
A silver-gray block hammer followed a beautiful parabolic trajectory before heavily smashing into the ground. Dai Ben was stunned and, without thinking too much, hopped off the platform and walked towards Mjolnir. Who would have expected this seemingly mundane hammer, which looked much more ordinary than other divine artifacts, to actually be a divine artifact? He moved forward to grasp the handle, but as he tried to pick it up, he hesitated. How this heavy? Dai Ben switched to using both hands on the handle and tried several times to lift it, but to no avail. The hammer didn't budge at all. Can it be?
The appearance of a divine artifact only proves that you are worthy of possessing it, but it does not signify that you are qualified to use it.
The condition to lift Mjolnir is to have a heart of righteousness and kindness, and to be recognized by Mjolnir. If you do not fulfill even one of these, you will not be able to lift it.
Hearing Lin Yi's words, the people present inevitably started discussing noisily. Bai Bidong, who always spoke her mind, said,
With a son like that, the father is unlikely to be much better. It'd be strange if he had any righteousness and kindness.
Gu Yuina, however, shook her head with a cold smile.
But tell me, who among us here is purely righteous and kind? How can such a perfect person exist in this world, who doesn't have their own selfish desires?
Actually, at this point, even Lin Yi was not sure if he was able to pick it up. After all, he was neither righteous nor kind, and he also didn't know if he was recognized by Mjolnir. Nevertheless, Lin Yi still wanted to try. He quietly stretched his 5 fingers toward Mjolnir, a motion unnoticed by anyone. Just then, the Mjolnir that was embedded in the ground began to tremble. All eyes were drawn to the sight. Lin Yi was somewhat amazed. Could it be that even a person like him possessed the qualifications to lift Mjolnir? So was this actually a privilege of the host? Lin Yi didn't sneak around anymore. He stretched out his arms straightforwardly.
Swoosh!
Mjolnir rose from the ground and quickly flew towards Lin Yi, who firmly grasped the handle. The entire process was without the slightest pause, very smooth indeed. Everyone was stunned, especially Gu Yuina, who couldn't believe she had been proven wrong so promptly after her comment. Who says there are no purely kind and righteous people in the world? Lin Yi wasn't he? He could lift the hammer. As everyone continued to gaze at him in a daze, Lin Yi cleared his throat and said wistfully,
Who would have thought, after all these years, I still have the eligibility to lift this thing up? It's really unexpected.
After finishing his words, Lin Yi, under the worshipful gazes of the others, casually tossed Mjolnir back to its original place, as if he had grown tired of it and didn't want to touch it anymore. There was a hush over the scene. At this moment, Dai Ben was so ashamed he could hardly bear it. He had clearly received the reward, but now he couldn't lift it due to the lack of righteousness and kindness in his heart.
Can.
Lin Yi looked at her and couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. So this little dragon lady still hasn't been completely tamed, yet she still dares to be defiant.
This is Dai Ben's reward. You may ask for his permission.
Upon hearing this, Gu Yuina gave Dai Ben a threatening look. This immediately panicked him as he blurted out,
Dragon Lady Senior, please you try.
With a cold snort and an air of arrogance, Gu Yuina walked over and gripped the handle of the hammer, attempting to lift it with one hand. The next moment, the little dragon lady's eyes, with their vertical pupils, widened in shock. She couldn't lift it. Impossible, she refused to believe Lin Yi was a man of kindness. 1 minute later. Under Lin Yi's direction, Dai Tian and Zai Jai stepped forward, pulling back Gu Yuina, who was still gritting her teeth trying to lift the hammer with both hands. Hurry back, my lord, don't lose face, even Senior Lin Yi can't bear to watch.
I just checked, and I can't simply give you the use of Mjolnir for nothing. There may be rewards later on, so let's just leave the hammer there for now.
Lin Yi said. After listening to Lin Yi's words, Dai Ben, filled with regret, had no choice but to compromise. You can't force your way into eligibility.
Continue with the second attack.
Lin Yi commanded.
Yes.
They responded. Returning to the stage, despite being filled with sorrow, Dai Ben had to play that incredibly cheerful and happy music.
Fold 1,000 paper cranes, tie a red ribbon tilde.
Transforming his grief into strength, he released his martial soul.
Ow!
The resounding roar of a tiger echoed from behind him as the spectral image of Fuhu Arhat once again appeared, the golden swastika on his chest enlarging as Dai Ben's figure rapidly became brawny and robust.
White Tiger Demon God Transformation.
He shouted deeply as a purple glow emanated from him, his body hair standing up like steel needles, making Dai Ben look incredibly fierce at that moment.
6 soul skill, White Tiger Demon Slaying Kill.
Boom! A silver-gray block hammer followed a beautiful parabolic trajectory before heavily smashing into the ground. Dai Ben was stunned and, without thinking too much, hopped off the platform and walked towards Mjolnir. Who would have expected this seemingly mundane hammer, which looked much more ordinary than other divine artifacts, to actually be a divine artifact? He moved forward to grasp the handle, but as he tried to pick it up, he hesitated. How this heavy? Dai Ben switched to using both hands on the handle and tried several times to lift it, but to no avail. The hammer didn't budge at all. Can it be?
White Tiger Diamond Transformation.
With the double Tyrant Body enhancement, his own damage skyrocketed. As the golden light came towards him, Dai Ben charged forward, retracting his tree trunk-like arms, his tiger claws forming a fist, and he threw a punch straight ahead. At the moment of collision, it was the damage rebound that shattered. Dai Ben deactivated his martial soul, finally letting out a sigh of relief. All of today's attacks were over. And just then, his eyes rolled back, and he collapsed on the platform, exhausted. After all the attacks and struggling against the damage rebound, Dai Ben had launched a total of 12 attacks. Including the battle with Tang Xiao, he had exhausted all his soul power. With the emotional journey this whole ordeal had taken, the Star Luo Emperor finally couldn't hold on anymore. Damn it, I'm so tired today, and it seems like I've gained nothing.
Don't pass out yet, collect the second reward, then you can faint.
Chapter 309. It is extremely disrespectful to attack the Dragon God with the skills bestowed by the Dragon God. Soul Power Flash Charge concluded, and Dai Ben's pale face finally regained some color.
Thank you, Senior Lin Yi. It's nothing.
Dai Ben returned to his original position and waited, casting a glance back at Mjolnir embedded in the ground, feeling a twinge of frustration. Having a divine artifact but unable to claim it.
Damage 303,897, Red Jr., your reward is the ability to accumulate immunity points. First, I'll explain how these points are deducted. Within a month, the first time you face death, 100 points will be deducted. For the second death, 1,000 points will be deducted, and for the third death, 10,000 points will be deducted, and so on. Each deduction of points will grant you safety from peril. When a new month begins, the points you have deducted will be reset, and the first deduction will still be 100.
You need to perform good deeds to accumulate points, which will be awarded to varying degrees based on the magnitude of your goodwill. These points can be accumulated continuously and will not reset to 0 with the new month.
This reward.
Start doing good deeds now, and later on, you will have an immortal body.
Lin Yi told him. From another perspective, this reward was indeed a god-level reward, especially for ferocious beasts. Keep in mind that the ferocious beasts previously received the Heavenly Tribulation card, which was a gold rank reward. Aren't the Heavenly Tribulation card and the immunity points both intended to prevent death? With this thought, Dai Ben still bowed deeply, expressing his sincere gratitude to Lin Yi. Watching him leave the stage, Lin Yi turned his gaze towards the Stardew Great Forest camp side. He looked at Bai Jai, who had a dumbfounded expression, as if she had just remembered something, and quickly said,
Recover subjective emotions.
With the command, Bai Jai's face finally showed more expression. Lin Yi had previously commanded her not to cry with his authoritative order, but since crying was Bai Jai's primary emotion at the time, the command almost turned her into an emotionless goose. Now that it was lifted, Bai Jai immediately hid fearfully behind Gu Yuina, with only a pair of emerald eyes peeking out cautiously above Gu Yuina's shoulder to steal glances at Lin Yi. She dared not show any other emotions that Lin Yi might see. The feeling of not being able to express those emotions just now was too uncomfortable, more unbearable than death. Those brief tens of minutes became her recurring nightmare for several weeks to follow.
Who among you wants to attack?
Lin Yi asked them. Zai Jai looked at Bai Jai. At this time yesterday, it had been her and Bai Jai going up together, but considering Bai Jai's current condition, she probably needed much more time to recover. At that moment, Dai Tian said,
I'll go first.
in Lin Yi's line of sight, the arrow of love over Dai Tian's head remained firmly pointed at Bai Jai, while Zai Jai's pointed unwaveringly at Dai Tian, and both Gu Yuina and Bai Jai's pointed steadfastly at him. To Lin Yi's surprise, attributes.
Golden Dragon Lord, your subordinate is ready to attack.
Dai Tian raised his right hand, his skin covered with black scales, his knuckles thickened and elongated, and black claws began to extend, their curved arc resembling the scythe of death with cold gleaming tips. The next moment, his black scales were gradually covered with multicolored light. Light element, darkness element, and fire elements swiftly latched onto them. The upper limit of damage from Dragon God Claw couldn't be raised any further, so Dai Tian had to rely on the elemental powers he had acquired before for support. He had added light and darkness last time, this time he would add fire. White, black, red, including the multicolored light representing the dragon's spirit, spread across Dai Tian's dragon claws like a big mishmash of damage. His eyes transformed into golden red vertical pupils, and a noble and solemn dragon's head phantom flickered behind him as high-pitched dragon roars lingered around his figure. It then quickly merged into Dai Tian's body. Witnessing this scene, Gu Yuina couldn't help but sigh.
After all, it's extremely disrespectful to use the skills bestowed by the dragon god to attack the dragon god himself. But
She took a deep breath.
But what?
Bai Jai suddenly leaned in, blinking a pair of confused green eyes.
You heard all that just now. Yes.
Gu Yuina's aura became fierce, her pupils forming slits as she raised her claw and glared at Bai Jai. The latter glanced at Gu Yuina's claw and immediately shook her head.
Goose heard nothing.
She then withdrew her head back.
You're smart.
Gu Yuina deactivated her dragon claw form, as she wasn't planning to reveal Lin Yi's identity as the dragon god.
How?
Above the stands, Dai Tian swung out his dragon god claw, and in that instant the weather changed dramatically, darkening the sky instantly. 3 claw shadows, shimmering with dazzling light, struck Lin Yi with a world-annihilating force.
Boom!
Multicolored light shot up into the sky, and various elemental energies spread outwards. Dai Tian's control over these elements was still weak. He essentially only knew how to release them, not effortlessly control them like Gu Yuina. This led to a substantial overflow of elemental energy, but Lin Yi had no intention of wasting that damage. He personally manipulated these elemental energies to fall upon his own body, performing a show of
I'll help you hit myself.
in front of Dai Tian. Dai Tian was stunned for a moment, not having time to admire Lin Yi's
Generosity.
Chapter 310, Dai Tian, My Wish is to Beat Up a God, Big Chapter.
Ow!
This high-pitched dragon's cry could almost cause restlessness in the bodies of all creatures with dragon blood. Even Gu Yuina felt a trace of resonance at this moment. Dai Tian truly had become much stronger than before. This was her most direct feeling. A solemn and majestic shadow of the dragon god flickered over him as Dai Tian raised his claws, a burst of colors blossoming on his blade-like fingers. He charged forward like a humanoid slaughtering machine, the sharp aura on his claws piercing from top to bottom, tearing through the damage rebound. Elements and dragon spirit dissipated together. Dai Tian's arm hung down, the pitch-black dragon's scales turning to black smoke and vanishing, but his arm trembled slightly. This level of damage rebound was almost too much for him to handle, even with his current defensive power. Lin Yi looked at the panel. Health loss, 736,843. Remaining health, 899,908,093,412. Damage level, Gold Novice. Random reward, tell me your wish, one-time use and must not violate the host's interests. Host reward, I'll tell you my wish, cannot be related to the system. This reward left Lin Yi utterly dumbfounded. What does it mean? He looked at the notes, his brows gradually furrowing. the ability to fulfill any wish one might have. Wow, just wow, could this reward be that amazing? Is this the level of prestige that a gold junior reward of more than 700,000 damage should carry? The explanation for this wish, with restrictions stated in parentheses.
One-time use and must not violate the host's interests.
Lin Yi found this restriction somewhat confusing. What kinds of wishes could possibly infringe upon his benefits? Lin Yi said to Dai Tian.
Damage 736,843, Golden Junior.
Hearing the damage figures, the newcomer Posisi was startled. How come the damage had been in the range of 2 to 300,000 before, and then suddenly soared to over 700,000 once this man stepped in? Furthermore, was over 700,000 damage really only a primary level within the gold rank? Posisi realized she needed a refresher on the rules. She turned her head to look at Tang Chen and Thousand Waves, then frowned again, really not wanting to interact with these two guys.
Sea Dragon, go ask them about the attack rules and the classifications of damage levels.
She ordered.
Yes, High Priest.
The Sea Dragon Douluo headed towards the Martial Soul Hall camp.
Your reward is that I can fulfill one of your wishes, but it must be a one-time thing, sort of like experiencing something you've never experienced before.
Lin Yi explained. Upon hearing this reward, Dai Tian was stunned. Everyone else was taken aback as well.
I can fulfill one of your wishes. Fulfill a wish, huh?
Dai Tian murmured excitedly to himself, his brain momentarily overloaded from the excitement. Lin Yi reminded him.
I'll repeat it again. The effect of the wish is one time only. It can't last long-term.
Oh!
Dai Tian was momentarily taken aback. He stood there and began to think deeply. After a moment, Dai Tian's eyes brightened and he approached Lin Yi. He whispered.
Senior Lin Yi, my wish is that I want to have a sweet and happy romance with Bai Jai.
Lin Yi looked at the grinning Dai Tian, somewhat bewildered. Kid, you're given a chance to fulfill a wish, and this is your ambition. Just as Lin Yi was about to respond, however, the system panel produced a judgment on this wish. This wish violates the host's interests and is not a one-time wish. Implementation not allowed. Violates my interests. What does his liking Bai Jai have to do with me? Could it be because Bai Jai likes me? Lin Yi quickly analyzed the situation in his mind before saying to Dai Tian.
It's not a one-time wish, so it can't be realized. I can only give you a chance for a one-time experience, you understand.
Dai Tian's expression fell. Just having a one-time experience was not as good as actively pursuing Bai Jai himself. Why would he need to waste a great opportunity given by Senior Lin Yi? He scratched his head.
A rare opportunity for an experience.
What did he want to experience? Suddenly, Dai Tian had an epiphany. He said decisively to Lin Yi.
Senior, I want to beat up a god.
As soon as these words were uttered, the entire place was in an uproar. Even Gu Yuina was shocked by her subordinate's statement.
Dai Tian, don't mess around.
She couldn't help but warn from below. Was Dai Tian out of his mind, getting everyone to attack and collect rewards, and yet wanting to provoke the gods? Dai Tian looked back, somewhat innocently.
The Golden Dragon Lord said he could make my wish come true.
Are you out of your mind? You doing this is like...
Lin Yi said, seeing the words conditions aloud on the panel and smiling at Dai Tian. He hadn't expected that the system could actually have the power to control the gods.
What?
Chapter 310 Part 2, Dai Tian, My Wish is to Beat Up a God, Big Chapter. Confused, she stepped forward.
After the beating, won't the god cause trouble? Dai Tian's power to beat gods should be a one-time thing, right?
Lin Yi looked at Gu Yuina with a smile that was not quite a smile.
It all depends on how you play your cards. It's like kids fighting. After bullying the other, if you don't want revenge or them to tell their parents, what should you do?
At that moment, Dai Tian had an epiphany.
Then, just threaten him ruthlessly, beat him so badly that he dares not take revenge. A teachable child indeed.
Gu Yuina was completely dumbfounded by their conversation. She didn't know where she failed to keep up with their thoughts. Qdumabeg are you?
I will randomly select a deity to descend for you.
This time, Dai Tian was the one to be stunned, and he swallowed hard.
So soon. What else?
The system panel in front of Lin Yi was rapidly filtering options. The next moment, the result displayed. Level 2 deity Thor. This Thor is not that Thor, this one must be the Thor from Soul Land. What, the god who controls the thunder tribulation is him? This question suddenly emerged in Lin Yi's mind. If it's him, then it really is a small world after all, meeting Dai Tian, the ferocious beast who's been struck by lightning the most.
The deity you've drawn is Thor, a second-level deity of the divine realm.
Lin Yi stated. Dai Tian was startled, wondering why the name made him shake with trepidation.
Can the Golden Dragon Lord really bring down a deity to be beaten up by the boss?
Zai asked, somewhat worried about Dai Tian's safety. Gu Yuina shook her head, her expression extremely bewildered.
Who knows? That wish is outrageous. Only Dai Tian could come up with it.
After determining the target, Lin Yi pointed to the sky, and a burst of colorful light blossomed from his fingertip. At that moment, a miraculous sight occurred. The clouds above suddenly parted to both sides, a dazzling beam of golden light shone down from the middle of the clouds, and then…
Run for it!
This was no joke, a god was actually descending. Bai Jai and Zai Jai saw this and immediately ran to a distance. The Ice Emperor and Snow Emperor followed suit, and even Gu Yuina felt apprehensive. Fear of the gods was truly etched into the bloodlines of soul beasts.
Boom!
ZZZTZZT. Thor landed. First, there was a tremendously loud crash, followed by the hissing of electricity as thick, fierce bolts of lightning spread outwards, and someone slowly emerged from the dust and the pit.
Here, who is summoning me?
The burly man dressed in blue armor asked with a deep voice. His back flickered with 5 god rings, the symbols of his identity as a second-level deity. Lin Yi gave no response, his right hand flicked, and a barrier of light appeared, enveloping both Thor and Dai Tian within it. This was for the safety of those around, their battle would certainly not be a small affair. Feeling the presence of this light barrier, Thor immediately turned to look at Lin Yi, his eyes narrowing with curiosity. There was no fear in him at this moment, only curiosity. After all, what fear would a god have descending to the lower world?
Was it you who summoned me?
Thor closely observed Lin Yi, but found no clues on this young man. A commoner in Soul Land, seemingly not even a soul master. Thor's interest in Lin Yi surged. Capable of summoning him to this world and casting an enigmatic barrier, yet his power was so inscrutable that it eluded even a god's perception. When did such a strange person appear in Soul Land?
Hey, you called Thor, do you know why you're here? Because you're about to get thrashed by me.
Dai Tian declared with feigned bravery, though he couldn't stop feeling fearful inside. At this moment, all humans and ferocious beasts were far away, including Gu Yuina, who kept a distance of dozens of meters to watch the showdown in the center of the battlefield between one beast and one deity. And now they truly admired Dai Tian's courage, daring to directly confront a deity. Of course, Dai Tian's confidence was entirely reliant on Lin Yi sitting there. If Lin Yi were to run away, Dai Tian would have no choice but to kneel before Thor and beg for mercy. Thor turned back, instantly recognizing Dai Tian's essence.
The golden-eyed black dragon king who surpassed 1,000,000 years. How did the divine realm overlook a runaway fish like you? No, that power of 1,000,000 years.
Thor said, walking towards Dai Tian, the intense electricity emanating from him, crackling fiercely and looking rather cool. Dai Tian chickened out, constantly retreating backward. The opponent's presence alone was so overwhelming that Dai Tian could feel the suppression without need for further testing.
My lord, should I just get thrashed like this? Won't you boost my strength or anything?
Seeing Dai Tian frantically calling out to the youth behind him, Thor turned around in surprise. The next moment, he saw the youth lift his right arm, with a brilliant 7-colored light bursting forth from the palm.
This is this?
Dai Tian muttered to himself. Thor furrowed his brows. ZZZTZZT. Thor landed. First, there was a tremendously loud crash, followed by the hissing of electricity as thick, fierce bolts of lightning spread outwards, and someone slowly emerged from the dust and the pit. "Here, who is summoning me?" the burly man dressed in blue armor asked with a deep voice. His back flickered with 5 god rings, the symbols of his identity as a second-level deity. Lin Yi gave no response. His right hand flicked, and a barrier of light appeared, enveloping both Thor and Daitian within it. This was for the safety of those around. Their battle would certainly not be a small affair. Feeling the presence of this light barrier, Thor immediately turned to look at Lin Yi, his eyes narrowing with curiosity. There was no fear in him at this moment, only curiosity. After all, what fear would a god have descending to the lower world? "Was it you who summoned me?" Thor closely observed Lin Yi, but found no clues on this young man. A commoner in Soul Land, seemingly not even a soul master. Thor's interest in Lin Yi surged. Capable of summoning him to this world and casting an enigmatic barrier, yet his power was so inscrutable that it eluded even a god's perception. When did such a strange person appear in Soul Land? "Hey, you called Thor, do you know why you're here? Because you're about to get thrashed by me," Dai Tian declared with feigned bravery, though he couldn't stop feeling fearful inside. At this moment, all humans and ferocious beasts were far away, including Gu Yuina, who kept a distance of dozens of meters to watch the showdown in the center of the battlefield between one beast and one deity. And now they truly admired Dai Tian's courage, daring to directly confront a deity. Of course, Dai Tian's confidence was entirely reliant on Lin Yi sitting there. If Lin Yi were to run away, Dai Tian would have no choice but to kneel before Thor and beg for mercy. Thor turned back, instantly recognizing Dai Tian's essence. The golden-eyed black dragon king who surpassed 1,000,000 years. How did the divine realm overlook a runaway fish like you? No, that power of 1,000,000 years.
Suddenly, the god of angels doesn't seem so appealing. What if the god of angels is the next to get beaten up?
Thousand Waves muttered to himself, his worldview shattered today.
Does Senior Lin Yi have a godhood inheritance? I don't know.
Hearing Tang Chen and Thousand Waves' conversation, Po Sissy took a long time to recover. She quickly adjusted her state of mind and moved forward to join the crowd.
No way. How could a level 2 deity not defeat my little ferocious beast?
Dai Tian walked towards Thor, full of arrogance.
Who are you?
Thor ignored Dai Tian and asked Lin Yi with utmost seriousness. Lin Yi remained indifferent throughout, not responding.
Are you asking so you can go back to the divine realm and call for help? I dare you to try it.
Dai Tian charged forward again. Thor turned back, angrily releasing a large swath of lightning.
You little ferocious beast, you're courting death.
Slap. Dai Tian moved exceptionally fast, slapping Thor directly on the face and interrupting his casting. The latter, utterly confused, smashed his cheek against the barrier, then was grabbed by the collar by Dai Tian.
Tell me, was it you who carried out the soul beast thunder tribulation before?
Chapter 311. Bai Jai uses Mjolnir to brutally beat Thor Major Chapter.
What the hell is going on?
Thor's face was pressed against the barrier, his expression one of shock, unable to believe the fate he was facing in the mortal realm. Was he really being thrashed by a beast? Dai Tian listened to his words and snorted coldly.
Soul Land isn't the same it used to be. Now that Senior Lin Yi is looking after it, your divine realm's calculations mean shit. What did you say his name was? You dare to ask. I'm asking you, was the thunder tribulation earlier you're doing?
Dai Tian's words were filled with anger, as he indeed had come to seek vengeance that day. Thor didn't speak, still disbelieving the situation unfolding before him. The ferocious beast, given power by the young man, had suddenly become incredibly strong. Not to mention this barrier sealing them in was not only indestructible, but also blocked his messages to the divine realm. All of this was shattering his understanding of the world. But after all, as a god, he would absolutely not allow his dignity to be trampled by someone from the lower realm. Taking advantage of Dai Tian's distraction, Thor gathered lightning in his palm and blasted it directly at Dai Tian's chest with ferocity. Boom! Dai Tian was sent flying in one direction, his body crashing against the barrier, creating a large ripple.
He sneak attacked.
Bai Jai pointed at Thor and immediately said to Gu Yuina. Gu Yuina.
If you can see it, why can't others notice?
Bai Jai. Dai Tian steadied himself using the barrier and rose, his chest scorched black. Fortunately, Lin Yi had blessed him with an all-around boost in attributes, which included his defenses. What Dai Tian had not expected was that he'd merely wanted to brutally punish this god, yet the god came at him with a lethal sneak attack right from the start. Indeed, the gods truly can't stand even the slightest humiliation. What about us ferocious beasts? Must we face parting in life or death every 100,000 years? How many talented soul beasts have died during the heavenly tribulation? The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. He then walked towards Thor, and the two once again stood face to face. Dai Tian's arms were once again covered in black scales, his claws extended and flickering with a cold light. Meanwhile, Thor's body emitted thunder element energies, forming twisting currents around him like serpents. His shattered armor was also healing, looking brand new, with 5 god rings shining brightly behind him. The two of them let out a battle cry and charged at each other. All the surging thunder and lightning fell upon Dai Tian in an instant, but he effortlessly dissipated it with dragon claws shimmering with multicolored light. The next moment, his pitch-black claws sank into Thor's blue armor, pressing Thor harshly against the barrier once again. The golden-eyed black dragon king's phantom flickered behind Dai Tian, with the deafening roar of the dragon lingering within the entire barrier. Thor, with a look of terror on his face, stared at the other side, even the dragon's roar inflicting severe spiritual damage on him. Now, Dai Tian's spiritual power, with the boost from Lin Yi, indeed far surpassed that of the god before him.
I'll ask you one last time, are you the god responsible for descending the thunder tribulation on the ferocious beasts? If you don't answer, I'll start talking with my fists. Rare!
Thor caved instantly, knowing that he stood no chance against the ferocious beast before him.
Us are a god.
Dai Tian murmured the name and then fixed his vertical pupils on Thor.
Then you are part of it.
He punched Thor in the face. Bang, 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 bang. Dai Tian punched him again and again, harshly beating Thor. Lin Yi looked on indifferently, without any intention of stopping, as this was essentially what Dai Tian wished for, merely rewarding Dai Tian as he should. When the beating was sufficient, Dai Tian turned his head to look outside.
My fellow kin, anyone want to come in and let off some steam? Feel free to come and beat him, I dare him to fight back.
Hearing Dai Tian's words, the Ice Emperor and Snow Emperor sisters were suddenly moved. Seeing her sister's eager face, Snow Emperor immediately dragged her over. The sisters had indeed both experienced the thunder tribulation. Zai Jai followed them after seeing this.
Aren't you going? I remember when you were 300,000 years old, you went through a thunder tribulation, right? You were struck until you cried, turning into a roasted goose.
Gu Yuina curiously looked at Bai Jai. Bai Jai swallowed nervously.
But
Bai Jai also ran off towards them. Inside the barrier, Snow Emperor directly executed one of her 3 ultimate skills, the Emperor Palm, slapping it right onto Thor's face. Alas, although she was a 700,000-year-old ferocious beast, she still wasn't able to truly harm Thor. The slap merely caused his cheek to swell.
Why are you staring at my sister? Are you trying to remember how she looks to take revenge later?
Chapter 311 Part 2. Bai Jai uses Mjolnir to brutally beat Thor Major Chapter. Just then, Dai Tian saw Bai Jai following behind Zai Jai, actually preparing to swing her little fists at Thor's face. He panicked and quickly grabbed Bai Jai's arm.
you're seriously just going to use your fists?
Bai Jai.
What else?
With those fists of yours that have no attack or defense power, if you hit his face, your arm will break.
Bai Jai some sign oh.
Then,
Bai Jai looked around and suddenly spotted Mjolnir embedded in the ground nearby. She wriggled out of the light shield, squatted down, and grasped the hammer's handle with both hands. Dai Tian was suddenly speechless.
Yeah.
Bai Jai stood in front of Thor, swinging the hammer with both hands. Seeing this, Thor snorted coldly. She was just a powerless emerald swan who had picked up a hammer, and that made you all so surprised. Ridiculous.
Boom!
Bai Jai swung the hammer onto Thor's face, causing his cheek to deform, one of his teeth to shatter, and his whole body to slam forcefully against the light shield, leaving an imprint of his figure. Dai Ben's heart bled. Was this the power of Mjolnir? Everyone knew the Emerald Swan was not adept at attacking, but she had managed to use this hammer to send a god flying. Dai Tian was stunned. He had just been thinking about helping out to give Bai Jai a sense of achievement.
This time I'm going to make you cry too. Two!
Thor covered his face, looking at Bai Jai fearfully. In that instant, the heavens shifted dramatically. The sky darkened with thick clouds instantly, lightning flashed, and blinding white electricity crackled and converged on the Mjolnir in Bai Jai's hand. Goose apparently hadn't expected the hammer to be able to summon lightning, and looked up fearfully before slowly pointing the hammer at Thor.
Boom!
The gathered lightning surged towards Thor, shattering all the armor on his body in an instant. His whole body shook violently, standing on end and smoking white. Bai Jai was dumbstruck and dropped Mjolnir in fright, which happened to land on Dai Tian's foot.
Ow!
Dai Tian screamed in pain as he hugged his right foot, hopping around on the spot. Bai Jai immediately scattered and retreated, running back to Gu Yuina's side. Once the pain had subsided, Dai Tian walked over to Thor.
You dare to bring down divine lightning on our ferocious beasts again. Dragon King, it's not up to me, there's someone above me. I'm just asking if you dare.
The one above was also someone Dai Tian didn't dare to provoke. That was the guy who split the dragon god in half.
I dare not.
Listening to Dai Tian's threatening words, Thor immediately started kowtowing gratefully.
Thank you, Dragon King, for sparing my life. Thank you, Dragon King, for sparing my life. Get out of here. How should I leave?
At this moment, Dai Tian looked back at Lin Yi, and Thor also turned to look. They saw Lin Yi raise his sword finger, pointing towards Thor, a point of rainbow light blooming at his fingertip. With an upward flick of his finger, Thor shot up into the sky like he was on a rocket. A beam of golden light emitted from the sky, drawing his body into it, and then he disappeared. A simple
Return to city.
ritual was thus completed. Dai Tian turned his head to survey the surroundings as the light shield also disappeared with it. And at the same time, he suddenly felt his body weaken. No, not weaken, but return to its original state. Having experienced the strength that surpassed gods, he now viewed his former peak-level strength as if he were looking at a weakling. He finally understood where the confidence of these gods came from. It was strength. Dai Tian swallowed hard. He still couldn't quite believe what had just happened. He had actually indulged in the addiction of beating up a god in front of everyone. That was awesome.
Thank you, Senior Lin Yi, for giving me this opportunity. I am eternally grateful.
You put out the damage. I simply helped you fulfill your desire. It's no big deal.
Lin Yi responded. But what surprised him even more was that Bai Jai could actually lift Mjolnir. He could believe Bai Jai was just and kind, but what he couldn't figure out was how this silly and stupid goose managed to gain the recognition of Mjolnir. Had the hammer lost its wits, or did it just stop operating properly whenever it saw a good-looking woman? Just a touch and it submits, right? His grandmother's, Lin Yi, couldn't accept it. Why should Bai Jai be treated the same as him? He could make Bai Jai cry with a single punch. Could Bai Jai make him cry? Lin Yi looked at Dai Tian and said,
Start the second attack. Yes.
Dai Tian looked at his right hand, somewhat nostalgic for that power that had surpassed the gods. After all, the damage he dealt now really felt like it was being squeezed out from between his teeth. The black scales covered his skin again. Dai Tian raised his right hand, and the 9-colored light clung to his palm. White light, black darkness, red fire, blue wind, the elements began to surge. Dai Tian felt he needed to study how to integrate the damage from the elements to maximize it. After all, Gu Yuina's elemental fusion damage increased by tens or hundreds of thousands, but Dai Tian could only increase one element, raising the damage by only 10 or 20,000. He felt there must be something wrong.
Oh.
The huge body of the black dragon was as big as the entire platform, wrapping around Dai Tian's body, a pair of golden vertical pupils like lanterns in the night, coldly staring at Lin Yi. Dai Tian charged forward, his black-scaled covered right fist thundering out, the black dragon following the impact onto the damage rebound, finally ending with the unyielding roar of the black dragon. The black dragon turned into a wisp of smoke and vanished. Dai Tian's bright golden eyes returned to black. Lin Yi looked at the panel. Health lost, 756,387. Remaining health, 899,907,346,324. Damage level, Gold Novice. Random reward, Gourmet Cooking Challenge card *1. Host reward, Gourmet Cooking Challenge card *3. As expected, this was a prop card. Lin Yi glanced at the comment, indeed as he had guessed. The system would randomly provide Dai Tian with a delicacy from the myriad realms. The first requirement was that if he tasted and then successfully replicated it, he must then randomly select an audience member to taste it. If they gave a good review, only then would the challenge be deemed successful. Lin Yi would randomly draw the name of this delicacy for Dai Tian.
Damage 756,387, Golden Junior, your reward is a Gourmet Cooking Challenge card. It's a prop card. Successful challenge completion will upgrade its quality.
Lin Yi said,
Next, I will draw a delicacy for you. If you taste the flavors and correctly replicate it, then randomly select someone to taste it. If they give a good review, you have completed the challenge.
Chapter 312, was this on purpose or by accident?
9-turn intestines.
Lin Yi had never heard the name of this dish before. After glancing at the note provided by the system, he felt somewhat perplexed. It was apparently a dish from the blue planet that had become wildly popular. Had he really missed out on so many trends during the time he'd been transmigrated? But to be honest, Lin Yi had never been particularly interested in intestines as food. He said to Dai Tian,
The dish that has been randomly selected for you is called 9-turn intestines. Intestines!
Dai Tian paused. Is this a human dish? Aren't those things used to hold?
9-turn intestines, the main ingredient is indeed pork intestines.
After Lin Yi finished speaking, he waved his right hand in midair, and a pristine white plate immediately floated in the air. On the plate were neatly arranged rows of cooked intestines, each about half a finger long with an inviting braised color, garnished with scallions and minced garlic. The plate drifted towards Dai Tian. He sniffed the aroma wafting through the air, and his eyes suddenly lit up.
I didn't expect it to smell so good and look so appetizing. I had no idea this thing could be cooked like this.
Lin Yi nodded and said,
What you need to do are two things. First, replicate the dish 1-to-1, including the ingredients, appearance, and taste exactly the same. Second, give the perfectly replicated dish to anyone present of your choosing to taste. If they can give a favorable review, you will have completed the challenge.
Listening to Lin Yi affirm the rules once more, Dai Tian nodded.
Understood.
A pair of chopsticks quickly appeared in front of him. Dai Tian picked them up and grabbed a piece, smiling as he brought it up for observation before putting it in his mouth to chew. At first, he looked calm and collected, but in less than a second, Dai Tian's eyes suddenly widened and he spat out the food in his mouth. He quickly wiped his mouth, looking at Lin Yi with a somewhat surprised expression. Was the golden dragon lord playing a joke on him? Or was the dish not a delicacy but a tricky test? No, that's not it. Could it be that he had just tried it too quickly? Thinking this, Dai Tian quickly apologized.
I'm sorry I ate too quickly and choked. Let me try again.
Lin Yi looked at him strangely and nodded.
Sure, you can replicate it after you are sure of the ingredients and flavor.
Dai Tian picked up another piece and began to taste it. His expression quickly shifted again, turning almost to one of petrification. While everyone was not paying attention, he used the space element to transfer the food in his mouth elsewhere, then pretended to swallow it.
How is it? Have you figured out the recipe?
Lin Yi asked curiously. Was this dish, which was incredibly popular on the blue planet, not tasty? He didn't see even a hint of joy on Dai Tian's face. After wrestling with himself for a long time, Dai Tian put down the chopsticks on the plate, his expression dark as he looked towards Lin Yi.
Golden Dragon Lord, I want to know.
Upon hearing this, Lin Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. Could there be some mystery hidden within this dish? Indeed, described as fiery, it surely couldn't just be simple intestines. There must be other food stuffed inside, or else Lin Yi felt the deliciousness of the intestines couldn't possibly reach such highs, and the dish wouldn't be this popular. Any chef worth their salt surely has their own ideas when they cook. How could it be an accident? He confidently said,
It was definitely intentional. This dish is very famous in another dimension.
Dai Tian was flabbergasted. It was actually well known. Those 4 words felt like they were grinding his understanding into the ground.
So,
Dai Tian said somewhat nervously. Although he could guarantee a perfect replica, he dared not ensure that others would give him praise after tasting it.
then go ahead and start cooking. You only have 10 minutes. This may be very difficult for an ordinary chef, but it should pose no challenge for you.
Lin Yi prompted. With a bitter expression, Dai Tian nodded at Lin Yi's words. Lin Yi waved his right hand and a colorful glow appeared in his palm. A standard stove emerged above the platform, provided by the system. Not wanting to waste time, Dai Tian immediately used the space elements to leave. 1 minute later, he reappeared, already prepared with a fresh batch of pig intestines. Seeing the stove, Dai Tian paused, then hurriedly began to cook. In the following 9 minutes, he truly demonstrated what god of food-level culinary skills looked like to everyone. 9 minutes might not be enough for an ordinary chef just to clean the intestines, but for Dai Tian, who possessed the 7 elements and the culinary skills of the god of food, it was a piece of cake. The water element cleaned, his claws replaced kitchen knives, the fire elements cooked, the wind element precisely controlled the heat, and the quantities of various seasonings were crystal clear in his mind. After Dai Tian finished plating, he even had a minute to spare.
He performed so excellently throughout the process, so why does our boss still look so worried?
Purple wondered aloud. Bai Jai spoke up as if in a rush to answer.
Goose knows. The boss is just putting on an act.
Hearing Bai Jai's words, Gu Yuina turned her head in surprise.
Who taught you that term? It was the boss.
She explained. Gu Yuina.
If you're finished, you can randomly select an audience member. If you receive their praise, you will have succeeded in the challenge.
Chapter 313, Will the protagonist's weapon quality surpass the villain boss? Joke big chapter. The next moment, Dai Tian found his target. His eyes lit up and he suddenly felt a glimmer of hope. The crowd saw Dai Tian walk towards a gua sha master at the scene. This particular gua sha master was just a soul master with a little over 20 levels of soul power. The aura he emitted was rather weak. Lin Yi glanced at him and roughly figured out what was happening. Because the system's regulations required only verbal praise for the food, not a genuine belief that it was delicious. So was Dai Tian.
Please taste this dish and help me complete the challenge by praising it delicious.
The ferocious beast, silent for over 1,000,000 years, released a quiet intimidation, and the gua sha master's hand trembled at a Parkinson's-like frequency as he held the chopsticks. He picked up a piece of the intestine but dropped it due to fear, wiped the sweat from his forehead, grasped a second piece, and then quickly stuffed it into his mouth and chewed. At that instant, his expression changed. Dai Tian asked solemnly.
It's delicious, isn't it?
The gua sha master stopped chewing, his eyes blankly staring at Dai Tian, his expression almost crying.
Delicious, truly tasty.
He swallowed the rest without even chewing any further.
Thank you.
Dai Tian turned away with the plate, satisfied. Lin Yi. This was indeed brutally simple yet effective, and it met the challenge standards. Congratulations, challenge completed. Golden Junior reward successfully upgraded to Gold Intermediate reward. The Gold Intermediate reward is Monster Transformation Roulette. Lin Yi was startled. Ultraman Transformation Device Roulette first, and now Monster Transformation Roulette. But if Lin Yi remembered correctly, the Ultraman transformation device roulette was a red level reward. So why was this monster transformation roulette a gold level? What monsters are more precious than Ultraman? Harboring this doubt, Lin Yi checked the annotations, and voila, here was the difference. These monsters not only included those from Ultraman, but also encompassed creatures from the classic of mountains and seas, mythological stories, and even Hollywood blockbusters. It was a collection from the entire monster universe. Lin Yi said to Dai Tian,
Your gold intermediate reward is the monster transformation roulette.
Monster.
It can be compared to the pet of golden crocodile Douluo, Masla.
At that, Dai Tian suddenly recalled the giant moth with wings spanning over 200 meters. So did this reward imply that he could transform into such a creature, inheriting all of its strength and abilities? Even though Dai Tian, in his golden-eyed black dragon king state, was practically a monster himself.
Now you have the ability to summon your monster form at any time, possessing all its power and attributes, though your own consciousness will remain in control.
Dai Tian nodded his head. But at the moment, his mind was void of any images of this creature, so did he still need to try transforming?
Okay then, shall I give it a try?
Chapter 313 Part 2, Will the protagonist's weapon quality surpass the villain boss? Joke big chapter. Even from several kilometers away, his massive figure could be seen standing tall in the center of Seoul City. Dai Tian looked down at the fearful expressions on everyone's faces and suddenly felt incredibly elated. But just then, a discordant voice reached his ears.
Boss is so ugly.
Nanny. Dai Tian looked down and saw that it was Bai Jai who was craning her neck to make the comment, her beautiful face showing undisguised disgust. Even Bai Jai was disgusted.
What?
His body quickly shrank back to its original size, and he returned to Gu Yuina's side somewhat sullenly. The thing he feared most still happened. If he couldn't maintain a tall, mighty, and handsome image in Bai Jai's heart, then what was the point of becoming stronger?
What's wrong with you? Weren't you very imposing just now?
Gu Yuina turned her head to look at him.
Nothing I cannot compare to our Lord's Majesty.
Dai Tian kept his head low the entire time, unaware that Bai Jai's casual comment had caused him such severe psychological trauma. Zai Jai then grabbed Bai Jai's little hand and tentatively asked,
Sister, could you assist me? Sure.
Bai Jai's voice replied weakly. In fact, as long as Lin Yi didn't control her emotions anymore, she still liked to get close and observe Lin Yi. To Bai Jai, secretly watching Lin Yi was the most interesting thing next to watching ants move house, and even more thrilling because whenever she stole glances at Lin Yi and he looked back at her, Bai Jai's heart would race immediately, not from nervousness but from excitement and happiness. If Lin Yi spoke a word or two more to her, Bai Jai would joyfully stomp her feet. The two proceeded to the stage together, with Bai Jai continuing to bow deeply to Lin Yi, a gesture of worship that Zai Jai could not stop, so she simply ceased to try. The death-withering skill was deployed again. Zai Jai didn't have many skills to showcase, but this one not only had a high damage base but also a strong controllable damage cap. Coupled with Bai Jai's enhancement, stabilizing the damage at gold rank was entirely feasible. At the same time, a golden ancient tree pattern emerged on Bai Jai's forehead, and the aura of the life goddess soon rippled around her. The jade light conveyed warmth and gentleness, with golden runes weaving through it. Bai Jai's pale and slender hand swept through the air, guiding all the auras to envelop Zai Jai. In that instant, Zai Jai felt as if she had limitless stamina, and her attack power soared. Dark purple light bloomed from her hands, and the platform under Lin Yi suddenly became distorted, a dark purple vortex gradually forming as the yin water attribute began its devouring effect on Lin Yi. Death withering, draining the life force of the attacked and transforming it into one's own soul power and stamina, ordinary soul masters would turn into a corpse, while the even weaker ones would be obliterated instantly. The Hell Demon Dragon King had extremely yin attributes, with abilities that were the complete opposite of the Holy Radiant Dragon. However, the life force that Zai Jai drained from Lin Yi was transformed into the shield's hit points, causing no actual harm to him. After the attack ended, Bai Jai withdrew the aura of the life goddess, mindful of Gu Yuina's warning not to expose the god's aura for too long. Facing the damage rebound, Zai Jai quickly took on the role of protecting Bai Jai. She stepped in front of Bai Jai, releasing a dark purple withering aura from her palm once again. The damage rebound was permeated by this dark purple withering attribute, and dense, exaggerated cracks quickly formed on it. Zai Jai still had attacks to follow up with. She moved forward briskly, her dark purple armor shining as she threw a punch infused with the power of the Hell Demon Dragon King.
Boom!
The entire attack sequence concluded smoothly. Lin Yi looked at the panel. Blood loss, 556,341. Remaining health, 899,906,790,3,462. Damage level, Gold Novice. Random reward, Dragon Valley Ticket *1. Host reward, Dragon Valley Ticket *3. Dragon Valley, this somewhat familiar name made Lin Yi pause for a moment. He quickly remembered, wasn't this the place mentioned in Douluo Level 3? A space independent from Soul Land, it seemed to contain many dragon-class corpses, including the bodies of various dragon kings. Lin Yi checked the annotations again, and as expected, all the content was an introduction to Dragon Valley. He said to Zai Jai,
Damage 556,341. Golden Jr., your reward is a ticket to Dragon Valley.
The name sounded somewhat familiar to Gu Yuina and the others, but they had no clear concept of it. It was like something that had been deeply etched into their minds, yet deliberately erased. Lin Yi continued to explain.
Dragon Valley is the resting place of the Dragon Clan after their fall in the Great War of the Divine Realm, a place filled with countless soul bones, and according to rumors, even the Dragon God's heart. It's a place of endless opportunities for soul masters and soul beasts alike. This ticket will allow you to experience it for 5 days. What opportunities you find depend entirely on your own luck.
Zai Jai, upon hearing this, showed no surprise, only astonishment.
There's actually such a place.
Lin Yi nodded. He flicked the golden light sphere towards Zai Jai, which turned into a golden card midair. This was what was known as the Dragon Valley 5-Day Pass. Holding it in her hand, Zai Jai felt as if she could hear the whispering voices of countless dragon-class creatures. To her, the place seemed extremely desolate.
Okay, I understand, thank you, Senior Lin Yi.
She planned to go later. 5 days was too long, and whatever opportunities were there, they surely couldn't compare to attacking alongside Lin Yi for 5 days.
All right, begin your second assault.
He said. Zai Jai nodded and said to Bai Jai,
Sister Bai Jai, let's continue.
Of course.
The jade light was cast again, enveloping the stands with the aura of the life goddess. Golden and green glows rippled through the air, giving even Lin Yi, the target of the attack, a sense of warmth and comfort. He looked up at Bai Jai, who at that moment suddenly tripped, her right foot catching on her left and with a thud, fell on the spot, forming a big character. Lin Yi. So this was Zai Jai's.
Reliable assistant.
Falling on the spot, quite impressive. Zai Jai was stunned and quickly helped Bai Jai back up, asking,
Sister, are you all right? I'm fine.
Bai Jai immediately shook her head, quickly wiping the dust off her cheeks, and then resumed casting her skill with determination. Zai Jai judiciously increased the skill's damage, and Death Withering was cast once more. The assault, the counter against damage rebound, was done in one fluid motion. Only Goose Goose looked embarrassed with a dusty face. If Gu Yuina had been on stage, she would definitely bury her face in her chest out of embarrassment. It was quite a goose humiliation. Zai Jai's chest was not so easy to bury her face in. Her armor was too hard, it would be like bumping one's head. Lin Yi continued to look at the panel. Blood loss, 579,873. Remaining life, 899,906,223,425. Damage level, Gold Novice. Random reward, multi-dimensional antagonist boss weapon permanent roulette *1. Host reward, multi-dimensional antagonist boss weapon permanent, roulette asterisk 3. Another big wheel. This big wheel reminded Lin Yi of the frequent guest in the red advanced rewards, the eternal weapon roulette. Both are eternal weapon roulettes, but the strength of the Golden Junior certainly lies in the tag of antagonist boss. The weapons of bosses are generally very powerful. Lin Yi couldn't think of any antagonist bosses who would choose to fight the protagonist with a scythe or hammer, as that would be degrading.
Damage 579,873. Golden Junior, your reward is the multi-dimensional antagonist boss weapon permanent roulette. It's also an eternal weapon roulette, but the quality of the weapons will certainly far surpass those of the red advanced one.
Zai Jai's mouth twitched.
But why those of the antagonist?
Lin Yi smiled slightly.
Don't look down on the antagonists. The weapons of great antagonists are often superior to those of the protagonists. Aren't the protagonists usually only able to defeat the antagonists in the end through love and justice? They don't necessarily have good equipment.
Chapter 314. The entire Douluo is about to be shrouded in fear, dominated by geese. Big chapter. Lin Yi thought this way, and it wasn't entirely without basis. In many animations, movies, or novels, the protagonist is completely suppressed and brutally beaten by the villain throughout the finale. But then suddenly, due to some emotionally charged scene, they become spirited and gain a power akin to love and justice. Then,
Villain.
didn't sound very pleasant to her ears, so she was somewhat resistant to it. But she definitely believed what Lin Yi said, and the quality of the reward was there for all to see.
Zai Jai understands. Don't try to understand it. I'm only talking about some cases. After all, whether you draw a villain's weapon of high quality is still up to your luck. Not every villain's weapon is strong. Some might be powerful in their own right, and the weapons are just icing on the cake.
Lin Yi explained. Luck still plays a part.
First, fuse with the reward, and all the information will automatically enter your mind.
Okay.
Zai Jai returned to the big wheel, and a speck of golden light entered her body. She looked down and suddenly saw a bracelet appear on her right wrist, complete with a green light. At the same time, all the information about this set of equipment, including how to use it, entered her mind. It seemed.
Zai Jai, try using this bracelet and show us.
Dai Tian said from below. In fact, this bracelet was a new addition designed for this reward to allow Zai Jai to carry the equipment with her and transform at any time.
Okay, I'll give it a try.
Zai Jai said, somewhat hesitantly. She was quite satisfied with the weapon overall. The only unsatisfactory part was the appearance after the second transformation. Following the command in her mind, the bracelet on Zai Jai's wrist began to emit a bright light, and the purple-black armor on her body faded away to be replaced by a silver-white trenchcoat. However, the location of her hands turned into mechanical arms. That wasn't all. A fully automatic evasive flying disc appeared beneath her feet quickly, supporting and suspending her in the air, much like Neja's wind fire wheels. Everyone stared, sensing the high level of awesomeness.
These mechanical arms can transform into laser weapons of any shape.
Zai Jai said, and immediately a blue laser shot out from her wrist, which sometimes took the shape of a hand and sometimes a sword, and it could also form a shield.
The attack distance can be freely determined, which means that this laser can switch between a melee weapon and a long-range weapon.
She continued. Zai Jai then slapped Dai Tian from a distance of 20 to 30 meters with a hand-shaped laser.
Slap!
I'm so sorry, boss. You asked me to try it.
Zai Jai said awkwardly. Dai Tian.
When the laser turns red, the damage will increase substantially.
After Zai Jai finished speaking, the blue laser sword in her hand instantly turned into a red laser sword, flickering with electricity and looking very intimidating.
This flying disc I'm standing on is the fully automatic evasive flying disc, and it can avoid attacks 100% of the time.
No sooner had Zai Jai finished speaking than the flying disc below swiftly carried her body aside in a drift, and a black energy light ball shot precisely past where she had just been. This was an attack sent by Dai Tian to verify her words, not as retaliation for the slap she had just given. The scene indeed proved that the flying disc could help her avoid attacks. Everyone was astounded. Was this what high technology looked like? Such a quick response.
Actually, this is just the first form of the equipment. It can transform again.
Zai Jai said hesitantly. It was Dai Tian who replied again.
Then let us see your second form.